the India Today Education Conclave. Nice to have all of you here with us for this afternoon and this entire evening as we have some extremely interesting discussions lined up for you, some views and opinions on the present and the future of education in India. We're just getting ready to kick off things. Can I begin by requesting all of those seated at the back to move forward, please? I know you're all settled in, but we'd really appreciate it if you could kind of fill the seats up front first. Thank you so much. Please move forward. Feel free to take up all the seats in front, please. We're going to have people keep streaming in over the next few hours. They'll start occupying the back. So if you come forward, then we can also ensure that you have your seating right up front. Let me just also take this time to thank our sponsors. The 27th edition of the India Today Education Conclave is being presented by Satyabama University and international school partner SSBM Institutions, Coimbatore. All right, thank you so much for coming up front. I see a lot of familiar faces from last year, so it's nice to have all of you here with us. What can you expect over the next few hours? Well, we're going to have some very, very interesting sessions lined up for you. And of course, I know all of you are also looking forward to the Best Colleges Awards that we'll be giving out in just about an hour from now. So I'd like to formally start off by welcoming all of you to the 27th edition of the India Today Conclave. Now, the Union government's new education policy is aimed at a comprehensive overhaul of India's education system. Now, these incremental changes are already on. There's much more also, of course, in store, as many of you know. To brainstorm over these basic principles of the NEP, of the new education policy, and how all stakeholders can ensure its successful implementation, we have organized this education conclave to open it up for a healthy conversation on how we can bring about the right changes and what reforms are needed. There is, of course, the matter of the future, and with so many changes, I think in the last 1 year alone, with the introduction of ChatGPT, with artificial intelligence really changing the face of education, that's something also that we're going to be having a very interesting discussion on, how it really impacts learning processes, repeated stress on skilling, reskilling teachers also. And the education landscape in the country is clearly set for a whole lot of change, reform and transformation. We're going to have with us a galaxy of some of the top educationists, some of the top teachers, doctors, and of course ministers who are going to be educating us through their thoughts and views. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. It's my pleasure to host the 27th edition of the India Today Conclave. Can I now please request Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group, to come up on stage and please give our introductory remarks. I'd also go ahead and like to introduce and welcome Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy. Can we have a round of applause, please, for Mr. Sanjay Kumar? Welcome, sir, to the India Today Education Conclave. Raj, good afternoon. It's over to you.
Thank you, Akshita. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Union Secretary for School Education and Literacy, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the India Today Group to what Akshita called our 27th edition of the Education Conclave. And I thought I'd begin by quoting Malala Yousafzai, who I think all of you all know, the female education activist who won the Nobel Prize at the age of 70 in 2014. And she said a very interesting thing. She said, one child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world. So I think it is a poignant reminder of how education can transform society and break the cycle of poverty in countries like India, bring about gender inequality, and usher in inclusive and sustainable development. We all know that India has the world's largest population in the age group of 5 to 24 years of age. That's nearly 600 million people. And of these, 250 million are school-going students, more than any other country, and a large amount of that, Sanjay ji, you have to deal with in your job as Union Secretary. This is, of course, India's demographic dividend, and there is always talk of us cashing in. Are we doing that? That's one of the questions we need to ask in this, because as we know, and as Akshita mentioned, Indian education is at a very critical crossroad. We've had the National Education Policy passed in 2020 that took almost, I think, 23 or some say 1985, even more, 3 decades before we had that there. And it has brought about some radical changes or reforms that it is proposed that is there. At one level, we know at the school level, which Sanjay ji deals directly, we were all familiar, we all grew up with the 10+2 system, which we all studied in, and that is now moving towards the 5+3+3+4, if I've got that right. And that's 4 clear stages, the foundational, preparatory, middle and secondary stage. And each of these stages have a different kind of pedagogy that has to be imparted, and that is the big news that's there. Quickly, at the higher education level, we are all familiar now with QET, or the common university entrance test that has been introduced in many ways to get rid of the problem that we had earlier, which is all of us aspired to be in the best colleges, but they were impossibly high cutoff percentages that denied us, and therefore this entrance test has come. Whether it's working or not has to be seen. Apart from that, there are key issues that I wouldn't go into. There are, of course, the traditional issues, the older issues of which don't go away, which is in terms of inequalities of access of education, particularly between urban and rural areas, the quality of education being dispensed, the dropout rates, the gender disparities, which I mentioned earlier, inadequate funding, and of course, very importantly, updating the curriculum to meet the needs. There are fresh challenges, which Akshita also mentioned, artificial intelligence, and the fact on one side that we require 12 million jobs annually, and on the other side you have artificial intelligence coming up, which could bring about a huge amount of automation, and all those unskilled and skilled jobs might be taken up by that. What do we need to do to change our education? We're very honored that we have very eminent speakers to discuss these and other challenges that's there. Dharmendra Pradhan, the Union Minister for Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, will deliver the keynote address and will give away the awards to the winning colleges of our annual India Today Best Colleges survey that we did recently. We also have the Delhi Government Education Minister, Atishi, who will be delivering the valedictory address. And of course, we have tremendous amount of interesting panels in between. I'm delighted that Sanjay Kumar, the Dynamic Secretary for School Education and Learning, who I've known for many years, who was a Dynamic Secretary in the state level as well. And let's give him a very warm round of address. Welcome at this. And Sanjay ji, let us get down to talking about your areas of thing. Thank you very much, ladies. Go and say something. We could take it from here, I think. So as I mentioned, Sanjay Kumar, the Union Education Secretary for School and Learning. So Sanjay ji, let's start with the big changes that are there. We have had the National Education Policy. There is a mandate given. One of the big changes is that you will now move from 10+2 to 5+3+4, right? I mean, if I've got the mathematics right. That seems to be like 3 more years of school as compared to what we did earlier. How is this progressing? Where does it stand? What are the challenges?
Thank you, Rajji. I think before we start discussing as to what we are going to transform or change, let us discuss as to what do we have which needs to be changed. So if you look at the basic statistics of India's school system, that is the K-12, we have 26.4 crore children going to 14.89 lakh schools, being taught by 97 lakh teachers. Now let me just break it up. Out of this, 73% of the schools are government and government aided, which have 60% of teachers and 64% of students. So 10.5 lakh schools are government and government aided. education is part of the concurrent list. Before 1976, it was part of the state list. 76, it was brought onto the concurrent list. So these 26.4 crore children are part of 36 states and UTs, and their examination system is being governed by 60 school boards.
Wow, that's a lot.
CBSE is one.
Right.
ICSE, there are two at the national level, but the rest are all at the state level. Many of us are familiar with the CBSE system, but the CBSE runs 28,000 schools across the country, having only 2 crore children. So the rest are with these states. So this is these are the numbers we are looking at as of now. We have the National Education Policy, which was released on 29 July 2020, and very happily, I'm to say that on this 29 July, a few days later, we are going to celebrate or commemorate the 3rd anniversary of the National Education Policy. And it's a good time to be able to assess as to where we are and do a stock taking. Where do we begin from? As you mentioned, the National Education Policy says that we must spend about 6% of our GDP in education. The current figures with us are 4.64. So you can see where that margin we have to go in the next few years. I think we in the school education, we are very excited about it, and we feel that it is a very exciting part to be in school as of now. Why? Because all the textbooks which the NCERT has as of now, they are part of the 2005 curriculum. The National Education Policy has mandated creation and construction of a new curriculum framework, and I'm very happy to say that the National Curriculum Framework, you mentioned 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So this 5 is the important part, because now we are going to have 3 years of pre-primary. So you start at the age of 3 until about 6, that is 3 years of pre-primary. If you are in the villages, you are in the ICDS centers. If you are in school, standalone schools, these schools will have a pre-primary, and then you go to class 1 at the age of 6.
Sanjay, just one on this, can we dwell a little more, because you're looking at an enormous number when you're going back. Are we equipped to handle this kind of thing? When you're looking that you're pushing back by 3 years, you require Anganwadi schools, whatever it is that is right across, do we have the infrastructure for it, or this is aspirational?
I mean, it is aspirational, but aspirational also means that we need to do it in a time-bound manner. So we have Nipun Bharat, which has given us 5 years, that is till the time 25, 26, we should be in a position to do it, and we are trying hard.
Okay, and what are you all doing in that? When you say we're doing it, how? There's also a change in curriculum, there's the way the teacher should teach that particular years. What are you all doing about that?
So if you look at the foundational study, in the pre-primary, you don't have any textbooks. It's basically learning by experience, learning by play, toy-based pedagogy. And when you come to class 1 and 2, you have books. And the books for class 1 and 2 have been brought out by NCERT. We have disseminated it. And now we are working on the curriculum framework for 3 plus 3 plus 4. And we do hope that very shortly, in about a month's time, we should have the curriculum framework. And based on that, the new textbooks will be constructed based on the principles which are there in the National Education Policy, which primarily says that education has to be holistic, experiential learning. I think in India we do a little too much of rote learning. So right. This is what the NEP wants to move away with. Analytical thinking, analytical teaching. So these are some of the new things we'll be doing.
Now, when you talked of the curriculum, I think that's a very, very important thing, because I think the last time we had our textbooks issued was what, 2005?
Yes, 2005.
So we have now crossed almost 2 decades. There's a dramatic amount of changes that have happened in between. We've also had technology intervene in a big way, as we saw during COVID. What is the kind of curriculum that you're hoping to evolve, and how are you all going about it? That's very important as well.
So it has been envisaged very clearly that the books which will come out in blended form. So you will have a physical book in your hand, but if you go onto the platform, Diksha, you will also have it in a online portal, and you'll be able to access the same thing.
And in terms of actual content of that teaching of the curriculum, how have you all devised that? What are the big debates that are going on?
I don't know how many of you have seen the Diksha platform. So Diksha platform has been created. All the textbooks from class 1 to 12, they've been put there. Each chapter is QR coded, so you can have a look at it. I guess we are also looking at it because these things are always art in making all the time. So you're making it better day by day. And we are, as of now, we are trying to use artificial intelligence to make this Diksha platform more navigable.
And there, of course, comes the controversy we have seen recently where maybe it probably was the older books where we saw, history being rewritten, certain chapters being knocked. How do you avoid that kind of controversy from rising where, governments are accused of wiping out parts of history, restoring it where it wasn't there? What do you do to get a fair and balanced curriculum?
Knowledge is always growing. So if you have textbooks, you'll always be including things and you'll be excluding things from the textbooks. If you go and buy a book in the market, sometimes you buy the first edition book, then next year the second edition comes out. Some changes are inevitable, some changes do take place. I think for us what is important is that has the changes been considered and they've been evaluated. And I think there's a particular system for evaluation. The NCERT has an expert committee which evaluates what is to be included, what is not to be included, and it does it. And based on that, some changes are always made. Knowledge is always evolving and things will always keep changing.
But you're assuring that there is a lot of committees that go into this, like you said, the NCERT does that, and in terms of the outcome of that curriculum, there will be debate, there will be, it will be sort of exposed to the general public before it is sort of just put into a book and sent across.
Absolutely, and people talk about it, and I guess that is the essence of democracy.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that, but let's get to another point which is very important, and I think that's the assessment. You had mentioned 60 boards are there. How do you, of course, the trend now is one nation, one tax. Are you looking for one board, one nation, that kind of thing? Or what is the trends towards ensuring that the assessment process is fair, equitable, and not slanted or, biased in any way? Everyone gets the equal chance to perform.
No, I don't think so. We're looking at any uniformity because each state has its own board. There are 22 Indian languages in Schedule 8 of the Indian Constitution, so different states have different languages, so things will always be different. But the point is that if there are 60 school boards, we are all aware of the fact that when you're taking the JEE Advanced, when you're taking CLAT, when you're taking NEET, there's a common curriculum for everyone, whether you're part of Kerala, Mizoram, or Punjab. So for science, by and large, there is a common curriculum which has evolved. Now, we are looking at these school boards and we are finding that different assessment patterns are being formed. I'll be candid, there are some states which have one board for class 10 and some different board for class 12th. And these two boards are also within the same state, they are assessing differently. So NEP addresses this. It says that bring in a platform which we call Parak. It is housed in the NCERT. And basically what we're trying to do is to bring in all the 60 state school boards on one platform, talk to each other, and evolve a common assessment platform. And if you are able to do that, I think all across the country, there will be a similar kind of content made different by the local needs and perhaps the language of the state. But in essence, the way we learn is going to be the same.
May I just ask you, is there a de-emphasis on the 12th standard board? Many people will say it's good because now you got this CUET to get into universities. Does that in many ways devalue the examination? How do you handle that issue that's there? Because I'm sure a lot of principals and everybody else will say the 12th board is so key, and yet if that same person doesn't succeed to get into a good college, there is a sort of general feeling that that's being downgraded in some senses.
I guess, I don't know, if you have a lot of CBSE principals, at least they are on one common platform. But if you talk to people from different boards coming from different part of the country, they will share different kind of experiences. So as of now, if you look at the NEP 2020, it says that for the time being, the class 10 and class 12 examination are going to remain. But I think there are issues of CWET where people are saying that what is the use of class 12. But then, as I mentioned earlier, different boards are assessing differently.
Yeah, I think the point on this one is that, for instance, at least the school boards assess over a period of time, 4 years. So a very bright student could then do quite badly at the CUET for whatever reasons, right? He has done 4 years of excellence in terms of 10th, 12th, and even earlier he's been assessed. That assessment is not coming into the process of his performance in school in the last 4 years. Rather, it's based again on one single exam to try and equalize everybody.
I don't know. I'm told that if you do your class 12 curriculum well, and that will make you do well in class 12th exam also, but that will also make you do well in CWET.
Okay, you're hoping that, but I think that will be a debate for other panels. But let's get to the other issue you talked about, which is language. And I think part of the national education policy of 2020 is that you have to learn your mother tongue for the first 3-4 years and then get into it. If I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong. How does one go about, is there infrastructure for that? Is that a challenge?
See, language is an issue, and the National Education Policy 2020 is very clear about it. It says that the initial learning, that is the foundational learning, must be done in the mother tongue or in the local language, preferably till class 5, preferably till class 8. And the challenge is to be able to develop learning, teaching material in different languages. This time, once the curriculum framework comes, a decision has been taken. I think in latter part of your day, when the minister is talking about it, we have decided that we are going to bring out the textbooks in and the digital textbooks in 22 languages. Mm-hmm. And we make a curriculum framework. We give it to the states. The states have an option. Either you can adopt or you can adapt. So most of them, they adapt, especially in social sciences, history, geography, because there are things which are different for different states. So there is a common curriculum adapted by the states as per their needs.
Okay, I'm coming back to some of these issues, but let me also get in technology at the moment. You mentioned it, the challenges, you're bringing out digital versions of textbooks. Access to technology is one of the key issues, right? I mean, in urban areas, we might have a lot of laptops, computers, and all the schools wired in. But as we get to rural areas, you will find that less and less. How do we bridge this digital divide? Because then you're again building an inequality. We already have urban-rural inequalities in terms of infrastructure. This will be another huge barrier.
I think it's a very pertinent question. And COVID made us comfortable with technology. And that was one of the collateral advantages of COVID, apart from many other things. You can have software content for everything, but you need a device to access. Where do you access it? Either you have a smartphone or a tablet, or if you are in the school, then the school should have a complement of computers for you to be able to access it. So access is one thing, but then I am also very happy to say that the BharatNet is now reaching out to every panchayat. And out of about 220,000 panchayats which the country has, I think 65 to 70,000 panchayats have the BharatNet now. So we are talking with the BharatNet people to ensure that all our schools in the first phase, especially the secondary and the higher secondary schools, are saturated with internet availability. And also put their ICT centers and smart classes. During the COVID, when the schools were shut, we also started pedagogy through television. And we started about 12 television channels at that particular time. And under PM E-Vidya, we've been directed by the Honorable Prime Minister, in fact being guided from there, that to bring in 200 channels for school level pedagogy. So we have distributed these channels across the country to different states, so they are able to develop content in their local language as per their curriculum. and very soon it will be available all across.
I mean, one of the issues, I mean, politically we have seen there's been this huge distribution of laptops, iPads, smartphones to win elections. Is that a way to bridge that digital divide? And what are the outcomes of that? Do we know anything about that? Any study being done?
I don't know, man. I would only want to say one thing, that if you are making investment in the education sector, it must translate into better learning outcomes. And I mentioned Parak. Parak's job also is to do a national achievement survey. So
Would you just expand on Parak?
So Parak is basically a body which we have set up in the NCERT, and as I mentioned earlier, that we're trying to bring all the 60 school boards together on a platform for having a common assessment. But its job also is to do a national achievement survey.
Okay.
And handhold these states to enable them to do a state achievement survey. This NAS will be done every 3 years as of now. So we did it in 2017. 20 we were supposed to do, but because of COVID could not, so we did it in November 21. So now in 24 we are going to do that. This year we are trying to handhold the states, so by the end of this year, every state is actually able to do a state achievement survey. But coming back to the question which you raised, whatever investment we are making in our education sector must eventually yield to better learning outcomes, and these learning outcomes should be measurable.
I have just two quick questions before let's open this out to the audience. There are a lot of principals and others who might like to quiz you on some of the aspects of education. One is, of course, looking at school infrastructure. We've all had the horror stories of no blackboards, no buildings. You've seen that in the papers, on TV and everything else. That seems to be persisting, particularly in rural areas. How do you firstly improve that? What is the kind of money that you'd require? Could be a state subject. How do you ensure that when you say universal education, there's also universal facilities that are of some standard quality across the country?
Two things are happening. A, we are running a centrally sponsored scheme. Government of India's ambitious Samagra Shiksha. So basically this is a centrally sponsored scheme. We give 60%, the state matches it up with 40%, primarily being used to do up the infra in the schools, put up ICT centers, that is computer centers, put in smart classes to be able to do things basically with the infrastructure of these schools. So that is one thing which is being done. The states are also investing to a very large extent in their schools. So no issues on that. But one of the very important schemes which Government of India has come up with are the PM Shri schools. So here is a national education policy which says that these things should be done in a school. So these PM Shri schools are going to be exemplar schools, basically to showcase as to what all is possible under the national education policy. 14,500 of them are going to be set up. We have already done selection for 6,448 in the first phase. And these schools, once they come, they will set up a benchmark in rural areas all across the countries. And in due course of time, other schools also would try and match up their standards with the PM Shri schools.
How different is it from the earlier scheme, that Navodaya Vidyalayas that we had? What is seems like an extension of that? Or
No.
Yeah.
Navodaya Vidyalaya is a residential school for poor children, one school per district. And they are from class 6 to class 12. They take 80, each school takes about 80 students per year. So the reach is naturally little less. But these are normal schools. These are state schools. The states are making a proposal that this school of mine may be included and made into a PM Shri school.
So you have, in the earlier thing, about 600 districts or so, you have that many Vidyalayas in the earlier scheme. As compared to now, you're saying 60,000 or 14,000?
14,500.
14,500. Okay. So that's a huge sort of jump that's there.
So 7,200 blocks in the country. It is envisaged that every block would have 2.
Okay, before I hand it over to the audience to ask a few questions, is the other issue, while you have a gross enrollment ratio of say 100% in the nursery and as you get into elementary schools and primary schools, but when you come to higher education, that percentage drops. I'm not even talking of getting into colleges. Secondary education drops to something like 50 to 57% across the country. What needs to be done about that?
Let me just give you a little background.
Yeah.
NEP says that in secondary education, that is till class 12th, we should have a GR of 100%. That every child who joins pre-primary should at least do class 12th. In higher, it says that by 2035, we should aim at for 50. As of now, we are at about 27. If you look at the GR of our schools, for elementary, that is 1 to 8, we almost have 100% GR. So,
which is a good achievement.
It's a good achievement, and I think last 10 years, the access we have really been able to reach out. Every student is coming to our school, or at least we have them. But what is happening? We are getting dropouts from class 8 to 9. And by the time children are coming to class 12th, then this GR is going down to 57. So there is a drop going on. So it is a matter of great concern to us. And one of the reasons these drops are taking place, because perhaps at the upper classes, we are not being able to address the issues in that particular manner. And to be able to do that, one of the things which NEP envisages is that bring in learning by hand in a big way. Vocational education, some people may say, okay, why call it vocational education? But yes, vocational education needs to be interwoven into the matrix of our school education. And earlier we were doing it from class 9 to 12th, but now NEP envisages that it be brought in at the in class 6. So that we hope that run with great imagination as per the demand of the local industrial milieu in which the school is embedded, we should be able to make a difference. But if you'll permit me, I'll just take a minute to tell my audience the kind of problem structural issues I will just want to share with you. We have 10.5 lakh government and government aided schools. Out of this, 37% of them are having enrollment of less than 50.
Oh.
We are running small schools. Our challenge is, how do I bring in economy of scale in schools so as to lower the cost of educating per child while maintaining the quality? I will just start with one statistics. We send 26.4 crore children to 15 lakh schools. China sends 29 crores to 5 lakh schools.
Wow.
So their schools are about 3 times larger. And when I look at my PM Shri schools, and I ask myself that these PM Shri schools which we have selected through a challenge method, what is the average enrollment in these schools? For the secondary and higher secondary, I find that each and every school has an enrollment of more than 600 to 800.
So you're looking for huge economies of scale by increasing the number of per school. You need to not just 100, 200, but really 5,000, 6,000. That's the kind of numbers you're looking at.
So there is access, there is quality. Somewhere we have to find the sweet spot.
Very well put. Very well put. Let me just open out. We've got about 6 minutes. Any questions from the audience that you'd like to ask the Union School Education Secretary? Yeah, there's one there.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shaukat and I come from Jammu and Kashmir. Basically, my question is regarding the NCERT books, which you were rightly discussing about as per the new education policy. Why is there a gap with certain state board schools and they mandate for the schools to use only the government books? I'll try to explain it a little bit, because all the CBSE schools, they have a law that they may use the private books with certain riders, like about there should be no objectionable content and all about the price issues. But when it comes to some states, especially J&K, there is a government mandate that they have to use the J&K board books, which denies the competition and the quality. When we see the multinational
I think he's got the question. Would you, yeah.
You see, you must appreciate the fact that education is part of the concurrent list. So the states, there are SCRTs in these states which are actually making the books, and the state government, maybe they are asking you to use their books. You are saying that those books are not good enough. Are you saying that?
See, when we get the if we have to choose a book for the higher education for the competitive examinations, obviously students have a choice. They can go with any sort of publisher, be it MNC or the national publishers. But if we mandate them with only one book, so it denies the competition, it denies the quality. You were talking about Diksha app. The post-COVID situation has changed, the online classes and all, digital, these simulations and all. But if we see the MNCs, they have been doing it from last 15 years. So obviously the quality is, I won't say better, but if there is a choice for the schools, they will obviously choose the best, whatever. If they feel the NCERT book is better, they can use that. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I mean, if you were to ask me, the NCERT books are very good. And ask the people who are actually coming back to study for the Union Public Service Commission. I don't know how many of you have attempted to do that, or you know people who are studying for UPSC. Just about everyone reads NCERT books. I would say that the books are quite good.
I do agree with you. The books of NCERT are good. But what normally happens is that mostly we in private schools decide in the month of November, December as to what books to be prescribed for the coming year. Whereas the NCERT books are not available till about May, June, July also at times. So that's a problem. So enforcing that the NCERT books or the state board books should be used is, I don't think, right. And at your level, this instruction should come down to all the states. Thank you.
I take your point, and I also agree to the point, but I think by and large, NCERT is providing the books right in the beginning of the academic session. You beg to differ?
It's a fact. And for last 5-10 years. Because
We will share data with you if there is anything, but then our endeavor definitely is to ensure that the books are available right in the beginning of the academic session.
Yeah. Yes, it's a mismatch between demand and supply. And always one is struggling to get the books.
It could be, I think NCERT, that is why this time we've been talking to NCERT. We are also asking them to print more number of books. So, you see, we did a calculation and we found that NCERT, even to be able to cover only the CBSE schools, need to print more books, which is what they will be doing in due course of time.
There's a question there.
Your mic
is not on.
This is Pramod Rai from Champaran, Bihar. National education policy or good books has to be implemented through teachers. In most of the government schools, the teachers are recruited on contract basis. The day they are recruited, they are disgruntled. Filed case in courts, equal pay, equal salary. For example, in Bihar, a starting salary of a constable in police is more than 40,000 a month. A starting salary of a teacher in primary school is around 20,000 rupees a month. So that is not attracting best brain, rather worst brain. To become a teacher, one should be trained, otherwise you will not get affiliation, etc. After 12, who is going to do B.Ed, etc.? The person who is doing BSc, BA. With too much affiliation in engineering and MBA, etc., somebody who is academically good is not interested in B.Ed, etc. Somebody who is academically bad but financially good is also not interested in doing B.Ed. So, over a period of time, inferior lot is attracted towards teaching profession, and through this regulation, all schools are compelled to recruit teachers from that route. We may have a very good policy, but teachers are not capable of teaching. So how government is going to address this problem? Today we have in quantity terms very good education, I think quality terms bad.
Yeah, he's got the point. Just go ahead, Sanjay. Yeah.
Small correction. I was ACS education in Bihar. When you enter and you become a teacher in Bihar, you're getting about 30,000 rupees. You may compare it to the constable and say that why don't I become a constable? Why do I need to become a teacher? I guess a lot of things are also happening and coming to us from the kind of a culture we live in, and that culture also needs to be looked at and changed. But yes, I would agree with you that teachers need to have much greater social esteem in the society, and that is what is going to encourage the better ones to join teaching as a profession. Yes. The National Education Policy has looked into this matter. It says that good teachers are absolutely, who is going to teach? You may have the best curriculum, but ultimately who is going to do the pedagogy in the school? So you need the better teachers, and what we have done is that now it talks about ITEP, an integrated teachers education program. We are doing away with this 2 years B.Ed program. Everyone would do a 4 years B.Ed program. While you do that, you also pick up a subject. So you can do, supposing you do a BSc physics and then you do a B.Ed, you do 5 years. But in a 4 years time, you can do a graduation in physics as well as you can get a B.Ed. Under ITEP, we are asking the best of the institutions to join, because NEP says that B.Ed must be taught in a multidisciplinary college or a university. First time, we have chosen 42 institutions. IIT Bhubaneswar is a part of it. IIT Kharagpur is a part of it. NITs have come in on board. Good central universities which have NAC grade A are going to teach ITEP B.Ed program. We do hope that by 2030, when we make the transition, teachers doing B.Ed coming out of those institutions will enjoy a much higher social esteem. And ultimately, you have to look at your pocket also. As I said, we should be, in the normative sense, spending about 6% of our GDP on education. We are doing 4.64, but we are inching up.
Well, I think time's up, Sanjay ji, and thank you very much for this lucid elucidation of the thing. Let's give him a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. Can I just request you to stay on stage so that, Raj, you could hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Kumar? A big round of applause, please, for Mr. Sanjay Kumar for taking the time out and joining us here at the India Today Education Conclave, graciously taking all of your questions as well here. I think you'd all agree with me that we've had the perfect start, perhaps, to the India Today Education Conclave, with Mr. Sanjay Kumar touching upon so many issues that we plan to also address in great detail, whether it's about the NCERT textbooks that I know all of you are speaking about, have had a conversation about, whether it's about technology, and of course the national education policy. So we're going to dive in deep to each of these issues with a number of very, very interesting sessions also coming up. Just give us a moment as we set up for our next session as well here. Okay, so we're all set for our first session of the day at the India Today Education Conclave. This is going to be an interesting one. It's in Skilled India, India's Part 2 Demographic Dividend. And I'd like to call on stage our session moderator, Kaushik Deka, Executive Editor of India Today, to go ahead and introduce our speakers as well. Kaushik, it's over to you.
Good afternoon. I don't know whether we should call it now Skill India or should shift to Skill Bharat, but skilling is a very important issue these days, and everybody is talking about the importance of skilling in the country, particularly because we have a huge demographic dividend. And we have two experts on this, those who are working in the field of education, and of course they build the foundation for skilling. I'd like to first invite on stage Dr. Raj Nehru. He is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, the country's first government skill university. My next special guest is Sameer Arora. He is Vice Principal of Shiv Nadar School, and he builds the foundation for skilling, which is really ignored, at least till now, in the schooling stage. Welcome, Mr. Arora. I'll first start with Dr. Nehru. It's a very interesting opportunity for me because it's a very special university, skill university, which is often neglected in our country. So how did this idea come up, and what kind of courses are taught in this university? Because everybody would be interested to know that courses are there, but what is the kind of employment opportunity that you have been able to provide? Also the future courses. There are too many things, so you could answer one by one. The idea and the kind of education that you impart.
So thank you very much for inviting. The first thing is we all know that one of the biggest challenges today and in the past we have seen from the education was that the outcome, which is largely linked to the employable youths, has been found a big challenge. Most of the surveys has been talking about it most of the times. So the purpose with which this university was initiated and the act was created was that this institution's output in the form of the students who are passing out, the rate of employable students increases. So the gap between the educated and the employable that we have today reduces. So that was the first important thing. The second thing was that this institution will become a multidisciplinary institution. Not only, today we have a concept about skilling, and this skilling is largely linked to the blue-collar jobs. So that was one aspect that we had to take care that it does not get itself labeled with the blue-collar job. So the skilling in the larger context and then bringing in a multidisciplinary approach. And the third important aspect was that the funnel of skilling has to start right from the early childhood days of the student. And that's what the National Education Policy also now talks about it. So the act was designed in such a way that we have a KG to PG model getting institutionalized in Haryana for the first time. So with these objectives, the institution started its operations in 2017 when Honorable Prime Minister laid its foundation stone. And what we have been doing, there are something very different, disruptive and innovative initiatives that we have done. Let me tell you one by one what we have done. Unlike the normal graduation or the diplomas or the programs that we run, we offer, we design, we curate work integrated programs. So today, whether we are offering diploma, degree, graduate, postgraduate programs, all of them are work integrated programs. For example, if for a graduate program, 3-year graduate program, someone has to earn 120 credits, 40 credits each semester, 3 semesters, 120 credit. Normal pattern in every institution would be that almost 90% of the credits are in the classroom, 5% credits would be in the workshop or labs, and that's how the year or the credits get completed. In our university, 60% and 40% credits have been bifurcated. 60% of the credits have to be earned through work. So for example, with a company like Maruti, or a Hero MotoCorp, or a bank, or a IBM like company, when we design an undergraduate program, we do not design program because we have to design a program. We design program because there is a demand for certain job roles. So the job roles become the basis for the university to design a program, and then we do a reverse work on the basis of the need of the job role. We break that job role and then align certain learning components to it, skilling components to it, and based on that, 40% of the syllabus part through the curriculum is delivered in the class and the workshop. 60% of the curriculum is delivered by the student by going to the workplace and working in those specific areas. So that's how we integrate the work part and the classroom part, and eventually what happens that the student becomes job ready the moment the student completes his degree. The second important thing is the flexible entry and exit model. So in this, normally we have seen graduation, until you complete the program you cannot exit. But in our university, there are multiple options to a student. So when a student enters into an undergraduate program, he or she has an option to exit at each level, year 1, year 2, year 3. And at each level, because it has been mapped to a specific job role, so a student, if he or she wants to exit into the labor market, the student can exit and apply for those job roles. Now there is also a chance a student may not be able to succeed in the complete program in that first year. There is an option of qualification. So we have curated qualifications. So a student has an option to get certified on that qualification as well. So by that option, it provides a multiple certification opportunity to the student. By this way, a student can exit and then re-enter back whenever a student wants to come back. So making this flexible entry and exit process. The third important thing is, because the work component is integrated into it, the employers, all the employers who are working with us for different UG, PG programs, they have signed an MOU with us that during that 60% of the work component, student will be provided stipend for the period they work. So on an average, a student during its 2 to 3 year program earns 2 to 3 lakh rupees. Now in my case, 60% of the students come from the rural belt. And earlier they didn't have greater opportunities in those respective regions, but by coming here, they are not financially dependent on their parents. They earn almost 2 to 3 lakh rupees during the program and thereby make this program an earn and learn model. The most important part that we see at the end of the program, the same employer becomes the first employer of choice for the student, because the moment they finish their program, the employer doesn't want to leave the student. So net, our UG PG programs have become completely job aligned, and the moment a student completes any of the levels, he or she is ready for the job and the industry picks him. We also curate entrepreneurship into it. A student have a choice to also exit and do their own work. The second initiative we have laid in the university is recognition of prior learning in higher education. Most of the people don't know this, that in India today, when you calculate gross enrollment ratio, it is calculated on 18 to 24 years of age. So 18 to 24 years of age, the total population is somewhere around 140 million. The current number of students enrolled in higher education by the latest data is around 40 million. So 100 million of the students are not enrolled in the higher education. The surveys say out of that 100 million, almost 50% of the students are 12th pass or equivalent, but they are not in higher education. Means they are eligible to be in higher education, but they are not in higher education. What our university has done now, a new initiative, that is recognition of prior learning in higher education. So what we are doing, we are directly working with industries. For example, in one company, Jai Bharat Maruti, we work for a job role called tool and die engineers. This is a very old company, 40-year-old company. They have people engaged in their companies in tool and die, and they joined somewhere 25 years, 20 years, 15 years, but they don't have a graduate qualification or a certified qualification. So what we do, we enroll such students, assess them against their experience, map that experience to the syllabus of the program, exempt them from the mapped experience, and provide them a bridge course to complete a diploma or a degree in the university. By this way, we are going to facilitate the GR as well in the country, because the unenrolled population, which is a huge population, which was always ignored, that is now getting socially included. So for this time, I will stop here and I'll answer other questions later.
Mr. Arora, skilling, till now it's, when we talk about skilling, we focus more on the higher education. The National Education Policy 2020 it also talks about, it actually gives a lot of emphasis on vocational education in schools. So how do you see this implementation happening? Because the challenge is not the policy, not the infrastructure, but the mindset. In India, even now parents, students, they do not see skilling or vocational education at school level as an important part of education, or as a course, or as a vocation which will give them livelihood, dignified livelihood. So how do you think it will change, and how schools are preparing for that implementation of that part?
So I think Dr. Raj has made my job easy by explaining that skills are not directly associated or necessarily limited to the understanding of blue collar jobs. That's not a normative understanding. And I think whether we call it NEP or even before NEP, I think schools recognize that there is a vicious cycle. When a person from college or university lands up in a job, and the industry feels the university or the institution has not prepared them well enough for job. Come university, they feel the schools have not done good enough job to prepare them from university. And I think this vicious cycle of blame continues. I think there's an interesting role for schools to play, and school like ours particularly, we backed up by industry, so we identify that whether you are KG, you're in grade 5, or you grade 8, or you grade 12th, you have to be world ready, not necessarily job ready, because I think one is an adjunct function of the other. So I think what we've identified as a design of our pedagogy is that children have to experience the curriculum in a way that they develop skills by the design of it. So for example, particularly, we have a program called Colloquium, which is grade 10th program. Our IT curriculum is mapped to the MIT Design Lab. Our children from grade 3 to 10th are prepared across over these 7 years for looking at a real world problem and solve it. So in grade 10th, which is normatively a very crucial year for so-called board examination, the first public high-stake examination, our children in the month of January, just before a month before board examination, are thrown into solving a real world challenge. They identify that challenge. In a group of 6 to 7 students, they find a solution to that problem, and they learn all these skills we talk about in solving that problem. Like last year, we had students who collaborated together to design a braille printer. The year before, they worked on conversion of action into speech. So I think as schools, where are we is great opportunity to understand that skills are not only linked to industry or higher education. Skills are what we deeply have embedded into our curriculum. How do you transit it? How do we deliver it? Is the power we have. And if that answers your question, I'm happy to elaborate more if you would like to.
It does. But as I said, the more problem is with the mindset, perception. And that's the difficult task. I mean, schools can definitely contribute to this, as you said. But how do you, it's like creating a campaign to change that mindset. How do we do that? Because that's where the problem is. Schools can't forcefully make a student go for vocational education unless he is interested. And his interest will come provided there is a recognition to that. Recognition not necessarily that government recognition or the certificate, but social recognition. How do we change that?
So I think it's a continued dialogue, Just because it hasn't happened does not mean school necessarily can't play a role in that. And not that we don't face a challenge from parents. Our parents keep coming back. Why does it have to be grade 10th? Why can't it be grade 11th or grade 9th, which is a non-board year? But I think as a school, if you believe in what you've designed and what you've curated, and you've mapped it to the skills we require, I don't think there is any need to sort of go for justification. I think over a period of time, people buy it. And just to give another example for that matter, from I know NEP talks about the internships from grade 6 onwards. So we've partnered with our parents year on year to ensure that our children from grade 9th onwards go for full of summer vacations, at least, if not full, at least 15 days, go on either the job shadowing programs or the work programs. And I've seen how that transformative experiences brings in a real world decisions for parents. We've had kids who wanted to do medicine, worked in a hospital for 15 days. I'm not ready for this. I don't think medicine is my journey. We have kids who want to get into the big four, go experience the world, come back and say, hey, I don't think this is my job, or maybe it's my job, I'm passionate about it. So how do you creating opportunities for students to have real world experience? And I think there is an interesting study by McKinsey, it's called The Future of Skills. It is very beautifully documented. There are about 56 delta skills they've identified across 13 domains and 4 categories. The categories were, I think, cognitive, digital, self-leadership, and interpersonal. So if these are the skills we are looking at the future of the world, why are we still talking about maths and science? Maths and science becomes a medium to develop these skills. So I think that's where we have to recognize, and there is a huge body of study. I think India produces the largest number of unemployable engineers, if I'm not wrong. Almost high population of engineers are unemployable.
It's 52% of our higher education students, they are unemployable.
Unemployable. So what are we talking about here? So I think school has a responsibility and role to play. Likewise, happy to meet Dr. Raj, but we partner with universities very frequently. We ask them to come back and have dialogue with our parents continuously, saying what is that they are looking at children. When they recruit, what are the skills they're looking at? And I think this continuous cycle is what is required. And not giving up on your belief as an institution, saying we believe this transformative experience, we believe solving a real world challenge will, what do you call it, the 6 C's and the 4 C's of 21st century, children will develop. And that is what is required.
Another challenge for this skilling is that the skills have very short shelf life nowadays we are talking about, and this question is actually for both of you at school level, at university level. Means today you may be skilled and tomorrow it could be obsolete, and again you have to come back. And so what are the skills that you identify as at least for next 10 years that the students in India should go for, and you think that it's good for the country as well? The skills of the future, as you said, 21st century skills.
Sure, thank you. I think this model of McKinsey is very dear to me. I go back and work with my teachers also, say look at, when you're looking at the lesson plans, what is that you're looking at? It's very clear the automation will take away a lot of jobs. There's another report by, I think, World Economic Forum, Future of Jobs 2018. It's a very interesting report. As school leaders, we must read it. It talks about what is going to go and what is going to stay. And when we're talking about that, then we're talking about the digital literacy and digital, that's going to be really, really important. Whether that data analysis, AI, all this is going to continue to grow, which also means you need students to develop things, skills like critical thinking, so that they understand how to become relevant, how to stay relevant in the industry. So I think these are the skills we're talking about, the digital literacy and the soft skills like critical thinking, collaboration. By design, every single student through the curriculum, through the year, over the number of years, has to work on projects. Like right now, this year, they're working on the Renaissance as a theme, Renaissance 2.0, which is right now ChatGPT and AI. Right? It's Renaissance 2.0. Most of the functions which we do, I mean, I've talking to Rekha ma'am and think she's going to talk about that. But I've loaded all my communication to ChatGPT. I don't have to do that, right? So I think staying relevant, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, the soft skills, and becoming a digital native is of paramount importance, and yet remain human.
But that report also says another interesting thing, that most of the jobs will come from the education and agriculture sector, and especially in education, they are talking about teachers who will impart vocational education. So it's even more important that teachers, apart from students can learn from ChatGPT or EdTech companies, but teachers will remain the core in at least next 10 years if we believe World Economic Forum.
That's right. And just a very simple question, when we meet new teachers, we ask them, what do you teach? If they say, I teach maths, there is a concern.
So interdisciplinary is the approach.
Yes. I think we teach children, we teach humans. So that's what we need to remember.
Dr. Nehru, what are the skills or innovations that you think would be the future skills for India, so that India can take advantage of this demographic dividend?
So I just want to take from where Samir left, because we talked about India 247, we are talking about demography, we are talking about our children, how we incubate all this so that they can contribute to country. See, one of the biggest challenge today in India, especially in schools, I personally see, because we run a school in our campus, is the originality in thinking. And most of the times I have seen children have a tendency to go for shortcuts and copy something or get something done with the help of someone else. And when I do the genesis of all this, I try to find out why do they do like this. Actually, the reason is their formative stages of cognitive development, motor skills. The early 7 years of age, when they are going to their respective schools in the early days, and in schools, the teachers or the school gives them something to do at home, because motor skills, cognitive skills, coordination between them actually develops in the early parts of the life. So when they get some activities from the school, they come home, and most of here would be parents, they would have experienced this. So the child comes to home and the mother sees or the project he has brought from the school or she has brought from the school. The first thing she would do is either she will do it herself or she would pick up a phone call and tell her husband, hello, there's a small project and you have to get this. Where will he get it from? There are surrounding stationery shops all around and they have fixed projects available at their store. The father will go easy, buy a project, get home and offer it to the child. Now what we have done the biggest damage to the child's creativity, his originality, his ability to do something with hands. Now when you actually short-circuited this process, how do you expect that child, as he or she grows, to become innovative, creative, problem solver, original thinker? He actually or she actually will be feeling more and more depressed. The anxiety levels will grow because there is a terrible competition going around. And eventually we lose the originality of our children. We actually lose our children. And we do not get that when you said there are 60% of children, their engineers are not employable. How can they be employable? So the first thing is we need to correct these things. Family values, how school teaches those values, how teacher becomes very clear on what her role is and how that role gets shaped and how those values are inculcated among the children. I'm telling you, this is the first step. If we do this, there was something I was hearing in the previous, teacher as a job. Teacher is not a job. I'm again telling you, it's not a profession. It is something very different. If you are passionate, you have come to the teaching, only then you can teach. Otherwise, you will teach this as a teacher, as a profession or as a job. So unless that is done. As far as the future is concerned and the skills are concerned, while technology is going to disrupt us badly, so artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, data analytics, cloud, cyber security, and the new technology, how it is going to shape and how it is going to impact every walk of the life, whether it is agriculture today, which has got the less returns for anyone who is working in the agriculture sector, unless the technology is embraced there and made it more productive, unless every job, even a shoemaker on the road, unless his job is enhanced, he is provided more skills or he is provided, I'm telling you, we have a program run for the shoemakers and we are helping them to learn certain design, how they can create different design shoes which they have never thought about through our RPL program. So what we have to see is that today, unless you blend technology with all small jobs, middle level jobs, senior jobs, you are not going to see a transformation in this country, and that can only come when teachers will be honest to their roles, when institutions will be honest to their purpose, and when students are given opportunities to be original, students are given problems to solve them themselves, only then India is going to see that shining India.
But that's also happening, means we'll have to conclude this also. The blame is put on the teacher, parents and the student that they would copy it or buy it from them. But as you know, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Arora would know, that these are bought or not done by the student, then why do you accept it? Means it's not something of a secret that only the parents and students know.
I'm very, sort of getting itching to make a comment here. We have to rethink our design of assessments. We have to think of the projects which cannot be bought in the corner shop because there's no scalability there. As long as the design of assessment stays, and NEP talks about assessment in a big way, an assessment for learning, of learning, as learning, unless we start redesigning our assessment, it's not going to change. It's going to be the corner shop doing that. And I can take great pride in saying that none of our projects go outside. Every single child, what we call as personalized journey, within the class, there could be 20 different projects they are doing, which is absolutely based on the need of the child, which is what we want to develop as a domain. So I think in terms of whether they are projects or there are examinations, I think the assessment design has to change, and it's the time right now. And not that it's not happening, I think across the country it's happening. The rate and the pace at which it's happening, we may differ with.
And to this, what Mr. Samir said, see how many times a teacher goes out to explore what is changing outside. Because unless not the knowledge, but the ability to understand, comprehend what is changing outside, unless that is understood by a teacher, and then the teacher comes back and invests in designing assignments. Because this one assignment today you have designed and you are exhausted, and that assignment goes on for years. But the way the skill shelf life is shortening day by day, the automation and the technology is disrupting things, the teacher's role of continuously learning, unlearning, learning, unlearning, and bringing that new learning to the classroom, unless that is done, I'm telling you, we cannot meet those objectives that the Honorable Prime Minister has said. 2047, we need that Panch Pran, in which the Pran number 1 is developed India. That cannot be possible without that.
I wish we could continue this stimulating discussion, but time is up. I hope there would be many more skill universities in the country, and there would be many more schools where projects cannot be replicated. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. It was wonderful having you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you, Dr. Raj Nehru and Samir Arora. Can I request you to stay on the stage, please, and call upon Manoj Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Publishing India Today, to hand over a token of appreciation, please. Thank you, Manoj, and thank you, Dr. Raj Nehru and Samir Arora, once again for joining us. A big round of applause, please, for the very, very interesting session. And give us a few moments as we set up for our next one, which is going to be a very, very interesting discussion on ChatGPT and the impact it has on our classrooms and education today. So we're all set for our next session, which we're very aptly titled as New Age Teacher, ChatGPT in Classrooms. Can I invite upon the stage now Santosh Kumar, CEO and co-founder of 21K School. A big round of applause, please, for Santosh. Also joining him is Rekha Krishnan, Principal of Vasant Valley School, Prashasti Rastogi, Director of Coursera India, and Abha Adams, educator and author. So good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Education Conclave. When we first spoke of ChatGPT, I know all of us have tried it one way or another, and I knew I was going to do this discussion. The first thing I did was I took myself back to school. I hated math. So I was like, with all the homework that we were loaded with, how simple is it for me to go home, pick up my phone or my laptop, be like, hey, this is a tough equation I can't crack, put it on ChatGPT, get the answer, full marks. And I'm sorted, right? Now, this is the biggest concern, that students now are using ChatGPT to go ahead and finish their homework, to prepare for exams. But there's also a problem. There are many like the CBSE, the NYC public schools, Seattle schools who've banned ChatGPT. Understandable considering how it can be misused. But it's also the future. It's also artificial intelligence. And that's why over the next half hour or so, we're going to try and discover how to strike that balance. Do we ban it or do we work with it? So we'll be talking about that and much more. Can I start off with you, ma'am, Abha ma'am, on you being an educator? And I saw Rekha ma'am referring to you as an education guru. So for the last many years and decades, you've seen education change. You've seen it evolve. How does ChatGPT really work in the sphere of Indian education to you?
Thank you so much. Yes, I feel a little bit like a dinosaur at the moment with my young colleagues around me. We've seen many changes in the last 3-4 decades, and certainly this one I think is the icing on the cake. This is not new. Technology has been easing itself into the education sector. We've had issues with the copy-paste generation ever since the search engines advanced. But this time, I think, I'm reminded of Noam Chomsky's words that this is high-tech plagiarism. So it's not the examination that's the issue. The CBSE has said you cannot do ChatGPT in examination halls, but you can't take devices in the examination hall. So it seemed to be like a slightly pointless statement. But there are other exam boards that use coursework and assessments based on essays that are given in and writing that is done by a student. And all of that, for exam purposes, is turned into sent through a software. In some cases, it's called Turnitin, which is the biggest one, used by both the IB and the IGCSE. But there are other ones now called AI Cheat Check and stuff like that, right? Now, the real issue for educators is, how do you judge a child's work when you can't trust the provenance or origins of that work? You can't put everything through Turnitin, through a software. And my fear is that two things. Number one, whilst I think there are many benefits, I'm going to just, for the purpose of just being sort of difficult, put forth the dangers or challenges that I see. And then we can talk about the benefits, if you will.
Sure.
I see that it is a shortcut, an easy way out for children, number one. Number two, it stops them thinking about the process of, earlier when they did research, they would browse. They would browse text, they would browse web resources, they would then have to think, they would have to take a decision, they would have to sift, and they would have to write in a personal voice. Now if somebody does that for you, then you cut through that, that's a shortcut. So you lose that ability. Now there are other abilities that you gain, which is of framing questions and keywords. But I think that for me is a problem, that if we lose this facility of this cognitive ability to think deeply and think through, we just become like ChatGPT that gives you a robotic sameness in every response. You need the creativity and you need the personal voice of the individual in writing. I can't speak for mathematical, but Santosh could. So that's my fear. And what it does with teachers, I think, is even deeper. Suddenly there is the possibility of a trust deficit. Here is a student whom you trust to do the right thing, to say, yes, this is my work. But suddenly there is a cloud over that. And last but not least, the amount of work that this generates in terms of checking. Yet another pivot. We've just come through the pandemic, but now we have to re-look at our whole assessments, both on, whether it's at home or indeed in the examinations, and we've got to deepen our engagement with the students.
I think you've set the stage perfectly for this discussion to go forward, especially because most experts, I believe, say that, for teachers to turn from guides into cheat checks, that creates a huge hurdle also in having that connect with a student as well. Rekha ma'am, do you witness this right now in your school or in schools in general, that students more often than not use technology to cheat and it's becoming harder to notice?
I will start differently. Akshita. I don't think, there is a trust deficit which Abha spoke about. It has always been there, but I think the trust deficit is becoming bigger and bigger. I did a short survey before when I was getting ready to come into this conclave in school with my cohort of around 300 students, and almost 70% of my student body say that they use ChatGPT to do their school assignments. They didn't know that I was collecting the data, so they were very honest. And around 80% of them said that yes, we should use ChatGPT in school for learning. Only 40% of us teacher body said that we should students should be allowed to use ChatGPT. But as the gentleman over there had asked a question in the beginning of the session, that you might have a fantastic national new education policy, you might have fantastic infrastructure, but at the core of the teaching learning process is the teacher and the student. And if the student-teacher relationship is not trustworthy, then no learning can happen. You can have the best infrastructure, you can have the best AI models around the world, but trust has to be built. And given the ChatGPT AI models that we function in, I'm sure we can look at building in trust into the relationship. And it is a smart teacher who will have to work. The teachers have to become smarter now to bring in their trust. A good teacher will be able to use ChatGPT effectively in the classroom. An average teacher might be worried, struggle, because children are always going to be smarter than us. So I think the teacher's skills have to be enhanced. Teachers have to be smarter, and teachers have to constantly be learning. When I was getting ready to come for this conclave, I have to confess that I was very, very nervous because I didn't know anything about ChatGPT apart from what we have read in the newspapers. So I went back and attended a course on ChatGPT last weekend, and now I know a lot more about ChatGPT. I was also a little sad because the basic premise of learning that we have been used to for generations is that learning happens through the cognitive processes happen inside the brains of our systems, right? Not in a remotely controlled supercomputer or learning LLM model that is somewhere in a distant place in the world. It has to happen inside us. So if we all start using ChatGPT, the trust will be broken, of course, but what will happen to, how will our minds get stretched? How will our minds get expanded? What will happen to the cognitive processes? So again, ChatGPT is a reality. We cannot shy away from it. We cannot shy away from these LLM models that are hounding us from everywhere. But as a teacher, we need to rise above it. We need to use it smartly. I think it is the same reservation we are having towards the AI models today that many years back we had towards using of calculators to do mathematics. So perhaps in some ways we need to say, okay, this is like a calculator, a new generation calculator, a Gen X or Y or Z calculator that we have got. Use it, but use it judiciously. Tell them that we are allowing you to use it. So there are ways in which we can use it, and And the other thing that I want to talk about examinations is, I think education and learning is bigger than examinations. While we belong to a CBSE school, we are affiliated to the Central Board of Secondary Education, I know for sure that we do not prepare our children just to do the CBSE examination. CBSE, you cannot use ChatGPT because it's a paper pen test. You cannot take devices into a CBSE examination room. But are we preparing children only to succeed in CBSE examinations? No, we want them to succeed in life beyond school. And life beyond school for all our kids is they're going to be surrounded by AI models. They have to work with it. They have to work with it and sometimes against it. So they need to understand this model. They need to understand this word. And we need to help them work through this model in school, in colleges, in different places, because any disruptive technology can be very, very unnerving. And this is perhaps the best disruptive technology that we've seen in the recent years. So we need, it is important for us to help our children use it, because they need to know how it can be misused, how it can be weaponized. They need to know how the bias can come into the ChatGPT models, because food for any AI model is data, and data can be biased. So our children have to, we have to, as teachers, as educators, as school principals, as heads, have to educate our children into using it more efficiently. We cannot shy away from ChatGPT. It is all around us, and it is going to become, ChatGPT and AI models are going to become more and more efficient as the years progress. They are not going to become less efficient.
You know, I'm glad you made this point, because I'll confess that in the beginning of the session, I was very sure that most of you would say ban ChatGPT.
Yes, he opened 3 different large language models, ChatGPT, Cloud and Bard, and he told all the 3s are dumb, even Google is dumb, they don't give me right answer. I said, how are you asking this? So he just asked, what is the live score going on, right? Kids are not actually, fools. They know what they are doing. I think today's generation is much more advanced than what we can think.
Very true.
And ChatGPT and these kind of large language models has enabled them to think on a higher order level. Like I have seen one kid who is creating Roblox game using ChatGPT. He is giving prompts to ChatGPT to create the world, and he is going and creating that world and playing that game. Now, as far as academics is concerned, I feel that kids are not using it for writing assessment or assignment. They cannot, because the way NEP is progressing, or the way the teachers and everybody is upskilling, is going towards critical thinking, innovation. Any amount of LLMs cannot remove critical thinking. You cannot create, or you cannot let the guy come with innovation, or these kind of things, something which, because we will upskill ourselves. And teachers are also upskilling themselves. It is about asking the right question and getting the right answer, right? Even LLMs, they don't produce answers. You ask questions, and based on probability, it gives you a result. So the way we teach has to evolve. We have to ask the right questions, and accordingly the teachers or the students also will give the right answers. Now there are a lot of risk in this. Like I am telling you, LLMs have to be actually handled with care. In last 1 week, if you have been following, you would have heard about something called as Worm GPT. You can use Worm GPT to hack any computer with 75% accuracy. Now that's scary, right? And that LLM is available only through crypto for purchase, right? So you can't let kids to access this. So what fundamentally, as a tech person, if you ask me, fundamentally it comes down to what kind of device access the parents are giving their kids. How do you monitor what the kid is doing in the device? And how do you make sure they are being taught right digital hygiene, right? That's very important. But as far as education is concerned, I think students have to be allowed to use this tool. It's a fantastic tool for learning, and they have to be part of every classroom learning. Obviously, assessment and assignments are paper-based right now for us, and I don't think that any students can use ChatGPT to actually crack an exam. But yes, we need to upskill our learning levels, and we need to actually change what we ask. Exactly what we are doing with prompt engineering, I think that's what we need to do in our classes.
Okay, interesting. Prashasti, you're from Coursera India, the director of Coursera India. Do you agree with what Santosh says, that we're an evolving sector as far as education is concerned, so we can keep up with ChatGPT as well?
I thought I would be the agent provocateur on this particular panel and say ChatGPT is great, it's brilliant, it's made my life phenomenal.
Makes two of us, yes.
But I think the views from the educationists here are also positive. I would say technology has always been at the center of access and inclusion. ChatGPT is another form of creating access and inclusivity. And I can speak a little bit from the Coursera perspective. At Coursera, we took a very conscious decision that this is fantastic technology that can define the learning to the power of one unit, which means if Prashasti learns in a certain way and Abha does differently, so does Santosh, can we create this technology to answer those questions and make the fundamental choices of those students so powerful that they can, from micro-learning to career-based learning, graduate by using the platform. So that's what we've done. We've built a student coach on the platform to do that. Some headlines. Salesforce published a report and said, that says 97% of the firms, the industries in the country are going to make AI experiments and already investing in AI technology. 94% of the current people in the workforce are excited to embrace AI as technology and include. If this is what the students have to face tomorrow when they enter the workforce, and in the era of entrepreneurship, school is also a place where technology is emerging as entrepreneurship. Young students, K-12 students are entrepreneurs these days. So if you're talking about building job creators and job seekers, how can you devise a mechanism for them to empower themselves for learning? Having said that, there is a human element which is becoming increasingly important because of technology, right? We're talking about digital skills being imparted into the workforce, but at the same time, resilience, ability to manage conflict, ability to communicate effectively across technological mediums. All these are fundamental skills that need to be developed as well. And that's where the role of the teacher becomes even more active, because a lot of knowledge that can come through technology, but the human aspect of it still needs to be delivered in the classroom. And how do you upskill your faculty to be able to do that? That is also the AI-powered learning that's teachers can embrace and say, okay, how do I get better at what I do, theoretically in the subject matter, but also how the pedagogy has to evolve, because the kids I'm teaching are running faster than me in adopting what is out there. So I think there are a lot of aspects of ChatGPT which we can control. On our platform, we kind of controlled it in one fashion. We said misinformation can happen if students are crawling the internet and also getting wrong answers. So how can we ground it in expert content? Coursera's content is either authored by professors at a university or expert professionals from an industry. So it is very authenticated, grounded content which is coming from the educators themselves, and it does not crawl around the internet misinforming students. So I think very powerful technology, adoption and use is where we have to think about.
Interesting. You know, we've spoken about this from the students' perspective, how it impacts their lives. You mentioned a point, Prashasti, about the human element, about teachers. Rekha ma'am, would you agree? Because largely when you talk about ChatGPT, there's a concern that says, are teachers now replaceable?
So I was reading and there was this teacher who used ChatGPT to get her students' assignments evaluated on ChatGPT.
Yes.
And she concluded that ChatGPT gave much more detailed feedback and deeper feedback, more insightful feedback to her children's assignments than she could have given. So the question she asked is, am I even relevant anymore? But then the human element of the human connection, you know, a lot of learning happens not because you are being presented with information or you are dealing with information. A lot of learning happens when you learn from another human being. That is why you learn as a group, your cohort becomes important, you learn from another human being. And there are many, many things which you cannot learn from a machine. And we experienced that during the COVID years, that no matter how efficiently we were running our online classes, the in-person contact, the human element was so important in helping children learn much better. Because after all, we are not only making them reservoirs of just knowledge and information. We are developing various other skills of resilience, of problem solving, of decision making, which will not happen necessarily through ChatGPT or other AI models that we are seeing in the world around us. So the human element is very important, and teachers will never become irrelevant, but if the teacher doesn't know how to deal with the emerging technology in learning, then she might become irrelevant. So that she or he might become irrelevant.
But my point is, and Mrs. Adams, if I can come to you on this, if it's a human element, it's human to tech, then what happens? How does a teacher today judge a student's aptitude, creativity, research skills? For example, when I was in school and if I copied someone's homework, my teacher would instantly know, because she knew what my skills were. She knew what I could do and what I couldn't do, what was my language. When you incorporate ChatGPT, does that then change? Does that alter the student's thinking, and thereby the teacher is unable to judge what the student's aptitude is?
No, I think I said it right at the very beginning, that what ChatGPT, introduction of ChatGPT has done, it has forced us as educators to deepen our engagement and understanding of our students, each and every student in every class. So, for instance, just as your teacher would know, this is not, I've got your name wrong again, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is not her work. This is not Prashasti's work, because this is not the way she writes. You'll have to now deepen that to see what are the potentialities of this particular student. What are her growth areas or his growth areas? How far will she be able to take it? You have to help her. The IB has made it mandatory, for instance, that there is a check-in time when it comes to coursework. Now, teachers have to check in with their students to see how is the idea progressing of this particular essay. What have you thought about so far? Can you advance your thinking a little bit? Drawing that out so they get a better understanding of where the student is at. Now imagine multiply that by X number of teachers into 30, 35 students or more, and you see the kind of sudden pressure that there is. I just also wanted to make a point that just as we have begun and developed curricula for digital literacy, financial literacy, and media literacy, we are going to need AI literacy in school curricula. It has to happen. We have to then equip, as Rekha said, both our teachers as well as students, and jointly let them explore the amazing possibilities, but also accept the limitations of this particular algorithm, because that's what it is. It's an algorithm. Let's not give ourselves up to this algorithm as we did with social media. Let's try and control it. And I think that's what we've all been trying to say, that it has amazing possibility of becoming a tutor, of translating, a research assistant, you name it, it do it, but harness it. How do you harness it? That's what we have to give thought to and actually strengthen and equip our teachers and our students to jointly explore it together.
And let's talk about that. I'm just going to open this up for the audience in a couple of minutes, but one question to Prashasti and Santosh, considering that you very successfully embraced this tech, you very successfully used ChatGPT to your benefit. So a word of advice, if you could, or had to the CBSE and the likes who say that, we should ban ChatGPT. Prashasti, to you first.
I think banning any technology is obviously not a solution, because we can't close our eyes to how the world is changing. But the implementation of that within the learning scenario has to be controlled and regulated. Even viewing for children is restricted in certain ways. Similarly, ChatGPT has to be used as a medium in which you limit the use of it, plus also control in which environment it is being delivered so that the students are not lost. In fact, embracing it in classrooms can actually make it more fun, both for the teacher and the student to take it forward.
And I think then it's not defined as cheating, essentially, if you use ChatGPT. Yes, Santosh.
So I would say in school, right, the biggest use case like boards like CBSE, IB and Cambridge can come up, and in fact some of the boards are working on. See, we had previously, books written on copper, then it went to palm leaf, then we had printed books, and then it went to e-books, and then we have digital content. I think this large language model are going to be the next generation of publishing. 10 years down the line, everybody will be studying with us. I think the boards like CBSE and NCERT should come up with their own large language model, give it to the student to learn. That way students will more use it for learning aspect, right? Today, if you have an e-book, everybody say that you have a digital e-book. How will you go and learn a particular topic? You go search, then actually, understand and learn. But if you have a large language model developed by CBSE or a particular board for learning, I think that will completely transform the whole thing. That's how I think AI has to be embraced. And yes, I don't personally feel that it will affect any of examination, because every student is aware they will not have a digital device to write an exam, right? They have to study, that every student is aware of. But we can't shy away, otherwise it will be the same like calculator moment, right? When calculator came, many teachers went on strike. Don't allow it. And I feel that we need to find the right use case and embrace it, and it has to be a top-down approach. The boards have to embrace it. I personally know a lot of international boards developing or investing in large language models, which will be specifically for their own board students. I think that's how this will get transformed into a very big thing. And just to answer your previous question, many education companies did a mistake by removing teacher out of the equation when there is a new technology coming in. But many of them failed because they removed it. You need to have right student-teacher ratio, and teacher is the center of learning. That's the reason even in your life, to succeed, you need a guru, either a real or a spiritual. So I think teacher is the most important part of this equation and puzzle, and teachers can only lead any kind of transformation, and they have to be given that credit, right? So that's an answer to the previous question.
Yeah, go ahead. Just one more point I wanted to add in extension to what Santosh is saying. One is ChatGPT has to be removed from the assessment system. That's what we as an online learning platform have consciously done. While it's available for you to inquire and mine more information, which is relevant, it is not in the assessment part of the whole game. Second, what we also did was we created an AI-powered course builder. So the faculty can use a large language model, provide inputs, learning outcomes they want to deliver, and the machine helps them build a course which is adaptive. And this is also going to be a game changer for ESL learners, right? Because then you can add a lot of regional content into it, which you have sitting on your computer or in your power. So you can mix the two and deliver that very customized, very adaptive to the students. So there are multiple uses of the platform that one can use.
I think it's very interesting to know how technology can be embraced in such interesting manners. For all the teachers out there, I think the important takeaway is know your jobs are still very, very much safe. Are there any questions from the audience for our panelists here on ChatGPT? Okay, I'll go ahead with the questions then. There is one? Okay, yeah, to M+. At the very end there, the gentleman there.
Good evening all. I'm Vikas Goyal from Haryana. I don't have any more questions, but I'm very much agree with all the jury members here that ChatGPT is going to imbibe students and teachers, but we have to learn ChatGPT in order to answer the difficult questions raised by small students, especially like 4 years back, my daughter asked me a very simple question, why the color of the sky is blue? And she was in grade 1 at that time. And if you ask to a teacher, I teach physics, and it's difficult to answer this question to a 5-year kid. But ChatGPT can answer it very easily. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a point also that I got from Vikas, Mrs. Adams, is are we doing enough to train teachers with ChatGPT?
No, I'm afraid we are not. We are, walking on eggshells around our teachers. We're only focusing on the piece about assessment and examination. But ChatGPT can be fun. And even at my age, I realized that. So it can be fun as long as you take the whole plagiarism and assessment piece out of it. But the exploration and the research that teachers and students can do together. And also it helps students, understand the limitations, that it cannot be creative. It will not give you anything from its personal experience because it has none. And that's where you score. As a human, you score because you have emotion, you have personal experience, and straightly enough, because you make mistakes. A Singapore professor got 6 essays on different subjects, 2 on each subject, 1 by ChatGPT, 1 by a student. Same student wrote 3 and ChatGPT wrote 3. He was able to spot the difference between what had been written by the human and what had been written by the algorithm. And how? So this is what he says. He says, well, in the algorithm, in the chatbot, there was a sameness, routineness about it, and it was perfect, no mistakes. In the one that the human being had done, there was creativity, there was personal voice, there were metaphors, there were analogies, and there were errors. So human error will tell you immediately that, this is not a machine. And that's what we must embrace as humanity, that we are all going to make mistakes, and that's good.
Rekha ma'am, you wanted to add to my question. I saw you immediately nodding a vehement no when I asked if teachers are skilled on ChatGPT.
No, teachers are not yet skilled on ChatGPT, but many of the younger generation of teachers are exploring ChatGPT and AI models on their own, but there's a huge lack of training, effective training for teachers. But teachers are very intuitive. So when I was talking to teachers in school over the last week, so many of them came and said, Ms. Krishnan, I know that this child's assignment has been done on ChatGPT because like Abha was saying, there's a sameness to it. There is no mistake in it, but there is no authenticity in it also. The student's voice cannot be heard in that answer or the assignment that the teacher has given. And ChatGPT is not very good at mathematics currently. So,
oh no.
So that is one saving. As of now, it is not. Maybe you might be able to add some insight to it. But teachers are very intuitive and they know this has come from ChatGPT. And when they ask the students, they say, yes, we've used ChatGPT. So without training, they are intuitive and figure.
There are some plugins like one from Wolfram Alpha where you can generate a complete proof as if it is written by human in mathematics. But you need to use that paid plugin. But yeah, so yeah, you were right, ma'am. And actually, you can even use it to solve the biggest problem. I think one gentleman asked, how do you make sure NEP is implemented and you're training a lot of teachers, right? I think large language models can be designed to upskill a lot of teachers on a large scale. Right, that's one of the biggest use case, and I think India, the biggest crisis we have is actually teaching crisis. Not only in India, US is also actually going through this crisis, and I think this tool can phenomenally help in education. Like they can upskill those teachers, assess them, because Stanford and Harvard have already told that next year they'll be running some courses completely by AI. That like a CS course will not be taught by a human but by an AI. So just think the potential how large you can upskill the teachers, and those teachers can actually teach the students. So the kind of generations which will be generated in like coming out of the next 1 or 2 decades, I am totally looking forward to see them.
You track educative tech also very closely. ChatGPT has been referred to as perhaps the most disruptive tech, as ma'am put it, in recent years. What do you see as the next big AI disruptive tech that's coming our way?
So next biggest one will be AGI. That's the next level of AI. But the biggest problem why I feel that it's in labs. Couple of people have achieved AGI, but they have not unleashed because they don't know how to control. The biggest problem in even ChatGPT, right? Nobody knows how that answer is made. It's purely probability. So unless or otherwise we are able to decipher how these answers are coming out, like we are solving that black box, I think the next level of AI should not come faster. I personally feel that we should be slow on this. Even if you see a lot of top entrepreneurs or tech guys, like including Sam Altman, is actually afraid of it. I feel that we should be growing slow, but AGI is there to come in next 10 years down the line. You will totally not see any difference between something generated by system. And if you have seen recently, one video was very live. A bot was talking to a person for persuading him to purchase a Tesla car. It was a 30-minute conversation, and he couldn't completely identify it was a complete bot. It was so fluid, the tone and everything. I think that level of accuracy and that level of advancements are going to come, but we are still not ready to embrace it. See, ChatGPT will be just 10% in front of that, even 5% in front of what is going to come as far as AGI is concerned. I think we should wait for that to happen.
Rekha ma'am, when you hear of all of this, and how much it's going to change, yes, we'll get a mic to you. We'll just get a mic to you. Give me a second, please.
While the mic is reaching her, Salman Khan of Khan Academy runs a program called Khan Amigo. And Khan Amigo uses ChatGPT engineering as a language for Khan Amigo. And what they did was, as an experiment, as one of the things where ChatGPT can help children learn better, is they allow students to interact and chat and talk to people who are historical figures, who are dead and gone. So imagine there was this girl who was chatting to somebody who had died many years back, and the conversation went on for 35 minutes, and at the end of it she apologized to that person that I took up so much of your time because you're so important. She didn't realize that, she knew he was dead and gone, but the conversation was so engaging that at the end of the conversation she said, I'm sorry I took up so much of your time.
So and that becomes unforgettable, essentially, yes, because that's learning that you'll never get rid of in your head. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. I hope it's reached you.
Yeah. Hello everyone. Ma'am, my pain, as sir has just now said about NEP. So my question is, and I hope anyone can answer me for this reason, that being a computer science teacher, I am technologically sound, but how can a ChatGPT scale up in the remotest area wherein internet and electricity is still a challenge? Because we are talking about the implementation. We are talking here in the NCR, but what country is one? How? Please guide me for that reason.
The answer lies, if you ask me, right, in a short one, the answer lies with the kind of, advancement we did, as far as 4G penetration, 5G penetration, the BharatNet, close to 60, I may be wrong, 85 crore Indians have a mobile, at least a basic mobile. 97 crores, right? A mobile is enough, 97%. So a mobile is enough to get this technology into their hand. You don't need a big screen laptop or something, but as a simple smart device. I think Reliance has also launched. So this digital device is something which over a period of time will get completely, it will become part and parcel of our life. We never knew that everybody will have a mobile phone in their hand, right? Couple of years back, but today everyone has. So that's the answer. I think it will eventually happen. We are just afraid, but I feel that will reach each and every mass. 97% of the people already have.
Okay, it's been a very, very insightful discussion. I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time out and joining us here at the Education Conclave. I only wish that ChatGPT was around when I was in school. It would have helped me a great, great deal. Minister Pradhan is here, and we're hoping to hear a few words from him on AI as well. But thank you very much for joining us. I'll request you to just stay on stage and request Mr. Manoj Sharma to please come up here and offer them a token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, for all of our panelists.
I wanted to recommend a course, a fun course in ChatGPT. If you go to the Coursera platform, there's a course using to write sci-fi writing using DALL-E. It's a very fun course for you to experiment and familiarize how to use ChatGPT in a fun way.
Interesting. We'll definitely do that. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, you can see that Minister Dharmendra Pradhan is in our midst. Can I invite Raj Chengappa to come up onto the stage, please? Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, could we please have the pleasure of your company here on the stage, please? A big round of applause, please, for Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister of Education and Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Raj, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, Union Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of the India Today Group. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First, let's give Mr. Pradhan a very warm round of applause. We know, Pradhanji, you have an incredibly busy schedule. You're just back from my hometown in Bengaluru. You have parliaments to answer to apart from the press. So thank you for accepting. We're very honored that you accepted our invitation, not only to talk to us on a Q&A, as well as to present the awards to the winners of the India Today Best Colleges of India annual survey. Just a bit about Mr. Pradhan. He is one of the most dynamic ministers of the Modi government. I had the pleasure of talking to him and interviewing him in St. Petersburg in Russia, where he was Petroleum and Natural Gas Minister. He did a wonderful job of that, proactive, and it is because of him we have a far better, let's say, energy security than we had before. So let's give him a round of applause for that as well. And as I told him at that time, he was doing such a good job of his diplomatic skills that he could as well have been foreign minister. And he comes from Odisha, and this is again, I think, something that people should know, that he's not only with his vast political experience, his dynamism, his ministerial experience, he's also a potential Odisha Chief Minister in future. But now, of course, Mr. Pradhan, you've been entrusted with the most important job, responsible for our future generation. You're a tough taskmaster, you're credited with lateral thinking, and someone with great grassroots connection. And I think this is ideal for the job. So let's begin by talking about the national education policy, which was passed in 2020, but you came to the ministry in 2021. There's been 2 years since then. What has been the progress that has been made, and what is the kind of time frame that you're looking at the implementation of it? It's a policy. When does it become an actual practice?
राजी, आपको बहुत धन्यवाद. इंडिया टुडे की बेस्ट कॉलेज अवार्ड गिविंग सेरेमनी में आप मेरे को दूसरी बार बुलाएं. लास्ट टाइम भी मैंने आया था, इसलिए मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं, आभार प्रकट करता हूं. आपने सही कहा कि हमारी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को इम्प्लीमेंट करते हुए 29 जुलाई को 3 साल पूरे होंगे. और मैं लगभग 1 साल जब हो चुका था 2021 जुलाई में, इसी जुलाई में मेरे को 2 साल पहले दायित्व मिला था. और एक प्रकार से 2020-21 ये कोरोना ईयर रहा, इसलिए हम सभी लोग चाहते हुए भी उसके बारे में जितना प्रोग्रेस होनी चाहिए एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बारे में हो नहीं पाई थी. लेकिन मैं उसको 3 साल ही मानता हूँ. एक आइडिया जिसको देश ने मैं मानता हूं कि आज़ादी के बाद सभी स्टेक होल्डर से बात करते हुए एक कॉन्सेंसस डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना एक डेमोक्रेसी में अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा चुनौती होती है. लेकिन राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति आज देश की कॉन्सेंसस डॉक्यूमेंट बन चुकी है, एक सर्वसम्मत मसौदा बन चुकी है, जिसकी रेमिफिकेशन केवल हमारी देश में नहीं होगा. आज की जियोपॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन में जब प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं इंडिया इज गोइंग टू ब्रिज बिटवीन वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड एंड ग्लोबल साउथ, व्हाट आर द पिलर्स ऑफ दैट एनविजन ब्रिज? आई पर्सनली फील एनईपी इज द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट पिलर ऑफ दैट एनविजन ब्रिज. उसमें एनईपी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और उसकी सीरियसनेस और बढ़ जाती है. और मैं आपने ये प्रश्न मेरे को बाहर भी पूछा. मैंने कहा प्रोफेसर दिनेश सिंह जी हैं, वो मेरे इवैल्यूएटर हैं, वही कहेंगे. और मैं आज कॉलेज प्रिंसिपल्स के सामने आया हूँ, एंड हमारे मित्र रंगन मानर जी भी हैं IIT दिल्ली. उनका सेशन हो गया होगा?
He is going to come after this.
तो उनको एक बार धन्यवाद देंगे। मैं एक बात बता के जाऊंगा, रंगन मानर जी NEP को इंटरनेशनलाइज करने में पहला इंस्टीट्यूशन होंगे जो IIT दिल्ली को आबू धाबी ले गए, UAE ले गए। अभी अभी पिछले 15 तारीख को उस MOU साइन हुई है। और वो मैं नहीं रहूँगा, लेकिन उनके एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा मेरे बारे में भी पूछ लेना उनको। वो शायद मेरे गैर हाजिर में NEP इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बारे में ठीक से कह पाएंगे। राज जी, मैं अगर कमिंग बैक टू योर मेन प्राइमरी क्वेश्चन, व्हाट इज हाउ मेनी टाइम इट विल टेक टू ground it properly?
Correct, yes.
Education is such a vast topic, Rajji, and it's a instrument for societal turnaround. It will take some time. लेकिन मैं पिछले 2 साल में अगर 3 मुद्दे कहूँगा, 3 विषय क्या नया आ चुका है NEP की रिकमेंडेशन से। भारत में पहली बार ECC ब्रैकेट को, अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर जिसको हम कहते हैं, एज 3 से एज 6, ये सारे विशेषज्ञ मानते हैं एज 3 से 8 के अंदर जब बच्चा दूसरी क्लास में जाता है, क्लास 2 में जाता है, तब तक उसकी ब्रेन की 80% डेवलप हो जाता है। हमारी देश में उसकी इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म नहीं था। आंगनबाड़ी थे और शहरों में प्ले स्कूल था। लेकिन भारत सरकार NEP में ये एनविजन किया, ये पूरा एज ग्रुप को फॉर्मल एजुकेशन की पार्ट किया जाएगा। उसके लिए बाल बाटिका 1, 2, 3 का एनविजन किया गया, उसको KG 1 to 3 भी कहा जा सकता है। और उसके लिए ये टॉय बेस्ड होगा, प्ले बेस्ड होगा, स्टोरी बेस्ड होगा, सॉन्ग बेस्ड होगा। हमारी जो सभ्यता की जो सामान्य चीज़ है उसी के आधार पर रूटेड होगा और मॉडर्न भी होगा। और मेरे सबसे संतुष्टि की बात है कि उस 3 साल के लिए हमने जो कहा कि जादुई पिटारा, मैजिक बॉक्स, हमने मैजिक बॉक्स की टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल आज स्टूडेंट्स के सामने रखा है। क्लास 1 and 2 की NEP रिकमेंडेड टेक्स्ट बुक भी आ चुका है। क्लास 3 से 12 तक का ये 10 साल की जो नेशनल कैरिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क फॉर स्कूल एजुकेशन, ये भी जल्द ही पब्लिक डोमेन में डॉक्टर कस्तूरी रंगन जी की कमेटी ने उसको सामने ले आएंगे। तो स्कूल एजुकेशन जिसमें हमारे देश में 300 मिलियन स्टूडेंट्स में से 260 मिलियन स्टूडेंट्स स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं। ये सारे स्कूल बच्चों के लिए NCERT ही रेफरेंस पॉइंट होती है टेक्स्ट बुक के लिए। उसकी आने वाले 1-2 साल के अंदर पूरा नया टेक्स्ट बुक आ जाएगा, जिस टेक्स्ट बुक में हमारी नई पीढ़ी के लिए 21st सेंचुरी नॉलेज रिपोजिटरी रहेगा। इसमें सारे लोगों की कोऑपरेशन मिल रहा है, मैं उसकी सबसे बड़ा उपलब्धि मानता हूँ।
That's the first big point you're
नंबर 2 अगर मैं कहूँ, अभी कल ही CBSE ने एक इनिशिएटिव लिया है। भारत बहुभाषा आधारित देश है। ये कोई जरूरी नहीं है हमारी देश की अच्छे विद्यार्थी सिर्फ अच्छे स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं या शहरों में रहते हैं। भारत की बहुभाषा हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है। वो पंजाबी हो या वो ओहमिया हो, तमिल हो या गुजराती हो, उड़िया हो या तेलुगु हो, ये हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है। हिंदी है ही, इंग्लिश भी है। ये सारे को मिला के भारतीय भाषा एक प्रायोरिटी की रिकमेंडेशन था NEP में। उसको CBSE ने कल ही एक ऑप्शन रखा है स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर के पास। आप चाहे तो
ऑप्शन है,
देखो,
कंपल्शन।
नो, नथिंग कैन बी कंपल्सन इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम, इट्स ऑप्शन। पेरेंट्स है, स्टूडेंट है, उसकी एप्टीट्यूड है, कोई भी चीज रेस्ट्रिक्टिव नहीं हो सकता है, कोई भी चीज कंपल्सन नहीं हो सकता है।
Because there was a huge controversy about that, particularly in South Indian states.
वो आप कराते हो, कोई कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं है। देखो
स्टालिन साहब सब कहे।
देखो स्टालिन साहब की ओपोजिशन पॉलिटिकल है। वो चाहते हैं तमिल में सब पढ़े, हम चाहते हैं तमिल दुनिया की सबसे पुरानी लैंग्वेज है, हमें कहाँ आपत्ति है। तिरुकुरुल को सारे भाषाओं में अनुवाद करने की काम भारत सरकार कर रही है, और नॉलेज रिपोजिटरी सारे भाषा में आए। अपोजिशन किस विषय पे? मेरे को किसी ने कोई कहा, कर्नाटक में अभी नई सरकार आई है, उन्होंने कहा कि हम कर्नाटक में एनईपी को लागू नहीं करेंगे? क्या आप चाहते हो कि आपकी नई पीढ़ी की लोग 21st सेंचुरी के बारे में ना पढ़े? अभी अभी ChatGPT के बारे में हम चर्चा कर रहे थे। AI, ML, VR, AR, ये जो सारे इनोवेशन के कारण, रिसर्च के कारण जो एकदम एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ रेट में चेंज हो रहा है, क्या इसको हम सारे देश को इन ट्यून नहीं करेंगे? ये तो जो लोगों के मन में कुछ कुछ जगह पे कुंठा है। आई डोंट सी एनी रियल टाइम difference of opinion, but it's a democracy. Everybody has to take their own political line. Let them do that. But I see a greater unanimity among the educated, among educationists, and all the serious stakeholders. There is unanimity to implement.
This is the second big pillar that you were talking
language.
about. Right.
Number 3, recently our cabinet has approved the National Research Foundation.
Yes.
India is going to have a paradigm shift towards its basic science research.
Right.
हम अभी तक पिछले 75 साल में आज़ादी के उपरांत हम एक कंज्यूमिंग इकोनॉमी बने। हमारे लिए किसी ने प्रोडक्शन किया, हमारे लिए किसी ने टेक्नोलॉजी लाया, हमारे लिए किसी ने बेसिक साइंस की रिसर्च किया। ऐसा नहीं कि सभ्यता में साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी इसके बारे में अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं थी।
In fact, we are one of the lowest in terms of spending on R&D. I think it's 0.7% as compared to China 4% and others.
ये सारे तुलना से बाहर आइए।
Right.
देखो आज़ादी के 75 साल हमको पूरा हुए हैं। मैं अगर उल्टा कहूँ, कौन सी देश में 225 करोड़ वैक्सीनेशन हो चुका है? कौन सी देश में पिछले 9 सालों में लगभग 4 करोड़ गरीबों के घर में छत लग चुकी है? कौन सी देश में 80% ऑफ इट्स पॉपुलेशन को फूड सिक्योरिटी से जोड़ा गया है? सभी देश में अपना अपना प्रायोरिटी रहती है, पॉकेट साइज से स्पेंडिंग होती है। इसके अर्थ नहीं है, मैं भी अभी मेरे को अरुण जी पूछ रहे थे, व्हाट इज योर स्पेंडिंग ऑन एजुकेशन? आई रिपोर्टेड हिम बैक, इट इज 4.64 ऑफ द GDP,
which you all had said aspirationally 6% होना चाहिए।
देखो ये तो कई सालों से कह के आ रहे हैं। 13-14 में मेरे को विरासत में 3.5 मिला था, आज उसको हमने बढ़ा के 4.64 तक पहुंचाए हैं। जैसे जिस प्रकार से देश की इकोनॉमी बढ़ते जा रही, इसीलिए पहली बार हमने NRF में आने वाले 5 साल में 50,000 करोड़ रुपया की स्पेंडिंग ऑन साइंस रिसर्च,
प्राइवेट सेक्टर हैज टू कंट्रीब्यूट।
देखो इस देश की इंडस्ट्री को अपने हितों में कब तक ये लाइसेंसर बाहर से खरीदेंगे? क्या हम नहीं बना पाएंगे? आज देखिए डिजिटल इकोनॉमी में भारत दुनिया की ब्राइट स्पॉट हो चुका है। हमारी देश की नॉलेज कैपेसिटी दुनिया के डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम को चलाती है। अभी टाइम है इंडस्ट्रियल इवोल्यूशन 4.0 में हमें अपना चीज़ों को विश्व को बाहर भेजना है। हाइड्रोजन एनर्जी में देखना आप, आने वाले दिनों में भारत नेट एक्सपोर्टर होगा। अभी हमारी भारत की कुछ कंपनियां, फ्रांस की जो गेल है, भारत में गैस अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया लिमिटेड की जो फ्रांस की काउंटर पार्ट है, इसके साथ ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन एक्सपोर्ट करने के MOU किया है। भारत में फ्रंटियर इलाका में हम अपना नॉलेज बेस एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाएं, जिसकी एनविजन NEP में किया गया है। ये सारे चीज़ों को अगर मैं देखूं, 2 साल में बहुत लंबा रास्ता जाना है, लेकिन जर्नी इज़ वेरी सेटिस्फैक्टरी। आई थिंक विथ everybody's cooperation and criticism, we are on the right track and we will achieve our target in near future.
Now, the National Education Policy of 2020 has revolutionized both the school education as well as the university education. In school, you have the 5+3+3+4 system. You've extended the early foundational thing by 3 years, and that's why instead of 12, you have 15 years that's there. One point in this is that if you take a look, the government has done very well and India has done very well in gross enrollment ratio at primary and primary level, elementary and primary level. But when it comes to secondary education, the percentage of students drops to 57%. How will this new policy address that particular problem?
I agree with this challenge. I am accepting this data also. This is a reality. This is the major concern in front of me. हमारे देश में जो स्कूल एजुकेशन की मैकेनिज्म हुआ है और जिस प्रकार के हमारे देश की इसको क्या एक्सपैंड है, जिस प्रकार की देश की फैलाव है, उस समय में हमारी उस उम्र में भारत की वर्किंग एज ग्रुप वर्किंग एज ग्रुप शुरू होता है 15 में। इकोनॉमी कंपल्सन, सोशल कंपल्सन, भारत की लड़कियों को, भारत की पिछड़े इलाका, गरीब इलाके के बच्चों को सेकेंडरी, हायर सेकेंडरी जिसको हम कहते हैं उससे बाहर करता है। इकोनॉमी इशू है, सोशल इशू है। इन दोनों को इसीलिए हमने एक नया मिनिस्ट्री प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बनाई, स्किल डेवलपमेंट।
यू आर इन चार्ज।
फॉर्चुनेटली
एंड वेरी गुड डेवलपमेंट दैट यू आर हैंडलिंग बोथ।
ये दो चीजों में मैंने कल परसों एक प्रेजेंटेशन देखा जो आपकी दुनिया से भी जुड़ा हुआ है, ऑडियो विजुअल एंड गेमिंग एंड कार्टून, AVGC। एक आज के दिनों में दुनिया के अंदर AVGC वर्ल्ड सबसे एक सनराइज सेक्टर है। वो सारे मैनुअल चीज़ों से मूविंग टुवर्ड्स टेक्नोलॉजी, न्यू स्किल सेट्स आर इमर्जिंग। अगर हमारी बच्चे 10 पास करके 12 पास करके उसी लाइन पे आगे बढ़ेंगे, शायद उनकी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी ज़्यादा बढ़ेगी। कल मेरे को ऑस्ट्रेलिया की स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्टर आए थे, हमारी चर्चा हो रही थी। हमारी देश की एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल, उनकी काउंटर पार्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया से बात कर रहे हैं और एक हम कॉमन एक्रेडिटेशन प्लान बना रहे हैं, कॉमन म्यूचुअल रिकॉग्निशन बीच अदर्स कॉम्पिटेंसी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं कि आज ऑस्ट्रेलिया पिछले 30-40 सालों में 3 सेक्टर में बहुत अच्छा किया है। माइनिंग में अच्छा किया है, एग्रीकल्चर में अच्छा किया है, वाटर में अच्छा किया है। हमारी एग्रीकल्चर में इन दिनों में देखो ड्रोन की बहुत इम्पैक्ट आई है। हम यूरिया से नानो यूरिया तक पहुंचे हैं। हम एग्रीकल्चर में पहले प्रोडक्शन पे जोर देते थे, अभी वैल्यू एडिशन पे जोर दे रहे हैं। न्यू स्किल सेट्स की आवश्यकता है। हमारी 10th के बाद एक सब्सटेंशियल नंबर को अगर हम एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी के साथ जोड़ेंगे, ऐसा नहीं कि हमारे देश में वोकेशनल एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम नहीं है, लेकिन एस्पिरेशनल नहीं है।
और स्टिग्मा भी है, दे थिंक दैट ओनली द बैड परफॉर्मिंग स्टूडेंट्स टेक इट रादर देन,
जबकि ऐसा नहीं है। आप देखना सरकार की विभिन्न राज्यों के द्वारा चलने वाले 3000 से ज़्यादा ITI है। उस ITI में 10th स्टैंडर्ड में 80% परसेंटेज रखने वाले बच्चे एडमिशन लेते हैं गवर्नमेंट ITI में। वो नहीं आ पाते हायर एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम में ड्यू टू फाइनेंशियल कॉन्स्टेंट, ड्यू टू सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी।
So you see skill education as the answer to address the dropout rates at secondary education.
Exactly. That apart, this NEP has recommended to create a new framework of creditization, NRF, National Credit Framework बनाने की बात कहा गया है। मल्टीपल एग्जिट एंट्री की बात कहा गया है। ये सारा विषय पढ़ते हुए भी काम कर सकते हो, काम करते हुए भी डिग्री ले सकते हो, कॉम्पिटेंसी बढ़ा सकते हो। धीरे धीरे हमारा पैराडाइम डिग्री से कॉम्पिटेंसी की ओर मूव कर रहा है। डिग्री जितना महत्व नहीं होने आने वाले दिनों में। मैं आपको एक नेगेटिव एग्जांपल देता हूँ, उसमें से आपको समझने में सुविधा होगा। IT कैपेसिटी, डिजिटल कैपेसिटी देश में बढ़ रही है, हैकिंग भी बढ़ रही है।
बिल्कुल।
साइबर सिक्योरिटी के बारे में सब चिंतित हो रहे हैं। आप देखना सारे देश भर की हैकर कौन है?
एक प्रोफेशन भी बन सकता है।
नहीं, हैकर बन चुका है। हैकर सबकी एक अच्छा बात नहीं है। जामतारा के नाम से परिचित होती है, जामतारा में मूवी भी आ चुका है। अरे हैकर 8 क्लास का पढ़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है, इसलिए उसकी कॉम्पिटेंसी आप माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की, इंटेल की, गूगल की कितना भी स्ट्रांग फायरवॉल हो उसको तोड़ने का कैपेसिटी रखता है। पढ़ा है क्या? इंग्लिश नहीं जानता है, 8 क्लास पढ़ा है। कॉम्पिटेंसी है उसकी। उस कॉम्पिटेंसी को पॉजिटिविटी में कन्वर्ट करना, उसको एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी के साथ जोड़ना, उसको अर्निंग के साथ जोड़ना। इसलिए हमारी प्लानिंग में कहीं ना कहीं एक गैप है। उस गैप को हम NEP में रास्ता ढूंढे हैं उसको फुल अप करने के लिए।
मंत्री जी, आपने बताया करिकुलम में, एंड यू सेड यू आर ट्राइंग टू मेक एन एडवांस करिकुलम कीपिंग इन माइंड टेक्नोलॉजी, artificial intelligence, others. The other thing has been in terms of the development of the curriculum. We have seen controversy recently. I think the last curriculum was 2005 when it happened, and this whole business of textbook rewriting became a controversy. How do you ensure that in this new curriculum that you're developing for them, that this kind of controversies don't occur and the ruling government is not accused of either hiding things or adding things in your syllabus?
देखिए, मैं फिर कहूं कि इसका ये रियलिटी कुछ अलग है, उसकी कोशिश किया जाता है, बहुत सफल नहीं हो पाते कुछ मित्र आजकल, क्योंकि कई भी चीज़ हम छुपा के नहीं करते। अभी जिस बारे में मैंने कहा कि एनईपी रिकमेंडेशन के ऊपर जो नेशनल कैरिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क फॉर स्कूल एजुकेशन बना, ये कैरिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क पब्लिक डोमेन में है। अभी क्लास 3 टू क्लास 12 में अमूमन 130 टॉपिक होगा, 130 सब्जेक्ट होगा। 130 सब्जेक्ट में कम से कम सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट 20-20 लोग होंगे। एक एक किताब, एक एक माने 8 स्टैंडर्ड की सोशल साइंस को किताब लिखना कैरिकुलम ने रिकमेंड किया। कैरिकुलम पब्लिक डोमेन में है, कोई भी व्यक्ति उसको देख के अपना ओपिनियन देता है, उसको हम फाइनलाइज करेंगे, उसको हम अकोमोडेट करेंगे, आगे भी अकोमोडेट करेगा एनसीईआरटी, ये उसकी मैंडेट है, हम उसमें ओपन है। 130 कैरिकुलम किताबें जब बनेगा, लगभग 20 लोग एक एक में रहेंगे, सबकी डॉक्यूमेंट भी पब्लिक डोमेन में रहेगा, कुछ भी चीज हम छुपा के नहीं करेंगे।
Not the saffronization of education has been talked about.
मैं इसीलिए आना नहीं चाहता था। आपका एक प्रश्न है, पिछले 15 साल से पूछ के आया, डॉक्टर जोशी जी जब थे तभी पूछ रहा हूँ, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, देखिए किस प्रकार की भ्रम फैलाने का कोशिश किया जाता। अभी मौलाना आज़ाद के बारे में भी ये साफरोन वाले, मैं तो हूँ साफरोन वाला, उसमें क्या छुपाना है, डेमोक्रेसी है। लोगों ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को भरोसा किया है, 2 बार जिताया है, हमारा भरोसा है तीसरी बार भी आशीर्वाद करेंगे, ये तो डेमोक्रेसी में हमको मिला है मैंडेट। लेकिन देखिए मौलाना आज़ाद के बारे में ये लोग किताबों से चीज़ को निकाल दिए, ऐसा कहा। मेरे को भी थोड़ा घबराहट आई, मौलाना आज़ाद जैसे इतना बड़ा व्यक्तित्व के बारे में कैसे हम निकाल सकते हैं। बीच में एनसीईआरटी ने रैशनलाइजेशन करके कुछ पोर्शन को थोड़ा अनबर्डन किया था। फिर मैंने जब देखा उसको कब निकाला गया 13-14 में, तब तो मैं पूरी जी था ही नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी मैं गाली खाऊंगा। और एक बात उदाहरण देता हूँ, गुरुद्वारा प्रबंधक कमेटी ने एक चिट्ठी लिखा हमको कि भाई हम आनंदपुर साहिब प्रस्ताव पारित किए थे, उसमें आपने 2005 पोस्ट डॉक्टर मुरली मनोहर जोशी एरा, पोस्ट वाजपेयी एरा, उस समय में जिनके बारे में आपने उल्लेख किया, उस किताबों में लिखा गया है आनंदपुर साहिब प्रस्ताव एक डिविसिव प्रस्ताव है, ये सेपरेट सिख स्टेटहुड की, नेशनहुड की बात करता है। ऐसे एनसीईआरटी की किताब में था। 2005 में ना हम थे ना हमने उसको लिखा, एसजीपीसी ने हमारे सामने लाया, उसको हमने पूछा एनसीईआरटी वालों को, देखो भाई ये बात सही है क्या, उन्होंने देखा बात सही है, मलयाल कमेटी बना, उसको सुधारो। देखो ये किताब की अपग्रेडेशन, किताब की अपडेट करते रहना, ये तो एनसीईआरटी की कंटिन्यूस इशू है। कुछ लोगों को हमें पसंद नहीं है, हम उनको पसंद नहीं है, लोगों को हम पसंद है, हम क्या कर पाएंगे राज। इसलिए उस एलिगेशन को मैं बहुत सीरियसली लेता नहीं हूँ। मेरा सबसे, आपने पूछा किताब के बारे में, मेरा सबसे ज़्यादा 6 महीना पहले आपकी कोई एक मॉडरेटर अभी कह रही थी, मैं स्कूल पढ़ते हुए 6 महीना पहले मेरे भाग्य में ChatGPT होता तो मैं उसी को पूछ के उत्तर लिख देती। अरे साल भर पहले किसी को ChatGPT के बारे में मालूम नहीं था। साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी तेजी से
बिल्कुल
इस पीरियड में बदल रहा है। मेरा सबसे डर है हमारे बच्चों को कैसे कांस्टेंट अपडेट रखें, जियोपॉलिटिक्स के बारे में कैसे कांस्टेंट अपडेट रखें, सस्टेनेबिलिटी इतनी कंसर्न विषय हो चुकी है, इसके बारे में कैसे अपडेट रखें, ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है।
I know we have very little time. There are 2 questions that are there. One, of course, we have carried it in India today about the fact that in many higher education institutions, including IITs, there have been suicides. 35 students have committed suicide, and not to mention schools also. What is your view on how to handle this situation? Is there too much pressure, the competition? What do we need to do?
देखिए, जो हम लोग सोसाइटी है, सोसाइटी और इंस्टीट्यूशन, ये दोनों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। यंगस्टर्स कोई भी कदम ना उठाए जिसमें हम सभी को कष्ट देगा, वो तो ना समझे, वो एक कदम उठा लेता है, लेकिन उसकी जिम्मेवारी किसकी है? जिम्मेवारी मेरी है, सबसे ज़्यादा मैं शिक्षा विभाग के दायित्व में हूँ, आई एम इन चार्ज। सो आई एम द मोस्ट रिस्पॉन्सिबल पर्सन, आई एम द कल्प्रिट आई कैन से, मैं उसको स्वीकार करता हूँ। मेरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस की है, मेरे रंगन मानरी जैसे मित्रों की है, मेरे कॉलेज प्रिंसिपल जो यहाँ उन्हीं की ज़्यादा है। देखो IIT में मैंने रंगन जी को ये सब जब हुई, मैंने कभी उनको सारे IIT के कुछ मित्रों को बुला के पूछा, मेरे को समझाओ थोड़ा ऐसे होता क्यों है। IIT की स्टूडेंट टीचर रेशियो है 1:10। मैंने कहा कि हमें एक बच्चे की एक शिक्षक, एक टीचर के नीचे, एक प्रोफेसर के नीचे अगर 10 बच्चे हैं तो उनको तो 24/7 हम खबर रख सकते हैं। रखना भी व्यवस्था है, उनका काउंसलिंग है, दुनिया की सारा व्यवस्था है, उसके बाद भी एक्सीडेंट होते हैं। इसको जिम्मेवारी लेना ही पड़ेगा सोसाइटी को, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को और एजुकेशन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर को। उसकी रास्ता उनको सारे तनाव से मुक्त रखना, इसकी कोशिश हमें करते रहना पड़ेगा।
One final question, a positive question on the fact that you had mentioned it earlier. IIT Madras is now in Tanzania. There is Delhi is going to Abu Dhabi. What is the idea behind this? What is it that you are trying to? We could as well have these institutions in India. We need them more. What is the point of doing
I'll
this?
be more than happy if SRC will go to California.
Excellent.
Like the new economy is emerging, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Right.
I'll facilitate that also. I'm
Right.
happy, 2 days back there is a news in Times of India, Ts want to go overseas. Welcome. देखो इसके उद्देश्य ये है कि हमारी एक तो भारतीय डायस्पोरा की संख्या बढ़ चुकी है। अभी कुछ अच्छे स्टूडेंट्स UAE के एक बूट कैंप पे IIT दिल्ली आए थे। रंगन जी ने मेरे को भी बुलाया, उनका मंत्री भी आए थे उस देश की, हम गए थे। वो मंत्री अपने बच्चों को कैसे समझा रहेगा? Where are you? You are in IIT Delhi. What does it mean? That means you are all future CEO of the MNCs. IIT दिल्ली में आओगे तो आने वाले दिनों में CEO बनोगे ग्लोबल कंपनियों की। ये मेरे IIT और हमारे इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम की ब्रांड है, ड्यू की ब्रांड है, हमारे इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूशंस की ब्रांड है। देखो हमें कभी कभी आपने राइटली कहा, हमारी देश में जो कैपेसिटी है, हमारी देश की जो नॉलेज की जर्नी है, इसकी जो प्रवाह है, उसकी जो प्रवास है, ये 10,000 साल पुरानी है, 10,000 साल पुरानी है। हाँ ये बात है, उसकी जो प्रेजेंटेशन, उसकी जो पैकेजिंग, इसकी जो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, ये शायद हम वेस्टर्न मॉडल में कर नहीं पाए। लेकिन मैं वो दिन दूर नहीं देखता हूँ और मैं कभी कॉम्प्लेक्स में भी रहता नहीं हूँ। इसके लिए सिर्फ कोई एक चीज़ों को एक प्रिजन से देखना चाहिए। भारत की नॉलेज कैपेसिटी इतने गहरा है, इतना गहरा है, ये समय समय की बात रहता है। इसलिए जो कहा गया है 21st century is going to be knowledge based economy and India is going to lead this movement, और हम उसी में से आने वाले दिनों में 5 से 3 नंबर की इकोनॉमी बनेंगे, 3 नंबर से 1 नंबर की इकोनॉमी बनेंगे। हमारी इकोनॉमी मॉडल इसी नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम से डेवलप होकर आएगा। IIT की बाहर जाना और अन्य इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बाहर जाना, ये उसकी शुरुआत ही मात्र।
Let's give the Union Education Minister a very warm round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for your candid views, and we look forward to the award presentation after this. Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Pradhan, can I request both of you to please remain on stage? We're just going to quickly set up for our next segment. I'd also like to invite Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to please join us on the stage. A big round of applause, please, for Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. We're getting set right now for the moment I'm sure a lot of you have been waiting for, which is the India Today Best Colleges Awards, the results of our much anticipated survey. But before that, we do have another surprise for all of you here. We are launching our online portal, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in. It's an easy access, interactive online portal. It's our bonus offering essentially for students and guardians. Minister Pradhan, can I request you to press the buzzer and launch the portal, please? A big round of applause.
Every year, India sees tens of millions of students enrolling at thousands of colleges across the country. For each one of these students, the search for the best college is a critical step to building a successful future. On that count, over the past 27 years, the India Today Group's Best Colleges Survey has become the ultimate guide to academic excellence, a compass for students and their parents to home in on the right college. This year, in association with MDRA, a leading research agency, we present an all-new website built on this survey data, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in. Our interactive and easy-to-use site makes accessing the survey results easy, allowing users to compare colleges on parameters like overall rank, placement record, faculty information and fees. Our website ranks over 2,000 colleges and several hundred universities across 14 fields of study, from engineering and science to medicine, the arts, commerce and more. Students can sort colleges not just on the year of ranking, but also on the state or the city they are located in. Every college on the list has also been extensively profiled, with information on course offered, eligibility requirements, admission fees, cutoffs, placements, infrastructure and so on. Even when it comes to employment, our Best Colleges website has you covered. Our Jobs in Demand section presents a snapshot of the kind of jobs available, with information like salaries, job locations and companies offering these jobs. Our website also carries information on crucial entrance exams, college and rank predictors, and regular contributions from educators and industry professionals. We invite everyone for the best colleges in India, presented by India Today. Visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in.
So I urge all of you to please log on to the website for more details about how we go about our survey and, of course, the awards themselves. Let's get right down to it. This is the 27th edition of the India Today Education Conclave, where we recognize the best colleges of India, who are, of course, a class apart and centers of excellence. This is across 14 major streams. So, Minister, can we begin with the awards? All right, let's begin the awards ceremony. We'll start with the arts stream. The best college in the arts stream is Hindu College, New Delhi. And can I invite you onto the stage, Ms. Anju Srivastava, Principal of Hindu College. A big round of applause, please, for Hindu College. A big round of applause, please, for Hindu College. Last year, too, Ms. Anju Srivastava was up here on stage to receive the honor. Ma'am, can I request you to hold on there because your college is winning more. In the science stream, again, it's the Hindu College that's bagged the top honors. Congratulations to Hindu College. Just hoping they get a hat trick. Congratulations, ma'am. Let's go to the commerce stream now, where it's not the Hindu College, but Sri Ram College of Commerce, New Delhi. That's back the top honor, inviting Simrat Kaur, Principal of Sri Ram College of Commerce, up on the stage, please. A round of applause for SRCC, bagging the top honor in the best commerce stream in India. Many congratulations, ma'am. All right, let's move on to our next stream, Dental Sciences. And the winner here is Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, New Delhi. Can I invite on stage Dr. Ashwini Balapanavar and Dr. Romshi Rena onto the platform. Congratulations to the Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, New Delhi. Congratulations, ma'am. Let's move on to engineering. Where no guesses, it's IIT Delhi. That's won the top honors, much like last year. Mr. Ranjan Banerjee, director, is coming up here onto the stage. Congratulations, sir, to you and the institute. A big round of applause, please, for IIT Delhi for bagging the top honor. Next in line is architecture, and it's the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. That's the #1 college for architecture. Professor K.K. Pant, director, is coming up onto the stage. Congratulations to you, sir. A big round of applause, please, for the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Congratulations, sir. Let's move on to the law stream. And here is the National Law School of India, University, Bengaluru. That's the #1 in the country. Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor, coming up onto the stage, much like last year, to receive the top honor. Many congratulations, sir, to you. Up next is MassCom, Mass Communication. It's the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. That's the top ranked by the India Today Best Colleges survey. Professor Dr. Govind Singh, who's the Dean, is coming up here onto the stage. A big round of applause, please. The Indian Institute of Mass Communication. Many congratulations to you, sir. Let's move on to our next stream, Hotel Management, where it's the Institute of Hotel Management, Pusa, New Delhi, that's winning. We've got Mr. Kamalkant Pant joining us, the principal of Pusa, New Delhi, joining us here. Congratulations to you, sir. This is, in fact, the same as last year that you've got the Institute of Hotel Management, Pusa, New Delhi, bagging the top honor. Big round of applause. Congratulations to you, sir. Let's move on to our next stream, BBA, where it's the Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, New Delhi, that's bagged the top honor. Can I invite on stage Ms. Poonam Verma, the principal of the college, please? A big round of applause, please, to welcome and congratulate Ms. Poonam Verma. Congratulations to you, ma'am. The next stream, BCA, the winner is a college from Namma Bengaluru. It's Christ, deemed to be University, Bengaluru. Let's get on stage Dr. Father Josie P. George, the director and dean of Christ College. A round of applause, please, for Christ University in Bengaluru. That's won the top honor for the best BCA stream. Congratulations to you, sir. And up next is fashion design. Firmly on top, much like previous years, is NIFT, the National Institute of Fashion Technology in New Delhi. Manisha Kinu, campus director, is joining us up here on the stage. A big round of applause, please, for NIFT, New Delhi. Congratulations to you, ma'am. 2 categories to go. The next one is social work, where the winner is Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Can I invite on stage Mr. Bipin Jojo, Professor and Dean, School of Social Work. Congratulations to you, sir, and a big round of applause, please, for the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Congratulations to you, sir. And finally, which is the best medical college in the country? Once again, bagging top honors is AIIMS, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. Meenu Bajpai, Dean of Academics, AIIMS New Delhi, is joining us here on stage. There you have Dr. Meenu coming up. Can we have a round of applause, please, for AIIMS continuing to bag the top position in our Best Colleges survey. Dr. Meenu, I'll request you to stay on. Can I have all of the winners to come up with their awards, please, for a photo with the Minister? And these, ladies and gentlemen, are the winners of India Today Best Colleges Survey for this year. A big round of applause, please, for all of the dignitaries up on the stage. These are the best of the best. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations to all of you once again. Minister, can I request you to stay on the stage for a brief moment? Just the Minister, please. If you could come on, we'd like to give you a small token of appreciation by Mr. Puri and Mr. Raj Shankapal. A big round of applause, please, to thank Minister Dharmendra Pradhan for taking time out of his busy schedule to join us once again at the India Today Education Conclave. We really appreciate your time, sir, and ensuring every single time that you make it for the India Today Education Conclave. Okay, so with the awards done, we're just going to set up for our next session, which is a particularly interesting one. We talk about it every single year. This time too, in the last 365 days, what's changed? How has India grown? How can we produce globally top-ranking universities? We're going to be talking about that in just a few moments. Give us just some time to finish our setup, please.
संस्कृति मंत्रालय और इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप ने मिलकर आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के तहत समावेशी विकास को प्रेरित करने के लिए पहल की है। ये पहल 75 वर्षों के प्रगतिशील भारत, उसकी समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत और उपलब्धियों के जश्न और समावेशी विकास को बढ़ावा देने का उद्देश्य रखती है। इस अभियान का उद्देश्य देश के विभिन्न 10 जनपदों में विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों के द्वारा किसान महिला, किसान पशुपालन, स्वयं सहायता समूह, किसान समूह, आंगनवाड़ी, ग्रामीण आबादी तक पहुंचकर उनको जागरूक करना तथा जन भागीदारी बढ़ानी है। अब तक इस अभियान ने नोएडा, लखनऊ, जबलपुर, नागपुर, जम्मू, बेंगलुरु और जयपुर में सफलतापूर्वक 21 कार्यक्रम पूर्ण किए हैं, जहां 9000 से अधिक लोगों ने विभिन्न कार्यक्रम में सक्रिय भागीदारी की। इस पहल से ग्रामीण आबादी में बड़े स्तर पर जागरूकता फैली है।
हर जगह जाके इन्होंने जो डोर टू डोर कैंपेन जो किए हैं, गांव में जाके जो है वो अच्छी तरह से समझाने की कोशिश की है।
भारत सरकार की स्कीम द्वारा हमारी ग्राम पंचायत में आज एक इंडिया टू चैनल द्वारा एक हमारे किसान भाइयों के आज़ादी महोत्सव के ऊपर बहुत शानदार प्रोग्राम कराया।
इस अभियान ने बड़े सरल तरीके से विभिन्न विशेषज्ञों जैसे डिजिटल सखी के बारे में ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत संगठन डिजिटल लेन देन को बढ़ावा देना, नदी किनारे पौधारोपण एवं पशुपालन। ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय, संस्कृति मंत्रालय और इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप का लक्ष्य जन भागीदारी को प्रोत्साहित करने के साथ समाज पर स्थायी प्रभाव डालना है और ग्रामीण आबादी को सक्रिय योगदान देने के लिए प्रेरित करना है। जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ आगामी कार्यक्रमों में गुड़गांव, उड़ीसा और दिल्ली के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में।
So what you just saw is a glimpse of an ongoing campaign where the Ministry of Culture and the India Today Group have collaborated with the aim of promoting inclusive development throughout the country. Essentially, the main objective of this campaign is to raise awareness amongst the rural population across India. And as you just saw there, the campaign has successfully completed 24 events in cities like Noida, Lucknow, Jabalpur, Nagpur, Jammu, Bengaluru, Jaipur and Gurugram, to name a few, essentially engaging more than 10,000 people in various activities. With that, let's move to our next session, where, as I said, we're going to be talking and try to answer the question of how India can produce globally top-ranking universities. And it's my pleasure to introduce and have here on the stage with me Dr. Dinesh Singh, Chancellor of K.R. Mangalam University. Just give me a moment as we try to locate Mr. Dinesh Singh. And Dr. Dinesh Singh is with us, Chancellor of K.R. Mangalam University. Welcome, sir, to the India Today Education Conclave. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for Dr. Dinesh Singh? Ladies and gentlemen, could we please settle down so we can start our next session? Thank you very much. Dr. Dinesh Singh, welcome to the India Today Education Conclave, sir. It was a pleasure to host you last time as well. The topic is something that we've all discussed in great detail. I'm sure many people here have also had, fireside chats about this, about how and why is it that India is not considered to be a go-to hub for education. To you, sir, if you had to list 3 reasons for that, what would they be?
Well, I had no idea you're going to ask the toughest question right at the beginning, so I have no immediate magic formula, but certainly if you were to ask me, I would best learn from those that we regard as globally ranked institutions and see what makes them stand out. And if you do that, then the answers become clearer. So everybody talks about Harvard, okay? No one would probably dispute that. It's one of the top ranked institutions. But if you look at Harvard, for more than 100 years, Harvard was nothing. Things changed for Harvard when you examine its history, when the local government, the government of the state of Massachusetts, let go of the control of Harvard. And the alumni took over. That's when Harvard started becoming Harvard. So that's one of the first learnings, that if you have too much control, too many regulations, a bit of sort of something that crowds you, makes it claustrophobic, and that's been happening in India, not just in the last few years, it's been happening for a long time. If you look at the early years, and particularly during British times, and I'll give you an example that will tell you how things have changed. So, when Ramanujan was trying to get his intermediate degree at Chennai, Madras then, Madras University kept failing him because he could not clear the English examination. That's the 12th grade, okay? Intermediate is the 12th grade. It's not even a proper university degree. Everybody understood there's something special, but they wouldn't give him anything. Eventually, he lost his scholarship. By then, Cambridge University had understood that this man is extraordinary. So they called him over to Cambridge, asked no questions, didn't ask if he had a school or a college degree or a master's, gave him a proper, regular PhD degree, straight. That was more than 100 years ago. Now you ask yourself, in those intervening 100-odd years, if Ramanujan were to come again to my own university where I was the Vice Chancellor, I'm a mathematician, and for me he is a god, let alone giving him a regular PhD, not an honorary doctorate, a regular PhD, I wouldn't be able to admit him into my undergraduate program. I wouldn't, because he wouldn't be able to clear the exams, and the Vice Chancellor has no power to do that. Now that's what makes Cambridge stand out. That's one reason. That's what makes Harvard stand out, that it's controlled by itself. It enjoys a great deal of autonomy. It enjoys freedom to do what it chooses to do within certain bounds, but fairly free things. In our institutions, in spite of an extraordinary policy that the minister spoke about, the national education policy, and if you ask me if I were to describe the national education policy in one word, I would say that's freedom. It grants you enormous freedom to create. In spite of that, we are being bombarded by all kinds of regulations. Let me give you one other reason. Harvard really began to take off when in the early part of the last century, a little before that, Albert Lowell became the president. And he was president for 23 years, if I'm not mistaken. So he stayed for a long time. And he had this vision, which he could then implement because he was given freedom and he was given time. Most state universities run by state governments give a vice chancellor a 3-year term in India. By the time, and you can appoint the best person, if he joins that institution, it takes him several months just to figure out what's going on. By the time he gets going, it's time for him to leave. And there's hardly any continuity of vision. That's another reason. Then the thing that makes Cambridge, Harvard, Stanford stand out, they are connected to the needs and challenges of the society and the world around them. Let me give you an example. So in 2012, there was this deep study which looked at the geographical region around Stanford University. Just the local region around Stanford, where there were lots of companies, startups, all directly owing their existence to ideas that were coming from Stanford. And you know what was their total economic strength in 2012? $3 trillion. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Stanford University is driving the economy of the region around it. In 2012, it was up to $3 trillion. Imperial College, where I studied and which is ranked consistently amongst the top 7-8 institutions in the world, the same year that Stanford was running an economy of $3 trillion, Imperial College had contributed 56 billion pounds to the economy of Great Britain. Now you ask, why does that happen? Because when I was a student at Imperial, I remember the first pilot plant for interferon in the world was set up there. That's something that was needed badly. The Concorde was designed at Imperial College. And these are ideas coming from the knowledge world and are being put into action. In other words, knowledge in action, something that our institutions have been lacking for a long time. And I'm happy that the minister is also in charge of skills, because all these institutions understand that skills and knowledge are just two sides of the same coin. You cannot segregate the two. And I'll give you an example. You know, if you look at the firm, IT firm Google, some years ago I looked at its quarter earnings, 1 quarter, 3 months. And I looked at the Indian top IT companies, all of them. I'm not going to name them. I looked at the top 5 for the same quarter. At that point in time, Google had around 10,000 employees, had been about 10 years old. These IT companies had been around for long numbers of years, had several 100,000 employees, and their entire revenue, all of them combined for that quarter, was less than a quarter of what Google was making in 1 quarter. Why? Because Google was putting knowledge into action. Google runs on an undergraduate idea that comes from Stanford University, an undergraduate mathematics idea. It's not difficult to unravel. I have looked at it. I've taken apart their search engine. And it requires good coding. And that's what made Google what it is. Now you ask, which one of these IT companies are putting any kind of knowledge into play? That's another reason. Our educational institutions, the national education policy gives us a chance. It tells us, you know, by the way, I mean, the policy prescribes wonderful things, but believe you me, almost all of them could have been done without the policy. It's just that nobody was doing it. And so you have to put it in a policy and tell people do it. That's something that, you know, it talks about putting good university presidents in place. Let me tell you, Princeton University became Princeton when in the 60s there was an assistant professor from the social sciences, Robert Goheen. He was 37 years of age. Assistant professor, 37 years of age. The board of trustees of Princeton made him president straight away, because they saw something special in him. And he was there for 19 years as president of Princeton University, and Princeton became Princeton because of that. Baroda University had the first woman vice chancellor in the world in 1949, Hansa Mehta. She had no master's, let alone a PhD, had never been in a university, never taught. Sardar Patel made her the founding vice chancellor, the first woman vice chancellor in the world. And she was there for 9 years. So look, and she made Baroda University an extraordinary university. You know, Venkat Ramakrishnan, the Nobel laureate, he took his first degree in the life sciences from Baroda University. And he said that when he studied life sciences, he also got a great grounding in mathematics at that university, and his work is all mathematical. And he says, that helped me do the Nobel Prize winning work. Today's time, you will not be able to appoint Hansa Mehta as vice chancellor. UGC regulations require you have to be a professor for 10 years. You have to have a PhD. The people that I've admired, Maurice Guire was the vice chancellor of Delhi University. He was there for 12 years. He didn't have a master's, he didn't have a PhD, he had nothing like that. And he made Delhi University what it is today. He was the one who transformed the university. You see that today's time, Maurice Guire won't be able to make it.
So are you saying then that we're going back in time, instead of loosening up, we're getting more rigid? Or is this, do you think it's an impact of politics?
No, not really. There's no politics. In fact, the political class, the government of the day, must be commended. I have no political axe to grind. I think they've done a marvelous job by giving us the national education policy. We need to embrace it in the right spirit. And there, regulatory bodies need to be opened up. There's just too much of this regulation. You know, And what happens when you have a high-end regulatory body such as the UGC, and they work hard, don't get me wrong. I'm not running them down, but I wish they would step back a little and look at things and see where we're headed. So if the UGC says under the National Education Policy, the undergraduate program, here's a model. And what happens? Every single university in India blindly adopts the model. And then there is no diversity. Everyone is just doing what the UGC has suggested, that they haven't even prescribed. They've just said these are guidelines, but no one wants to take a leap forward. But don't get pessimistic. I'm not trying to say that. There are good things that are happening, and that's what makes me, sort of not just optimistic, it brings good cheer into my life. So I only wish the UGC would step back a little, but in spite of that, if our universities were to do the following, then things would work out. And I'll tell you what they need to do. One, because the policy gives you the freedom, redefine your curriculum, not the syllabus, around the needs and challenges of society and of the nation. Make it transdisciplinary. Make sure that all your pedagogy is driven by collaborative projects, problem-solving mode. Now the world is turning around to this. India had mastered this thousands of years ago, and I have historical proof for that. We seem to have lost ourselves. But this projects, problem-solving, collaborative mode brings in so many things. It ensures you get communication skills, it ensures you get data skills, it ensures you get IT skills, it ensures that you can handle problems, you can manage things, and it leads to enormous insight. You do all these things and you will see that change will come about. And I'll give you, I'm not talking in thin air. I actually have experimented with this at the University of Delhi. And I hate talking like, we knew the way, but we experimented and we found this. So we brought about changes under the 4-year undergraduate program. We had something called Design Your Degree, and you could find your way. What is education all about? It's all about a search of the self. You have to delve within. Each one of us carries a drumbeat. And if you discover that drumbeat, and if you march in the real world in harmony with that drumbeat, antardhwani, I call it the antardhwani. You discover that, and then you march in step with that drumbeat, you will begin to get educated. It's a lifelong process. Only a handful of people would be called truly educated, the Buddha or people like that. Otherwise, it's a lifelong process. But you have to keep marching in step with the drumbeat. And here are some simple examples. Gandhi discovered his drumbeat, which was adhere to the truth no matter what happens. And at a very young age. And who will say he was not educated? By the way, Gandhi did not have a university degree. A lot of people have this misconception, and I know there was a controversy. I've been writing about it, I've been talking about it for more than 20 years. He didn't have a law degree from a university. He qualified to practice law. But he was, who would say Gandhi was not educated? He was everybody's guru, he was father of the nation. The point is that these things that are defined as education are not connected to a degree or a formal system. But for ordinary folks like us, institutions are useful. What must they do? They must have lots of drumbeats in play, so that when a young person enters the institution, he gets acquainted with those drumbeats, till one of them resonates with what's inside. You see, it's a kind of reflective knock. You knock there, the drumbeat resonates with something inside, there's harmony, and you decide this is what I need to do. And once you do that, then the institution must give you a platform to carry that forward. And that's what we did with the 4-year undergraduate program, like the Design Your Degree. And believe you me, we had put knowledge into action. We had given hands-on activities, project-based. Do you know that our institutions now, and the national education policy, I keep harping about it because sometimes I feel you cannot talk enough about it. It repeatedly says, get out of the classroom, connect to the world. The blackboard must recede, the textbook must recede. You must connect to issues in the world and let knowledge be put into action. It says that repeatedly. This business of action. pick up any person you admire. They were so good with their hands. If you look at Einstein, he created this marvelous theory, general relativity. But how many of us know that he was extraordinarily skilled as a craftsman? He invented the world's first automatic camera. He invented the world's first modern safe refrigerator. He held more than 50 patents and inventions for these things. Newton, one of the most gifted of craftspersons, he devised the first reflecting telescope, which is what the Hubble telescope and the other ones that are in space are. These are Newton's. He did that with his hands. He invented toys. He used things to make inventions that then allowed him to understand light. Once he got his ideas on light with his own hands, that's what led him to gravitation. People don't even realize that. Look at Kabir. He was a skilled craftsperson. He was a weaver. You know, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, he was apprenticed as a carpenter. Paigambar Sahab, Hazrat Paigambar was a shepherd. Mahatma Gandhi was forever churning the charkha. Catch any of our students putting any of these things into action. It's all sitting in the classroom, imbibing what's on the blackboard, and then finally, forgive me, sometimes I feel I talk too much, but you've given me a platform. Look what happens. You give a lecture, you write on the board, and I've done this, I've seen students complain about this, and Rangan is here, and I admire Rangan very much, and I think he's brought about great changes. But you know, many years ago, Rangan, I was part of your institution, and I quit in 6 months. Because the students told me that they had no time to absorb, learn, or grow. All they did was memorize week after week to spit out for test after test. And our systems of assessment are drowning us. You need to do anything, you have to take a test. Sometimes I feel that if Chandrayaan takes a picture of India from outer space, it's going to look like one big exam center. Believe me, no matter what you want to do, you have to sit for an exam. And what do we do with exams? We just fail people. Our exams are devised to disable. You know, teachers set exams to make sure. And Rangan, I respect and admire you. Please believe me. I say this sincerely. I'm not trying to flatter you. You're much younger than me, and I don't need to do that. But one time, I was involved indirectly with this entrance exam for the IITs. And what was the spirit that was going on, Rangan? Let's set a question that no wretched person could answer. There was nothing like testing creativity. There was nothing like testing originality. And with all our systems, that IITs, I'm not singling out IITs, the University of Delhi has been pretty wretched in that context, believe me. But I see change in the air. People like you, others are bringing about marvelous changes. And I can see the national education policy is forever prescribing that get rid of this assessment mode that we have. And we tried this at the University of Delhi. Incidentally, after we put this in place for 1 year, we ran it successfully. Very few people know that in my 4th year as Vice Chancellor, the University of Delhi was almost at 200 in the international rankings. Almost at 200. Had we managed to continue for a couple of more years with those ideas, we would have gotten close to 100.
You know, you've raised a point that I think most people and students particularly will relate to, because if I were to speak to anyone of my generation of why they moved abroad, this was the trigger. They do terribly in their exams, move abroad, move to the United States, study there, and then excel because, you know, they had the space to be creative, their talent could really speak. But considering that for so long we've been marks oriented, sir, considering for so long this has been the format in which we've been judged, now with the national education policy coming in, you're seeing finally talk of skill, etc. That change is starting. But do you think students are ready for it? Because they too are very mark-oriented.
Absolutely. Students, look, I am now part of a major experiment in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The whole territory is gearing up to bring about major changes. I've been talking to students in huge numbers. And I spoke to students at Delhi University in thousands. They loved it. We have written feedback. Thousands and thousands. I think I have feedback from more than 8,000 students who had undergone these processes. And all of them said that it really enabled them. They were able to grow because there was so much happening in terms of knowledge connected to society. By the way, when I demitted office, we had undergraduates who had 1 year into college had set up startups which flowered into startups at the Silicon Valley and at Bangalore, multi-million-dollar startups. And we had electronic startups by undergraduates. When I demitted office, all through our undergraduate programs, they had flowered into more than 50 crores worth of value when I demitted. I don't know where they are now. I haven't heard about them. I heard that after I demitted office, somewhere things had lost balance, but I'm an optimist, and I think the policy will allow us to do things. Finally, the last thing, and then you can ask or you can send me off, I don't care. Finally, one of the biggest problems that India has had, it has not paid attention to undergraduate teaching. We relegate it to the backwaters. All major, JNU doesn't even have an undergraduate program. At Harvard, I was told this by one of the greatest living mathematicians, that the senior most mathematicians fight with each other to teach the first year undergraduates. Do you know that at Imperial College, where I was a student, there is the equivalent of a Nobel Prize in maths called the Fields Medal. The Fields medalists used to take tutorials, not even teach, tutorials for first year undergraduates. Look at Delhi University. All our undergraduate teaching is relegated to our colleges, which is always the mixed bag, because the process of appointing, and I'm not running down college teachers, I've been one myself, but the process of selecting a college teacher, the standards are abysmal. Abysmal. Take my word for it, and they haven't changed over years. Compare that to the way a university teacher is appointed, one who teaches at the postgraduate program. He has to go through a much stronger, stricter process. What are we doing? We have relegated everything to undergraduates in the backwaters. Hardly any research happens, hardly any entrepreneurship happens, hardly any startups happen. Again, the policy tells us that let the teachers recede a little into the background. Let the curriculum and the pedagogy connect you to the world. And undergraduates, particularly in these times, we have huge numbers of undergraduates. Forget all those who go abroad. India would be a poor country if a few lakh go abroad each year and then we say we are lost. No, we are full of talent. And all these who stay back, and most of them come from the lower economic segments of society or from rural areas. They are idealistic and they are full of talent, and those are the ones we harnessed. Gave them the pedagogy, connected with the real world, and they started writing research papers just 1 year into college. And those were hard research papers. They're not just for the heck of it. I remember this first year undergraduate, India is woefully inadequate in the area of cybersecurity and encryption. And this first year undergraduate, running through our 4-year program, at the end of his 2 semesters, wrote this marvelous research paper with a new idea on encryption that got published in a very good journal. Why? Because he was working on a project where he was asked to use IT and some of the ideas from number theory to see what he could do, and he came up with this marvelous insight. You know, every email you send, everything you use on WhatsApp, everything that we encrypt in all our electronic devices, the first step for encryption, and Rangan will bear me out, uses an algorithm called the RSA algorithm, named after 3 mathematicians, Rivesh, Shamir, Alderman. They are multimillionaires. They hold the patent on this, and they invented it in the 70s. I have gotten school children to design a little more efficient algorithms using the same ideas from number theory with good coding. Catch any school curriculum in India that will give them credit for what they did. That inventiveness, that originality, that create, and they worked in a group. It wasn't that one person came forward. They worked in a group, and they worked for 6 months. And these were 11th and 12th grade students, boys and girls together. And they did it. They showed the whole thing. It worked so well, and it was not easy to decode. Now just imagine if they had continued this journey, if we had given them the platform, they would have done so much. And that's what happened at the university. But now, let me just tell you that we used to hire a whole train from the Indian Railways, convert it into a college, known as the College on Wheels, Gyanoday Express. 1,000 students would ride year in, year out, 5 years in my time. You would be selected if you came with a project connected to the journey, any part of the journey, hands-on, transdisciplinary, connected to some aspect of the journey, and if it is worth it, we put you into the train. The whole train, we had one room as a library, one whole coach as a lecture room, and they worked on projects. Some of them worked on the design of toilets, some worked on how to serve food, some worked on the culture of the land they visited, some on the geography, some on the entrepreneurship. And my God, the kind of results we had here. Did you know finally, students from Michigan University, one of the best in the world, Edinburgh University ranked 13th in the world, King's College ranked 45th in the world. They would participate in our journeys to take credit for their own degrees back home. We had students coming in from abroad. Had these things been allowed to flower, India would have shot way out into outer space. But let me tell you, so at this point in time, I am looking after higher education in Jammu and Kashmir. And we have already launched, yesterday the Academic Council of the University of Jammu has approved this Design Your Degree undergraduate program. It allows undergraduates all through a common platform using the principles of pedagogy, transdisciplinarity, connected to the real world, so on and so forth, to find their drum beats. Some will take a kind of BTech degree in something that they like. Some will take a BA honors degree. Some will take a BCom degree, but all largely practice oriented. And that has been India's way in the past. Always. India was always knowledge. The Mimamsa school of philosophy, so ancient Indian philosophy, says categorically, knowledge without action is meaningless. I marvel that the minister understands, and I'm glad he's also looking after skills. Do you know we teach a subject called fluid dynamics in every university, every IIT in India. They teach it on the board. I have asked student after student, how do you put this to use? And they have no clue. It is critical in the design of aircraft. Why do you think we are unable to make planes? We always import planes. Because our knowledge on fluid dynamics has no practical application. It's textbook driven, taught on the board, and then one wretched exam at the end of the semester and you're done. But the kid doesn't know what to do with it. Then he goes and sells soap. That's the way we are. That's what we need to change. Jammu is changing, Kashmir is changing. Once this degree was designed, all vice chancellors of the entire union territory of Jammu and Kashmir are in concurrence that they will, so a train will run over there each year, the budget is in place, students will ride from the entire union territory, go into different parts of India. They're going to have innovation projects where they will gain credit for what they do, hands-on, transdisciplinary, again connected to the real world, data, communication, IT, all these will be enhanced. And all of them are in unison and have accepted this program. So to my mind, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir is probably going to be the first state of India where the national education policy, if God wills it, will begin to show results.
That's amazing, truly amazing. Dr. Dinesh Singh, you know, when we talk about all of these challenges really and how India hasn't reached up to its potential, what you say is that we were there earlier and then we went back to being Marx oriented.
We were absolutely there.
So what went wrong? Why is it that, you know, other universities have gone back to what India taught?
Arun, you'll have to call me again, okay? Okay, so let me tell you what I understand, and I don't want to convey this impression that I have the last word and knowledge on this. I hardly have much wisdom, as any married man knows, you know, you don't. But I'd certainly like to experiment, and I'll tell you something. See, if you look at the Upanishads, these are historical recordings of the great gurus, the Upanishads. And my favorite Upanishad is the Chandogya Upanishad. And in the Chandogya Upanishad, there is this marvelous episode, this historical tale, which I repeat all the time. It's at least 1,000 years before the time of Christ. 1,000 years before, at least, maybe much older. What does it say? There is this great guru, Gautam Haridrumat. To his Gurukul comes this 12-year-old boy. The first lesson, our institutions of learning would not admit a child till he was 12. Till then, he was homeschooled. And in Bengal, the practice continued till the 18th century. I have historical records to show that. Then he would go to a Gurukul. Right now, we start competing for admissions at the second, when the child is 2 years age. Incidentally, I don't know what it is like now. I think there are many reforms in place. But when my children had to go to school, Arun, I couldn't send them to your school because that was a little further from where I lived. But the schools that I went with my daughter, all said they would interview her, and she said, I will never be interviewed. So that was the end of the matter. But let me tell you something. Ramanujan and Einstein could not speak till they had crossed 5 years of age. These processes that our enlightened schools were following, your school wasn't doing that, were following, would have eliminated all Ramanujans and Einsteins. Just think about it. That's what we were doing. But Haridrumat asks this boy, child, what is your lineage? We admit only Brahmins. This worries you when you first read the first few lines. And the boy says, you know, I asked this question of my mother when I set forth for your Gurukul. And my mother said, son, I have worked as a maid in many homes. Many men have taken advantage of me. I have no idea who your father is. But you proclaim yourself loudly, my name is Jabala, that you are Satyakam, son of the maid Jabala. Then what does Haridrumat say? That and only that is the hallmark of a Brahman. A Brahman is not by birth. A Brahman is by adherence to the truth. Look at the liberal view. That's the liberal approach India has always had. You know, one of the first stanzas of the Rig Veda says, Ano Bhadra Kritabo Yantu Vishwata. Let noble thoughts come to us from every direction. Education is all about that. Then what does Haridrumat do? He doesn't tell Satyakam, go recite the Vedas. Do you know what he does? He gives him 300 odd head of cattle. Says, go to the forest and do not return until they become 1,000 in number. Do you know all wealth in those days was measured in terms of how many head of cattle you own? This was a project in wealth management. Catch any management institution thinking of this as a project in wealth management. And when Satyakam returns, after they have become 100 odd, 1,000 odd in number, Haridrumat says, I see enlightenment on your face, son. Who taught you? And then he says that in the process of shepherding the cattle, in the process of taking care of them and himself, in the forest, there are so many things that he had to learn, practice-based, connected to the needs and challenges of society, looking after cattle, that he becomes enlightened. There is no Rig Veda there. There's nothing to be recited, nothing to be memorized, no tests. The test is that they have to, the result. And you know, the process of trying to get the result is the real test, not that you have to have 1,000. That was it. But that's not the only instance. You know, people make fun of things. I learned at Columbia University and at Johns Hopkins. These are two premier institutions of medicine. Learned from historians of medicine that India was the first country in the world, much before the time of Christ, to invent both plastic surgery and cataract surgery. And do you know something? Our metallurgy was so advanced, this is hundreds of years before the time of Christ, that we could devise fine instruments for surgery. And I have seen the descriptions at Johns Hopkins University of Ayurvedic instruments. And they used to be exported. How could you make those instruments? Because India had invented wood steel. No country in the world could invent that. This is chemistry, metallurgy in action, molding instruments. When Alexander comes to, and this was being exported, and Pliny records, the Roman historian, that goods from India are taking away our gold. That's why we were, you know, we were a knowledge economy and we were taking our wealth by exporting these things. And it isn't just about that. Our knowledge systems invented a device called the Rapalgai. That's a mathematical device coming from our institutions of learning. What is it used for? To navigate. It's a mathematical device. And Indian ships would travel the oceans accurately navigating because they knew how to find position at sea. When Newton, unaware that India has done this, is asked by Britain to find a way to navigate, he says in Parliament that as of now, science knows no means of determining position at sea, whereas India was doing it from since before the time of the Christ. I'll tell you why. I have historical evidence. So this is not, and I'll give you two, and I'm going to stay quiet after that. One, you know, my wife told me don't speak too much, okay? So
no, you're more than welcome to, so we're enjoying this.
Actually, my mother-in-law lives right below me, you see. So I have to be a little careful about that. Anyway, so you know, there is a tiny island off Madagascar on the way to Africa. It's called Socotra. Actually, it had a Sanskrit name, Sukhadra Dweep. This island has lots of caves. On the walls of the caves are scrawlings by Indian sailors from the time of Jesus Christ in Brahmi and Pali. What are those scrawlings? They write their stories that they have traveled from India, crossed the Indian Ocean, landed at Socotra, Sukhadra Dweep, to replenish their supplies and move on to Africa and then beyond. And how could they find their place? European ships, many hundreds of years later, also could not find their place until they invented the chronometer. How did we do that? Because they were using the Rappelgai, a mathematical device coming from knowledge systems in India, knowledge in action. And Vasco da Gama, when he comes to India, and I read in my history books, Arun, maybe they still write it, that he discovered the sea route to India. Oh, hundreds of years since before his time we were doing it, and what did he do? He picked up Kana, a navigator from Gujarat in Africa, Mozambique. And Kana took him straight from there, crossed the Indian Ocean and brought him to Kerala, straight. And Vasco da Gama saw that he was using the Rappelgai, carried it back with him, but he couldn't figure it out. And you know, I have evidence. Who told me this first? A Harvard historian. Nobody from India. I don't know if they still know it. Then I checked with a distinguished Portuguese historian. She also said, absolutely. She says, we teach that. He just used Kana. And that's his knowledge into action. And therefore, our ships could travel the seas with accuracy, trade, and bring back wealth. And that was helping our economy. That is what the national education policy allows us to do. I'm happy that Rangan is going to set up a campus. I had sent a delegation in my second year as Vice Chancellor to Africa to set up a campus. And I was going to set up a campus at Washington, D.C. But, you know, my father used to say, never plan too much. Maybe I planned too much, and then things began to fall apart, not necessarily because of me, but whatever. And, you know, this isn't the only thing. When Alexander was returning from India, do you know why he returned? Again, our history books don't tell us this. He did not cross the Beas River. Because when he reached the Beas, his spies went across, and then they came back and told him that there is a huge army, the Magadhan army, arrayed across the river, thousands of elephants, thousands of cavalry, and thousands of foot soldiers, undefeated and eager to give you battle. And that's why he returned, and he was a demoralized man. And history records that on his way back, his friend Porus had become a friend by then, he gifted him ingots of the Woods steel that India had mastered. And that cheered up Alexander, because that's what was used to make the famous Damascene Talwar, the Damascus sword. That was the Woods steel from India. Faraday in the 18th century tries to recreate the Woods steel, and he fails. Because only we have lost the art also. But that was fetching us a lot of gold. The Damascus sword owes its reputation to the steel that came from India. That was used also for a surgical. I'm done.
Yes, Mr. Puri, can we get a mic to him, please? To Mr. Puri? You know, I'm just going to hand over my mic to you.
Yeah, good question, Arun. So I should have said that. So, you know, Angus Madison, this distinguished historian, economic historian, Angus Madison, in his monumental work, based on hard data from the 1st century till the beginnings of the 18th century, records through hard data that India dominated global economy. We had the highest GDP, China came second. Why? Because we were a knowledge economy. Why did things start going wrong? Unfortunately, two things happened. We lost many of our institutions due to all those raids that took place. The libraries of Nalanda, Takshashila, Vallabhi, all of them were destroyed. Even then, and by the way, Vallabhi used to admit women students. Just think about it. You know, Robert Gohin had to fight to admit ladies to Princeton in the 60s. And Vallabhi, centuries before, was admitting women students. We were pretty enlightened. And India dominated global GDP. There is hard data. No one questions Madison's work. Now the thing is, when the British took over, you know, we began to lose faith in ourselves. And I've seen this. You know, there is a district in Tamil Nadu called Chengalpattu. I've looked at hard data for Chengalpattu. Before the British come, And you know, they had trouble with water even in those days, but they had this marvelous system of storing and using water through a system of eries so that they would never have a drought. And Chengalpattu's rice production, its skills production was unmatched. And then you see immediately after the British takeover, you see a decline. The record, the data shows. See, they began to destroy our self-confidence in our institutions of education to a large extent. And that demoralized us. And then we had to then jump to the Western bandwagon. And I personally benefited from the Western system, but there are things that we had in our system, this collaborative project-based learning and solving problems. Now, both in America and UK, the Tony Blair Foundation has just come up with a report that that is the pedagogy all institutions must adopt. And that's what we lost. And that's where we sort of started losing our momentum. But you know, I must also tell you something, one last episode. Amarnath Jha was the Vice Chancellor of Allahabad University before independence and a little after. And when Meghnad Saha resigned and went away from Allahabad, Allahabad was known as the Oxford of the East. And Amarnath Jha was there for 16 years and he made it what it became. And then Amarnath Jha thought that I need to replace him with someone not less than him. And guess who he appointed? He didn't ask the British. They didn't even stop him. He appointed Schrödinger the Nobel laureate, and Schrödinger accepted. Just when Schrödinger was to set forth for India, the war broke out. And so he could not come. That's the kind of freedom he had. Now, the UGC will not allow me to even appoint Ramanujan when he comes, because they will say he doesn't have net, he doesn't have this, he doesn't have that. That is the...
Dr. Dinesh Singh, huge round of applause for you, sir. It was so insightful. I wish I could have taken notes through that session. But I have a lot more questions that hopefully I'll get to ask you the next time around at the India Today Education Conclave, where I promise we will have more time and there's no times up flashing at us. But thank you so much, Dr. Dinesh Singh. Can I invite Mr. Raj Chenkappa to please come up and hand over a token of appreciation, please. A big round of applause. Dr. Dinesh Singh, who spoke his heart out. I asked for 3 reasons. He gave me 3 solutions as well. Thank you, sir. All right, so hopefully next year around we'll be talking about how India is a has globally top ranked universities.
Podium.
As we set up for our next session, I'd just also like to bring your notice to the Ministry of Culture and India Today Group's collaboration, a glimpse of our ongoing campaign which we'll show you, which has got an aim of promoting inclusive development throughout the country. The main objective of this campaign is to raise awareness amongst rural population across India. Let's take a look at the campaign that we've got in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture.
संस्कृति मंत्रालय और इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप ने मिलकर आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के तहत समावेशी विकास को प्रेरित करने के लिए पहल की है। ये पहल 75 वर्षों के प्रगतिशील भारत, उसकी समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत और उपलब्धियों के जश्न और समावेशी विकास को बढ़ावा देने का उद्देश्य रखती है। इस अभियान का उद्देश्य देश के विभिन्न 10 जनपदों में विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों के द्वारा किसान महिला, किसान पशुपालन, स्वयं सहायता समूह, किसान समूह, आंगनवाड़ी, ग्रामीण आबादी तक पहुंचकर उनको जागरूक करना तथा जन भागीदारी बढ़ानी है। अब तक इस अभियान ने नोएडा, लखनऊ, जबलपुर, नागपुर, जम्मू, बेंगलुरु और जयपुर में सफलतापूर्वक 21 कार्यक्रम पूर्ण किए हैं, जहां 9000 से अधिक लोगों ने विभिन्न कार्यक्रम में सक्रिय भागीदारी की। इस पहल से ग्रामीण आबादी में बड़े स्तर पर जागरूकता फैली है।
हर जगह जाके इन्होंने जो डोर टू डोर कैंपेन जो किए हैं, गांव में जाके जो है वो अच्छी तरह से समझाने की कोशिश की है।
भारत सरकार की स्कीम द्वारा हमारी ग्राम पंचायत में आज एक इंडिया टू चैनल द्वारा एक हमारे किसान भाइयों के आज़ादी महोत्सव के ऊपर बहुत शानदार प्रोग्राम कराया।
इस अभियान ने बड़े सरल तरीके से विभिन्न विशेषज्ञों जैसे डिजिटल सखी, बैंक कर्मी, आदर्श पशु चिकित्सक, सोशल वर्कर को एक मंच पर एकत्रित करके एवं जादू के खेल के माध्यम से सरकारी घोषणाओं और नीतियों के बारे में ग्रामीण जनता का मार्गदर्शन कर समग्र विकास के नए तरीके बताए हैं। इस पहल का तत्व समावेशी विकास के 5 मुख्य विषय हैं जो राष्ट्र की समग्र प्रगति में योगदान देते हैं। वित्तीय साक्षरता, समग्र आवास, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत संगठन, डिजिटल लेन देन को बढ़ावा देना, नदी किनारे पौधारोपण एवं पशुपालन। ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय, संस्कृति मंत्रालय और इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप का लक्ष्य जन भागीदारी को प्रोत्साहित करने के साथ समाज पर स्थायी प्रभाव डालना है और ग्रामीण आबादी को सक्रिय योगदान देने के लिए प्रेरित करना है। जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ आगामी कार्यक्रमों में गुड़गांव, उड़ीसा और दिल्ली के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में।
So as you can see from the setup here, we're going to have a whole lot of panelists joining us, essentially all of the award winners from this evening. So it's with great pleasure that I read out the next set of panelists. I have about 12 of them joining me here on stage. Can we have a round of applause, please, as I invite Anju Srivastava, Principal of Hindu College, Mr. Kamal Kant Pant, Principal of the Institute of Hotel Management, Pusa, Manisha Kinu, Campus Director of NIFT, Delhi, Poonam Varma, Principal of Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, Mr. Bipin Jojo, Professor and Dean School of Social Work, this is TIS, Dr. Father Josie P. George of Christ University Delhi NCR Campus, Simrit Kaur, Principal of SRCC, Dr. Sangeeta Talwar, Director, Principal of Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, Professor K.K. Pant, Director, IIT Roorkee, Rangan Banerjee, Director of IIT Delhi, Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor of National Law School of India University, and finally Dr. Minu Bajpai, Dean of Academics, AIMS New Delhi. I'm done with the long list, so please make yourself comfortable, just grab a seat. I've got one missing. Is everyone here? Okay, we'll just remove that one particular chair. Yeah, thank you so much. Who would have thought I'd be sitting on a stage full of school principals and college principals? It makes me particularly nervous right now, but I better not say or do anything wrong. I'd be under detention from everyone here. So let's begin. I think we've got with us everyone who's won an award today. So congratulations to all of you, first of all. Truly, richly well-deserved. And I remember sitting with many of you last year as well, having a conversation about what it is that's made all of you stand apart, that's made all of you win an award in this manner. So I'd like to begin with Ms. Anju Srivastava. You won 2 awards. Congratulations to the Hindu College. How do you define excellence in today's time? Just hold it up, it'll come on.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
How do you define excellence in today's age? I do believe that education and the definition of good education has changed over the years. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, I definitely agree, because the time when we were students, what we thought is excellence is definitely different now. It is not just about books, it is about so much more to be added to your personality, to your grooming, and your college experience with its higher education. So I think it is, if I can give it a name, then from my side, what I've learned over these years as principal in Hindu College is how to empower the students with opportunities, which I think reaps rewards. So that I feel is excellence. And so if I look at it from this perspective or this aim, then we in our college feel that there should be some kind of, it's difficult to define, but we have worked towards certain principles which we have embraced, and the first of which is to be able to enhance education quality. And in that, a few things that we are conscious about. The first one is that since the college is rich in its history, in its diversity, and has multiple streams, so that becomes a point where we feel that that can be encashed, or that can be taken to the advantage of giving, of the students having a unique exposure to a gamut of streams. And we encourage our students to invest in developing interests in multiple disciplines so that they have a diverse range of experience. So while as Sir Dinesh Singh sir had just mentioned when he spoke so beautifully about the restrictions, the constrictions, and the mandatory nature of the curriculum, which restricts you to be at the time of entering the college, you have to be, sort of glued to a specialization. That is a mandatory thing. But within that specialization, whatever flexibility can be achieved through, going interdisciplinary, taking courses, or taking, now with NEP, the skill enhancement courses, etc., which they should not take from their own discipline. I think that gives them a flexible skill set, and then that can make them adapt to the changing demands of the market. We feel that it's very important for them to imbibe all of these things, which NEP now is providing. And
I'm glad we're having this conversation about skill. Can I bring in Mr. Rangan Banerjee? Sir, in my conversation with Dr. Dinesh Singh, he repeatedly referred to IIT, that it's a center of excellence, but also that while you're implementing changes now, that perhaps the system in the IITs is always considered to be rigid. Is that the case, considering that you constantly, of course, are deemed almost one of the top institutes in the country? How is that?
I hope it is not so. I mean, Professor Dinesh Singh may have had a personal experience, but our endeavor basically is to create the students for the future. So our objective is to open up the mind. And for us, excellence in education and research is about breaking boundaries, looking at what is needed for society. So when we talk about an education, we are looking at a holistic education. Some of it is happening in the classroom, but a lot of it is also happening in the activities that the students are doing. So it's in the hostels, it's in the clubs. Even in the classroom, many of our best teachers actually provide in every course a possibility where you're looking at a course project. You pick up a problem from the real world and you work as a team. To give you a couple of examples, we recently had a team from our biosciences where we actually won the gold medal in Paris in 2022. It's a team of students, and they created a biosensor which can go into an aqueous solution, detect lead and remove it. And this is something where, so essentially the whole focus is on learning by doing. So we are re-looking at our curriculum. We are doing a complete 360 degrees review of the curriculum. We are talking to the students. The challenge today in education is to excite the young generation. You know, the Twitter, Insta, and whatever are the latest social media, the span of attention is so small that across the world, the challenge is how do we excite them? And traditional classroom chalk and talk is not the only solution. So we have to excite them with perspectives, we have to excite them with stories, we are getting our alumni involved, we are looking at incubation. So it's a constant, we are not static. So, you know, someone may give you an individual example, but the fact is we do open up people's minds and we actually encourage our students to think on their own, to engage with problems. We have opportunities for students to spend time in internships, not only in industry, but we now have the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, where we have connected with 17,000 villages across the country. Of course, not all students take this up, but we have an opportunity for students to spend a few months in a village and then look at applying whatever they've learned in that village context.
Interesting. And you know, the changing face of education, ma'am, if I can get your view on this as well. It's, yes, about marks in India, but it's a whole lot more. And I think universities constantly are being tested now on how you're using social media, on how you're using the internet, on how perhaps you're using AI also to better quality of education.
Undoubtedly, during the periods of the COVID, we have seen how Industry 4 revolution came in, and overnight there were disruptions in the education system. But marvelously, I think with a lot of positive attitude, we all adapted to this practically overnight. University of Delhi declared that from tomorrow onwards, universities are closed. And within 2 days, we had all transferred onto the online technology. The important part is that being a commerce and social sciences in the sense of economics and this particular paper, it's a very dynamic paper. Keeping abreast with the industry is important. Therefore, sometimes we see that the curriculums in the university are not as fluid as what the industry is requiring. So for us, it becomes very important to remain connected with the industry to bridge the industry-academia gaps. It is very important, therefore, to make our students have not just the knowledge sets which are taught in the classrooms, but we supplement it with the skill sets which are more desirable, whether it is in terms of big data, learning R, it could be 3D printing, whatever the dimensions are. And also, most importantly, it's the mindset of the student. So providing a holistic development in a dynamic situation, but adapting with positivity is important. And ma'am, I would also like to tell you that bringing abreast of the technology and how best it can be used. We recently got a project from the Ministry of Culture, and I heard that today also these sessions are sponsored by the Ministry of Culture. We are also talking about the ancient economic thoughts and connecting it with the modern world. And we realize that there's so much in the ancient literature, going back to the Upanishads. Most of the rich traditions, the time when we were talking about our GDPs were across about 25% of the global GDP, dwindling to such low levels by the time we got independence. But our students, when they contributed to the research publications, it was based upon technology. We disseminated this based upon the technology. And again, what had happened, we had a 2-day workshop, all going in physical mode, and the rainfall and the flood situation, we were informed at 5 that henceforth the workshop is going to be an online mode. So I think online and technology has brought in so much of positivity, but there are regulations that must be adhered to, and our students must understand when and how not to get involved into so much of social media. And it's very important for us. We are counseling our students, not just ours, but even others. Outreach is very important. How best to have optimal adaptation and understanding of the technology.
You know, interestingly, you'd see that most youngsters use social media because they believe it's a platform for them to be free, for them to voice their opinions, and to show off their creativity. Ms. Manisha Kinu from NIFT, considering that NIFT, I think of all the lot, would be considered the cooler institute here, where you can show off your creativity and all of that. How do you keep things alive for students and keep them engaged in this kind of a time when they can, you know, get that requirement on social media? No, beyond social media as well, in their education.
Obviously, we do focus a lot on theoretical aspects because there's nothing without that. But we do have a lot of classroom projects, and we also do a lot of projects for virtually everybody. whether it's government, the highest offices in the country, state governments, and our students are involved in all. So we have industry coming to us for classroom projects where students learn that there is a problem, there can be several solutions to a problem. There are different ways to approach it. So it's a win-win situation both for the industry as well as for the students. With regard to G20 recently, all our students are involved. So by the time they step out of the campus, they're future ready. They know how to deal in every kind of situation. So they're not bookish, they're very practical also.
Would you agree, sir, also with that opinion that we need to move away from books, from the standard education model, and how do you see the NEP actually implementing that?
See, as per my opinion, if you look in the Indian situation, Indian population, I can say 50% of the population is less than 25 years old people. I can say maybe 254 million people are between the age of 15 to 25. That's source of innovation, curiosity, creativity. I think we have to make some system where we have to engage this youth that can be only through maybe the social media or maybe technology. I am a computer science faculty. So I always tell my teachers, we always tell the students they should go and do the internship in the companies. But we never tell the teachers to go and do the internship. So I made in my campus compulsory, each and every faculty member should do some internship in the industry because there are so many teachers never seen in the industry. So when we just be with the youth, when we understand their needs, and when we understand that technology is the need of technology, and also the people ask me, Father, can we replace the technology with the teachers with the technology or not? But I always tell them only one answer. We cannot replace the technology with the teachers. But the teachers who are not using the technology will be soon replaced with the teachers who are using the technology. So we have to give more importance for the technology.
Very important point, and this is something that I brought up also, sir, on my discussion on ChatGPT and its importance in the classroom and how it's referred to as a new age teacher. It's such a circumstance where students can literally type into their laptop any question that they have and get answers in seconds. How would you keep your teaching faculty really active, proactive in addressing students' queries and creating that connect?
Yeah, this is a very important question. And if you look at the overall NEP 2020 perspectives, the purpose is to interact more and more personal with the students. And that's what now the education is not just like a bookcase in the classroom, like you said, right? Because if you have something which is already available on the social media, which is already available on NPTEL or all the, why the student would be interested? So I think the first lecture should be very important, where the importance of the course is to be taught. Why this course is important, like somebody or Dr. Dinesh was talking about fluid mechanics, right? So the importance of every subject is to be clarified to every student, and then we have to make the practical sessions for these courses. So now in every course, we have already revised our curriculum at IIT Roorkee, and our every course is connected with the practical application of that course. So with that mindset, what we have done, we have in Uttarakhand itself, there are more than in the IIT Roorkee area, more than 600 MSMEs. So we have just created a kind of workshop which we called Uttarakhand Udyog Mahotsav. Under that, we invited all these entrepreneurs nearby, and we had a brainstorming session with our students, our PhDs, masters and undergraduate students. They displayed the posters also, and then there was a connectivity of industry and academia, and the problems were identified by the industry, and that was transferred to the respective departments, and we made it something like a kind of the creativity there. So we made it more competitive also. So around 1,000 ideas we get every year nowadays because of these kind of the practical connectivity. We have very good tinkering lab, and these kind of labs are required nowadays in every institute. Every higher education or every school needs a kind of those kind of practical labs where the students should be given freedom, and it should not be made a branch specific, like the mindset of the parent, mindset of the student that computer is the only branch where the success is there. I think that era has gone, and multidisciplinary approach will come into the picture, where every branch of science and engineering and these students will come together and they will work for the product development. And finally, so startups are the things where we are encouraging our young brains to come up for the, generate the ideas and bring it to the level of startup. So our institutes fund them if the ideas are creative. So we shortlist around 50 ideas and then we fund them and the students work for them, and again we give them the leave also. They can take a semester leave also and they work on the entire problem and then they can transfer it to the industry. And that has made a lot of change and also made the student creative, and now they have got the mindset also that how the education can be related with the practicality and developing some kind of product, and that is where the multidisciplinary approaches through science and engineering, technology and finally economics also, because otherwise they were less connected, the engineering students are less connected with the science courses. Now they are taking more and more humanities and social science courses. In between, we have also introduced this course like Indian Knowledge System. So this is the first time we have created at IIT Roorkee, where the first year all students will learn about this Indian Knowledge System course, where the ethics will also be important, and even the need of the yoga, need of the kind of, right, the stress buster for the, their overall holistic development, which has been told multiple times. So that is where we are now creating at IIT Roorkee. And I think every institute, all IITs, because all IITs, all NITs, or in fact all educational institutes, universities or higher education institutes, they are working together in all, right, where we talk about the collaborations also, signing the MOUs also, and the institutes and the social groups, they are coming together in order to develop these kind of, right, products, where the need of the hour is that connect the student with the society, make them aware about the responsibilities towards the society, and that is the holistic development of the student.
I'm glad, Professor Pant, that you made this point. Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, do you believe, and there was a time, that, and this is a conversation I had with Dr. Dinesh Singh as well, where all of these steps that all of our professors have spoken about, talking about holistic development, about skill development, these are conversations that have happened in reputed universities for decades now, and India is just getting there. Why is that? Why are we always behind the curve?
So, I'm not sure that I want to make a comparative argument about what other universities might be doing, but I'll just take your prompt to say that, at least to my mind, the conversation about skills in university education seems at the very least confused, if not completely wrong-headed. And so I'm going to stick my neck out and say that we don't try to do any of this. We're a university. We have to teach our students foundational first principles learning. Yes, they need to solve problems. They just don't need to solve the problems of today. They need to solve problems that they cannot even imagine across a lifetime. And the way we can educate them to solve those problems is to teach them foundational first principles. And so the approach at the National Law School, and I think it's bared itself out over the last 3 decades, is we do this. We don't teach people a shallow version of craft. Craft is very important, but we would make a horrible mistake if what we were doing was to cater to the next person who comes along, in my case, next professional practitioner or firm, and then build my syllabus around what they need. Beyond a point, I don't care what they need. I know my field, and I know that my duty to my students is to teach them the foundational principles of that field. And as things have it, I think we have proved quite well that the market will come to us. So I think that the comparative point and the language of skills in Indian higher education has if it's simply a corrective skew, meaning that in the past we taught really boring classes where we never taught our students to apply themselves to problems at hand, then I think it's valuable. But I don't think that the best universities in the world, and so if the view is that we should learn from the best universities in the world because they teach skills, then I think we have it the wrong way around. The best universities in the world teach foundational first principles in any field. That is what we should do. We must teach it in a problem-based learning pedagogy, but we should not forget that we're not just teaching to one market or the other. So that's the view of education that we take, and we have no intentions of changing it. whatever the, a fashionable policy framework might say. So I'm sorry, it's slightly contrarian to the line that you asked me to reflect on, but at least I can say with conviction that the best universities in the world do not do skill-based craft training. That's not what the best universities do. So we would do well to think carefully about where the place of skills is in a university curriculum.
A very interesting perspective there. Ms. Poonam Verma, would you agree with that, that there are certain solid pillars that we've established in our education sector, and we have to always respect and keep that also in mind, because that's taken us to a certain extent and a certain level?
You know, if you're referring to the pillars that are already there, I think this national education policy is changing those pillars. You know, bringing in multidisciplinarity, flexibility, like Professor Dinesh Singh mentioned, that you can design your degree. It is in a way also, this NEP is also addressing this issue. You know, you have a multiple entry, multiple exit. So there is rather more flexibility, no rigidity. So those pillars are actually not any more relevant. I would take a call on this from this perspective.
So you're saying it's forever evolving?
Oh yes, it has to. We cannot be in a static world. You know, the problems of today will not be the problems of tomorrow. You admit a student and 4 years later, he is out in the world and what he learned is not what he's facing. So it has to be dynamic, it cannot be static, and we have to, you know, like said, we have to look at the future problems. So the intellectual curiosity is what we should build upon. You know, there cannot be one solution for all problems.
Interesting. Let me bring in Dr. Minu Bajpai as well. Dr. Bajpai, medical sciences, constantly evolving, latest technology coming in. How do you ensure that you use all of that to educate students with what's current?
What's current, yeah. Thank you very much. So as you may have heard about the legacy and the reputation of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, I've been there for 40 years. And I always knew that if a patient goes there, they don't just treat the disease, they go to the root of it. I think that was the ethos which is still persisting. When you go to try to look at the root cause of the disease so that it is eradicated rather just being treated, you go through a journey. And we look at tests, we look them at 360 degree, we try to apply knowledge, clinical presentation. There are diseases which could have a spectrum of condition. That could be one condition, but there are a spectrum of presentations. No individual, no disease is identical. They are only similar. And therefore, the responses will also be different if you treat them with the same kind of stick. So that is what All India Institute does. And that's what we inculcate in our undergraduates. And more than that, I will tell you, well, it's an opportunity for me, if you allow me to speak a little more about what is happening. I am currently wearing two hats actually. I am Dean Academics at the Institute. I am also Executive Director of the NEET, the National Board of Examination and Medical Sciences. And I'm really eager to tell you this because this is a huge platform for our country. And this is an opportunity I don't want to lose. As I told you that while we're talking about education and the changes which are happening with IT, ChatGPT is one of them, we are finding that our undergraduates, first talking about the institute in Delhi, they are not very keen to attend classes anymore. We can always talk about individual, that there are individual variations, there are some very good teachers, and next day there is a teacher in which there is no student there. But overall, they are being driven away by the classes because the knowledge that we impart traditionally is available on the platform. And therefore, they are not very keen on it. They want to hook on to the media so that the knowledge that they accrue helps them in the board examination. A study was carried out to look into this. Now, this is a big challenge for us. In order to inculcate the latest, now the fear is that when they are depending upon the platforms, sometimes they don't know what is good and bad, how to choose from there. They need to be handheld to see what is right for them. That is the challenge that we are training our faculty into, that there is a curriculum, and that curriculum has to be instilled in such a way it is available on their smartphones through an app which we are building. So every specialty would have the curriculum populating that app for that specialty. every time they take a round or go to an OPD or attend an operation theater, they will just punch a few things. I have seen this case, how much do I know about it? And it goes to the teacher also. Have I populated him with enough knowledge? So that is the challenge we are facing. Now that's part one, and why I told my other hat about. That is, in the National Board of Examination, it's the national body, as you know, it conducts the NEET examination. We select candidates for postgraduate courses, and we give it to different parts of the medical colleges and our own national private hospitals also. Currently, we have 1,300 hospitals, and we create 13,000 PG seats everywhere. Rather, the seats are there, and we induct those kind of students. India is short by 15 lakh specialists. You can imagine. With this speed, we are not going anywhere, and the population is only going to. But in the last 5 or 6 years, and it may coincide with this government definitely, we increased the number of PG seats from 4,500 in 2016 to currently 13,500. Now, it was seen by the Niti Aayog, and they said, you have done something very interesting. How have you done that? Can you make it 25,000 every year? We went to the drawing board, we looked at it, we found that there is enough hospital space in our country to train people, but that is not participating in our postgraduate programs. And we looked at it, why? Each hospital, which has to be accredited for training a postgraduate, needs to meet 3 criteria: number of beds, case mix, and the eligibility of teachers. We are present in private hospitals also, by the way. And therefore, we realize that those which are not participating are falling by 1 criteria. So that space is unutilized. We created a program called joint accreditation. So 2 hospitals can join with each other for the rotation of residents. They will complement their deficits. Can you imagine? With 1,300 seats, we are having 13,000 postgraduate students every year. In India, there are 70,000 hospitals. And if we target only 30% of them, we would have 2 lakh PG seats every year. And our woes will go away. Now, hastily I would like to add, people will say, what will happen after that? Those doctors, what will they do? Do you know that the projected 2040 health, the economic impact of health globally is $12 trillion. At the center of this will be the doctor. There will be all stakeholders, equal partners, but the center of that will be the doctors. We need only India, about all the world, can only produce that number of doctors. And this is an open secret. And that's what we are doing now. So at the national board, we have gone to the hospitals, we are accrediting them. Now, with this comes such a new challenge, the education. Are we producing doctors with as much standards? So we looked at that part. The standard should be very high. Here comes the technology. So what we did, and see how easily it came. We have a headquarters in Dwarka. You started transmitting online webinars, complex case scenarios, the lectures, etc., online availability. And they are available on their phones now. They can tap it and learn. They can hook on to us and have a talk back also. Part 2, skill training. Now that's where our current ministry's discussion was going on. We are opening up a national skills center for the students. They will come here, spend 5 to 7 days, and on simulators. The government has opened up 150 crores for that. We have a building already. It has already been flagged by the minister recently, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji. He's already flagged it up. And third thing I've already told, populating their smartphones with apps carrying their curriculum. At the end of that curriculum, when they finish a round, they will punch questions. And they would know whether they know the answer or not. The teacher would know, has he taught enough? So what I was trying to tell in this very wonderful forum, we are now approaching the hospitals who never thought they would be participating in a postgraduate program. And I'm using this opportunity to send the message across. Thank you so much.
That's great. Thank you very much, Doctor. What I realize from the conversation that we've had so far and pieces that I've gathered is the reason that we're all here on this and all of you have been awarded for excellence is because you all started initiatives. You've all taken steps to ensure that students, what they need today is taken care of in your own unique way. And Mr. Kamalpant, if you could also come in on that, how is it that your institute has also ensured that there are these unique steps that are taken to ensure that students' needs are addressed in today's times?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. like in this institution, we are a little different because other institutions have got a lot of specializations built into the programs. IITs have different, streams, but we run a generic program. And now the number of students we are receiving every year, they have got different aspirations. There are some people who get into the institute with an aspiration to join, some of the leading B schools. There are some people who wish to go abroad. There are some people who want to be practicing hotel managers. And there are other people who want to be the number crunchers. So there is one curriculum, but we have to fulfill the needs of diverse needs of the people. And what we are trying to do here, my heads of department are here, 3 out of 4 of them. And what we try to do is that we are assigning them to different mentors who are specialized in a particular domain. Like if somebody wants to go into academics or somebody wants to pursue a PhD, so there is a set of people who would be mentoring. They would be, pushed into a lot of research. The projects would be, put in their way, and they would be involved in bringing out the journal that the institute comes out with. So those are the kind of things, we try to imbibe. Another important thing is that in order to, tread towards excellence, we try to push our students, and we try to motivate them not to take shortcuts ever. I will give you an illustration. Before we came for this program today, we had all IHM principals meet in my institution. My chairperson, the Honorable Secretary Tourism, the Director General Tourism, the Senior Economic Advisor, all these people were there. And we organized this function for them, and like in the hall, in the seminar hall, we had the names of the principals, their own logos, everything laid out there. And at the lunch time also, it was a formal lunch. So everybody, place setting was there and his name was there, and we made sure that we had diversity in our spread also. So our Director General, she was saying, we were all family members, you went a little too far. And I said, Madam, I don't think, the G20 heads of states are going to come here. So this is an opportunity I have used to give a hands-on experience of something formal to be organized to my students. So that is what we are trying to do, and I am very happy. New education policy, I look at it with a lot of optimism. The curriculum is, I think it has been righted. There was the kind of overburden which was there on the student. A lot of ground had to be covered. I think the curriculum has been reduced, but you are going through the motions and you are getting the kind of level of maturity that you need to go there and solve the life problems. Another instance, at the same time, we push our students to be dreamers. Recently, this year, a feather in our cap was a global challenge that we won. It was a global hospitality consulting company, HVS. HVS Hope competition was there, and they wanted our students to imagine hospitality experience in the year 2033. And these students, we put a team together, and they were wondering, as to how they would, imagine something like that. And I said, no holds bar, you go out of the box and go berserk, with your thinking. And then we will kind of converge it and we will come to and the human behavior they have incorporated into it, how people, 2033, they have laid a lot of emphasis on greening of the hospitality, responsible luxury, those kind of efforts, and coming out with a reward program wherein if you are a good eco-friendly traveler, next time around if you are booking an airline seat or if you are booking a room at a hotel, you would be getting a special rate. And this is something which has been appreciated globally, especially the CEO of the HVS company, Steve Rushmore. He has sent each of the winners a personal note. Another note to the institution that your kids have done wonderful. And American universities and other people who are there in the fray, finalists, it was the Boston School of Hospitality, which we beat. So that is the kind of thing, we like to incorporate into the school. And another last thing I would like to say is, like I started my education journey 25 years ago. I was much younger then, but I had this realization that these people who are coming into teaching profession afresh, they are more grounded. The higher we grow, we get a disconnect. And therefore, the emphasis is on finding the right people and then let them do their job, get out of the way, empower them, give them the tools, empower them, encourage them, and let them lead from front. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Bipin Jojo, let's put the focus now on NEP. The sense that I get from everyone here with all of the ideas, initiatives that you've all spoken of, and the steps to essentially ensure students, feel included, students have a great learning experience overall. Did it take an NEP essentially to kind of shake things up in the system and kind of give management that leeway also?
In our context, ever since this NEP came in, or NEP 2020 was announced, immediately we got into the business of how we can reorient our programs within the larger framework of NEP. However, the issue or the aspect of interdisciplinarity, community engagement, I think we have been doing for years in our curriculum. So our curriculum our programs are towards development sector, or what is also known as social sector. Our curriculum has been always people-centered, drawing from interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity curriculum, and centering around the people, and so how we could make student-centered pedagogy and strengthen this community engagement, which we have been doing it. In fact, in our curriculum, we already have 900 hours of community engagement, or what we call fieldwork, in our existing programs, along with what lab in AIMS or IITs or engineering colleges would say. We call it field action projects. So in my school, we have 15 such practice models in the communities, as well as with the systems of the government mechanisms or institutions in different parts of the country. Say there is a field action project which is working in 35 tribal hamlets, impacting 10,000 people with regard to health and education and their livelihood. That is one example. Similarly, my field action project working with Special Cell for Women and the Resource Center on Violence Against the Women and Children, they are working in all the special cells in Maharashtra as well as in Gujarat. And also we have been supporting in 4 different states directly, and supporting the staff in another 4 states. So similarly, we have many such field action projects directly working with the people in the communities. That is one aspect. And secondly, we are also working with the systems, the government institutions and mechanisms. And so we have been able to engage our students in those practice models. So in one hand, we are experimenting different practice models. Secondly, we are also putting our students into those practice models so that they can learning by doing, and also producing a knowledge system by those experiences and publishing some academic journals and sharing this experience in the academia. So it is good opportunity which has come and strengthened some of the systems we have been practicing, but I would say I think it has come as a boost. Some part of it we had been already doing it, but having said that, probably I like to say that in our program specifically, we emphasize around 3 major components, that is the knowledge, perspective, and the skill. So knowledge, information, I think now the students have on their tip of, on the fingertips. So we cannot give them just information now. I think now how the knowledge system has to be given so that that can develop some certain critical thinking. I think critical perspective, that's what we want to bring in. And so not only one perspective, but how there can be multiple perspectives, because we are living with the people and the society, which is so complex. And so there cannot be one perspective, one reality, or multiple realities or multiple perspectives. And so in response to that, how can we use those skills? So skill sets have to be responsive to those reality. Otherwise, I think skills without considering the complexity of the reality, complexity of the society, without having certain perspectives to the society and the vulnerable communities, I think the skill in isolation will be not that impactful or not that relevant, I would say. So it is definitely has made us to rethink and reflect on and strengthen in the context of NEP. And when many of our colleagues or departments of social work in the country are struggling with how to start a bachelor's program, in the last 2 years we have been working, and we are ready to roll out with a lot of deliberation and engagement, and we are much confident to roll out a bachelor's program with NEP framework now.
That's amazing. But the NEP framework, I think, has largely changed the face of education. And I think all of you here will agree with me that, it was the need of the hour, essentially, Mr. Rangam Banerjee, to kind of tweak the problems and address the problems in our education system, in our education model. Do you think it's been successfully brought about, the changes that we needed? And do you think that perhaps we should have done this a lot earlier?
Whether or not we should have done it earlier, I think it's we shouldn't underestimate the effort required to actually do this. And I think a number of points which were brought out, very interesting discussions from the panelists. I'd like to just think about it and express a few views. One is this whole emphasis on, we are looking at fundamentals. We are also teaching people, the students, it's not about teaching, but it's about learning. And you talked also about the ChatGPT and techniques. One of the things that we need to understand is that despite whatever we have in terms of new progress in technology developments, the problems in the real world still persist. So what we need to do is find a way to excite our young students. And I would like to go back to what Professor Dinesh Singh had said. He talked about mechanics, fluid mechanics. And in IIT Delhi, we do teach fluid mechanics, where we look at simulating what happens in an aircraft. We do simulations of real systems. We have also experiments. But that doesn't excite students. So we have now one of our colleagues, young faculty members, has introduced a course on the mechanics of cricket, right? So the point is that we need to, in the classroom, find ways in which we give students a meaning for what they are learning and why they are learning, because it's no longer about information. Students are not looking to faculty members for information. They have multiple sources of information. They have multiple courses which are available. They want a challenge. They want a perspective. They want a sense of meaning. And so we have to reinvent ourselves. And this is something, NEP is one part of it, but it's easier said than done. So this is something where, I think we should share experiences. We should look at things. And this is about exciting students and preparing them for the real world. We cannot anticipate every single type of problem. The knowledge itself will change, but we have to teach, we have to enable students to learn so that they can get a new problem, they'll pick up whatever is required to be able to solve. So problem identification, picking up whatever knowledge is there for that problem, having that rigor and doing that. And that is how we need to reorganize. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I think it's, NEP is one step, but it's a continuous journey. Higher education itself is facing a challenge. And the challenge is we have to excite young people. And that challenge is not, we have to talk to them. We have to show them that we care for their future. And we have to talk with them and see how we can enable the learning.
Please go ahead, ma'am. Yeah.
I think I would just add to what Rangan sir has just now said. I fully agree with this, that there is so much in the offing, but it also entails a huge responsibility on the teacher's side. They have to themselves innovate, they have to evolve, they have to be with the times, and they have to, you know, be available for sort of telling that they are worth listening to. So it is equally important to have, you know, as I just wanted, I recollected that currently in our college, we have about 45, you know, research fellows coming from IIT Delhi and an MOU with IIT Delhi for under the PM research fellowship scheme, who are coming down, talking to the students, doing some projects with them, and exciting them to, you know, that there is such a lot that can be done from a technology institute. They are learning like this from the basics or the fundamentals of sciences, and we also have social sciences students with them learning the various aspects of how they can innovate or how they can do, you know, we have started courses, add-on courses on our own with these research fellows and our own teachers, and making things more of a good learning experience for them, so that when they are out, they are very well aware and they are, you know, better able to, you know, sort of prepare themselves better for the market. And it's here where I feel that whoever, the number of teachers who are involved with these research fellows are also learning a lot. So they have to make themselves useful. And I think in some places where we have a lot of good training programs for the teachers is also now becoming essential for college teachers. So, because not all are alike, not all are so motivated, so we need to do all of these things to make NEP successful and bring the you know, Indian higher education on the absolute global map.
Interesting. Dr. Krishnaswamy, do you agree with that, that a large aspect of what makes a university successful is how much you're willing to ensure that your teachers are learners in the process?
You know, a traditional view of university education is you simply recruit the best teachers and then you unleash them on classes, and somehow if we had PhDs from the best universities around the world, which is what we try and do, that is really where the job of the university ends. And we know enough that to say that that model has some virtues. We must look to recruit the best, but that's not enough. And I think you can get that strain across the many interventions of the panelists, that the key is to make the classroom work. And Professor Dinesh Singh said that undergraduate education has to be taken seriously, and by that I took him to mean that it has to be at the cutting edge of the knowledge field, whatever we might teach. And that's our approach to the field, which is that students have to learn fundamental things, but at the edge of the knowledge field. And if we are able to do that consistently across the classrooms, we do a good job. But the challenge of the ubiquity of content, which everyone is talking about, why do, as you were just saying, sir, why do students need to come to class? If the content is freely available, then the classroom has to be something else. And so, and to now address your question, the real challenge in teaching practice is to try and develop a pedagogy across the various subjects that we teach, where students, where faculty are engaged in live problem solving, that the classroom, in other words, is electric. There's no place in the classroom for you know, a one-way lecture. There's no place in the classroom. I mean, maybe 6-7 minutes of that might be enough. But after that, the classroom is engaged in a way that students are solving problems in real time. And there's enough time in the classroom, silence in the classroom almost, for people to think, how do I solve this problem? If we don't do that enough in our classrooms, then the ubiquity of media will just wash us out, right? And here my sense is that, and just responding to a previous strain in the conversation, that we don't need to teach our students how to use social media. We don't need to teach them how to use ChatGPT. These are things they can teach us. And there's a value in that, and we can all learn from them. What we need to teach them is something else. We need to teach them how to work without these tools, how to work in ways, to anticipate in ways, what is a good product or not. When we look at ChatGPT outputs, how would our students discern what is a reasonably good answer to the question or not? And the only way they can do that is if they know better. And so that's the cutting edge that our students need to be at. We, for one, I mean, though we expose our students to new technologies, and law is very susceptible to many of these new technologies, we do not bring that into our assessment or learning framework, by which I mean you're not assessed by how well you use this or that technological frame. We almost keep that out of the assessment and learning framework. That's not what we need to teach you. We know you're going to do that anyway. We need to keep that out and then teach you some foundational stuff which hopefully human beings can do better than technology for many decades, hopefully a century to come. So that's the way we think about it. So the real challenge for faculty is to make that classroom come alive. You know, where classrooms are not some didactic exercise and transferring content. That story was over long ago, but at least now it's abundantly clear that it's over. And so that active classroom is what we drive our faculty to develop.
Sure, please, ma'am.
You know, I think the first step that we should be actually doing is changing, you know, for all educational institutions, we always say it is a teaching learning institution. I think we need to say that it's a learning teaching institution. That's where the beginning should be. And the teachers have to be now actually imparting only wisdom. We'll only become facilitators. We'll only be giving our experience, like the human touch, to all that is available with the students.
Essentially a guiding tool, especially at these times where, you know, you just type something and you get answers almost immediately.
So you should actually be instilling in them the sense of differentiation, distinction, right from wrong. Of course, the rights and the wrongs keep changing in our evolving society, but that sense of difference, distinction, that needs to be, you know, inculcated in the students. And we have to be, we are the facilitators. I mean, as parents, as teachers, I think that's one thing that we all need to understand.
In such a scenario, Professor Pant, considering how much things are evolving, and I'm sure you've seen this happen over the years really, and several changes and transformation in the education sector, right now with the kind of disruptive tools that we have, do you believe that perhaps the education sector is going through some of the biggest challenges now in how to cater to students?
Yeah, I think a lot of debate has already been done, like what the different tools like ChatGPT, right, and already so many things are available on social media. But I don't think that, because sometimes we need a stress buster also, right? I think the students, if they're working with the mobile, or if they're playing with the right computer, some games, or watching movie, I think that is a part of their right extracurricular, co-curricular life also. So I think that kind of freedom should be given to every student, and something where you need to kind of, when they are at the right young child, then some monitoring is required. But when they are matured enough, we have in the hostels also, right, computers, internet, everything is available, and we give them the freedom. But at the same time, we just, that's what I said, the value of ethics, right? Ethics is very important. So if in the first year itself, when they enter to the hostel, there is a need where a kind of, right, the one-to-one mapping, which we call. So what we have done to just overcome all these kind of disruptions, we have made a kind of student mentors, right? And these third year final year students are the mentors for the first year student. So like what our Honorable Minister was also saying, that presently there is little bit shortage compared to 10:1, what we said, right? For every 10 student, there should be one faculty. But presently we have the shortage of faculty. In fact, every IIT, every university has that problem. So then the senior students can become the mentor for the young student. And if these, because they know, right, these senior students, they know what is good for their academic future, what kind of, say, we have a kind of brainstorming session among the students, so that their communication skills gets improved. We have the several kind of what you call the talent skill, right, these are something like talent hunt program. So we give some kind of problems and ask the students to work in a group. So this makes a kind of creativity. So more critical thinking, more creativity approach, and that diverts them from that kind, what we say, the mental stress, right. So mental stress, right, it is because when they are sitting idle, just they are thinking about their grades, just they are thinking about, right, the pressure of the exam. So I think if these things, where we need to have more and more sports, right, activity, something where we have the more and more creative activities in the some kind of student activity center, and there they go, they devote the time. Even we have those kind of yoga centers also. So in the morning we have created, we don't force the student, but by their own choice they come there, right. So these kind of, I think the extracurricular, co-curricular, these activities should be involved. And when the students are involved, then I don't think that these kind of problems like the disruptive activities, that will automatically will go, but it will take time. And we need to, I think, every institute, they have those kind of wellness center also, and we have the psychologist also in fact, but I think we should not, right, have those kind of issues in future, and the student's life should be a kind of happy life. And that is what I always tell the students also, you learn how to make the others happy. If you learn that techniques, then I think the system will be improved automatically.
How wonderful. Yeah, I've run out of time, but I request each of you to give me 3 words that define excellence for you in your institutions. If I could start with you, Professor Pant.
Yeah, see, the important thing when you say, right, excellence is a very, very comparative terminology, right. When you talk about excellence, then I always tell, don't go with the numbers, right. Don't look, right, how to reach to that, say, number 1, number 2. I don't encourage to that part.
So
But
you're saying forget ranking.
always work hard for that, right. So we have a Kulgit. In Kulgit, we always say, Shramam binana kimapi sadhyam. तो बिना आपको मेहनत किए कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, तो आपको मेहनत करनी है, लेकिन आपको ये नहीं, अगर आप मेहनत करें अपने, you will be rewarded. But
so
does not,
excellence is hard work.
yes, hard work will always pay. And ethics is very important in life. So for getting something, don't go with the shortcuts. So that's a very important thing.
Okay, Mr. Rangam Banerjee, 3 words that define excellence for you.
Relevance, rigor, creativity.
Interesting. Father George.
Even I do go creativity and something which we can do extra.
Ms. Manishikina?
I think for us it would be to instill a lifelong quest for knowledge. You learn throughout your life. You don't stop as you step out. One would be to be creative and to continue to do so. And hard work, I think that goes without saying. You cannot do anything well unless you're working hard.
I think I'd like to go with empowerment, opportunities, commitment.
Ms. Verma?
I would say competing with oneself till you reach your inner potential.
Ms. Simrat Kaur?
I think it's important to understand.
Go ahead. I think they'll switch it on. You can use mine.
All right. It's important that you are a nation builder. Being a commerce college, numbers are important. Contribute monetarily to nation building. Take forward community building. Nurture the nature. Ensure sustainability of resources. Take care of the future generations. And finally, remain grounded and keep caring for the elderly, whether outside of your family or within. So holistic development with goals which are very important. Immediate goals, short-term goals, long-term goals, enduring competencies towards sustainability.
Okay, Dr. Krishnaswamy.
So, I mean, I think we can construct a narrative here rather than repeating ourselves. So I'll say something slightly different, but hopefully relevant. I'd say that the first value that I would emphasize is integrity, that private action and public values match, and that's something that is learnt, it's not natural. The second that we would emphasize is inclusiveness. We're a very diverse country. Our institutions often reflect this diversity, And learning to live together is extremely hard, as we know in the daily newspapers. And so for us, that's very important, because we teach people about the Constitution and constitutional values, and if they don't know how to live together, then there's some real gap there. And the third thing I'll emphasize is a sense of reflectiveness, because there is so much that we learn by immersing ourselves in texts and difficult concepts, and if we don't turn the light to where we are in that process and develop some sense of a sociological imagination, who am I and why am I doing this, I think the project of education doesn't get off the ground. So I'll use those three ideas. It's some integrity, inclusiveness, and reflection.
Professor Jojo, 3 words.
Yeah, excellence has to be driven with a vision and a mission. And the curriculum has to be with critical thinking and sensitivity and compassion, and continuous innovation in response to changing environment.
Okay. Professor Pant.
Yeah, I would say empathy, out-of-the-box thinking, and rigor.
Excellent. And Dr. Bajpai, finally.
Well, I think reaching at that pedestal which sets you on the new growth of trajectory, a new trajectory altogether, because you have worked hard or you have achieved something, it's a new pedestal for you. Now is the time to take up a new trajectory of growth. That's how I think it should be like. It should just be the beginning.
Excellent. Thank you so much on that note to all of you, and congratulations once again on receiving and winning all the laurels at the India Today Education Awards. Congratulations. Can I request Mr. Manoj Sharma to come up onto the stage, please, and give a token of appreciation to all of our guests here.
See, now you have more than 12 mantras.
I noted them all down, yes. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much for joining us here at the India Today Education Conclave. Congratulations once again to all of you for receiving your award. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you realized a common thread where in several of the conversations that I just had with the principals, they all spoke about the importance of stress and ensuring stress-free education, of mental health as well. So that's going to be our next session. Just give us a few moments as we set up. So we're set for our next session, State of Mind, How to Make Studies Stress-Free. I'd like to invite here onto the stage Dr. Shelja Sen, family therapist and co-founder of Children First. Please come onto the stage, ma'am. Rajat Soni, author, youth and parenting coach. Dr. Sameer Malhotra, director and head of Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences at Max Healthcare. Can we have all the panelists up on the stage, please? I'd like to now call on stage the session moderator, Sonali Acharji, Senior Associate Editor at India Today.
I thought since we are going to spend the next 20 and 30 minutes talking about young boys and girls, let me introduce this session by sharing something from their world, Instagram. So this is a reel I came across a couple of days ago, and it's by a young class 10 student from a well-to-do Bombay school. And she's sitting on her bed and she's crying uncontrollably. And she first states her problem and she says, I'm a great student. I have no pressure upon me, but I am so stressed about my exams. I can't eat, I can't sleep, I don't want to talk to my friends and family. I'm very unhappy. And then the second part, she talks about what she did about her condition. So she went to her parents and her teachers and she said, look, I don't want you to help me. Because when you help me, you do it from your perspective, which means you're taking into account your sensitivities, your desires, and your capacity to help me. I want you to support me, which means you place my perspective at the center of your solution. You start by listening to me, understanding me, and then go ahead with your intervention. And this really got me thinking that so much of our mental health interventions and solutions are really based upon a very fundamental fact that the child should trust you. The child should feel safe enough to express their problem to you. And the child shouldn't be afraid of opening up their heart. And so that first reaction they get when they come to you determines so much of what follows. And I'm going to start with Mr. Soni. What and how important is healthy communication between a parent and a child and a student and a teacher?
Thank you, Sonali. I think you've shared, the story that you shared is very relevant. And whenever I talk to the teenagers or to the youth, the first thing that they say is, adults don't understand us. And the reason we don't spend time with them is because all they want to talk to us is about studies and what you want to do in your future. So they feel that disconnect, as you said, they feel that you're saying things only from the parent's perspective, not understanding the child's perspective. I feel what is really important here and relevant here, firstly, is that as a parent, we build that exclusive time with our teenager where we are actually stepping into their world. Fine, we'll tell them, push off your mobile phone and start studying. Firstly, watch yourself if you're using the mobile phone more than they are. And then, what is it that they're watching on YouTube? Is it a Mr. Beast? Are they watching a Breaking Bad series? What is it they are? What is their world? Step into their world, a world where there is a non-judgmental mindset, where there are no laptops and mobile phones at that point in time, where you're just having a conversation with your child, and a conversation that is not about studies, that's not about their career. Another thing which comes from parents' perspectives is where I normally say, unjudge yourself, because as parents, there are so many impressions that are being formed over the day. You know, whether we are a working professional, maybe at office, whether we are a homemaker, we are dealing with so many things at home with so many people. We have our own things going on in the mind. And till we release that, we won't have the energy that our children need. We won't have those 5 senses active when we are interacting with our teenager. And this recently happened. We were having a family conversation. It was over Zoom since the student was not from India. And so he said it was 2 years since he had he had come into his teenage. He was literally not interacting with his parents. He was just pushing away from them in a way. And then that day he finally said that, I don't see any attempts from you to connect with me. You know, you're not understanding me. And the parents say that we have like 2 buckets to fill. I'm interpreting what they said. We have an energy bucket to fill and a responsibility bucket to fill. If all our energy will go in, you know, pushing you to stop procrastinating and doing your things, then we don't have energy left for anything else. Now here as parents, we're expecting our children to balance things, but what about us? So a lot of work on ourselves is required, a lot of reflection as parents is required on where are the gaps. That comes into picture. I think the third thing that comes into picture is, as I say, unjudge your teenager. There's a lot of talk of ChatGPT since morning, and whenever, so this teenager was telling me the other day, and he said that, you know what, my parents, I got caught in the class because they realized that I've used ChatGPT for my history assignment or something like that. But when I came back home, I told my mom that no, the teacher is, she has a bias against me. So he became extremely defensive towards what he wanted to share. So, we need to exercise certain empathy with the teenager, where we are trying to understand what he is really trying to tell us. Another thing which comes as very often is, these days, teenagers are not really used to listening good things about themselves, their own amazing qualities, things where they appreciate themselves. So as parents, if we can appreciate and acknowledge them, acknowledge their efforts, congratulate them for the efforts they are making rather than what is coming as a result of it. And in a way, trusting our children in certain ways. Sometimes if a student says that a particular tuition teacher is not working for me, this is from a very recent student, and the father was very adamant that no, the tuition teacher is right, you are not putting your focus over there. She finally said, I don't connect with the teacher, so how do I work with her? So, it's about trusting your child. And finally, I would say it's about, this came from a teenager again, that, respect the closed door policy. When I come from school and sometimes I just throw my bag and I get into my room, I'm not really trying to hide anything from you. I'm just trying to process my own emotions, my own feelings, what is happening with me throughout the day. So, it's about giving that space. Yeah, so these are some things that, and that's why it's really important as parents to go ahead with that, yeah.
No, and one of the things is very often we feel that we do understand children, and we do have certain assumptions. We think it's the phone that's stressing them out, or it's this constant pressure to dress up, or it's relationships. We do come with assumptions. And Dr. Sen, you've had a very long years of experience listening to young people talk. What is their perspective? What is stressing them out today?
Thanks. Sonali, can you hear me? Yeah. No? Can you hear me? Yeah, that's better. Yeah, it's been more than 30 years. I sometimes think that I'm more of an anthropologist than a therapist, because I've seen over the years, over decades, children, families, cultures, societies change, right? And I have worked in different contexts within India, outside India. What do children write now? What are the main themes that are coming up? These themes are not very different from what they were earlier, but they are being experienced with much more of intensity, right? And much more of intensity. The one is a sense of, this worthiness. I'm not worthy enough. I'm not enough. Forget about worthy. I'm not enough. And because we have built this very illusionary ladder of success, or worthiness, or beauty, good looks, whatever is that, the measures of perfection for our children, and there's a constant sense that I'm not measuring up, right? That's one. The second thing that, and that could come across as a child who's going through depression, eating disorder, substance abuse. Those are different ways the child is responding to the pain. The second is a sense of loss of agency. Loss of agency and purpose, because they're being told, like Rajat was talking about, they're being told all the time, do this, do that. Nobody's asking them. They're being robbed of their sense of agency. They're robbed of the sense of purpose. Then what's the point? What's the point of going to school? What's the point of going to college? What's the point? The world is coming to an end anyway, so why do anything, right? And the third is disconnection. We are most connected than ever through our gadgets, but we are most disconnected from our hearts. So that communication that Rajat was talking about, being able to listen to each other, to really, really have a conversation, to have relationships. There's a sense of, who's my friend? I mean, pandemic has changed our lives, our relationships so much. Children constantly, young people I'm hearing is, people don't understand me, parents don't understand me, I don't know if my friends like me or not. Am I liked or not?
But most of us are not born to be great listeners, and we're not trained in it. Keeping in mind a young person's perspective, how do all of us improve and adapt our communication skills today?
Yeah.
How do we do that?
I think one is, they'll say, listening from our heart, not from our head, not waiting for the other person to finish and then I will tell you how to live your life, how you should be studying, how you will never end up in a college if you continue like that. Listening from our heart and really, really that compassionate curiosity to really get to know the child, right? We struggle with it. That's one. The second is about asking and not telling. We are telling the children all the time that, again, I talk about agency. We ask questions. We want to know. I'm curious to know what you want in this world. I want to know what you want to grow up to be. I want to know what are your preferences? What do you like? What do you not like? How do you want me to be? How do you want to study? What do you want to study? What do you want to play? Where do you want to do? All those questions, right? Third is giving them choices. Giving them choices that, do you want to do this? So there's a certain sense of agency. Fourth is apologizing when you mess up. Because as parents, as adults, we are messing up all the time, and it's not wrong to say, I'm sorry. Yeah? And fifth is what I call you, me, we. I listen to you. I might not agree with you, but I listen to you. Me is, this is my point of view, and we is, what do we do? How do we manage this together? So these are things I believe in.
So I'm going to be slightly pedantic here. We're talking about making studies stress-free, but actually there's no such thing. We can never be free of the triggers of stress. Stress exists in all of us. It's a biological process that's been with us since the time that we were cave people. What we can do instead is manage our stress. And sometimes it's very easy, sometimes all it takes is a bar of chocolate and some time with friends and you're fine. Sometimes you can't, and stress becomes chronic and uncontrollable and you need help. And today we actually have a certain kind of help which is more accessible than it ever was, the therapist's office. And Dr. Malhotra heads a very large team of therapists at Max Healthcare. And I want him to tell us, what can modern day therapy give us that can help us manage our stress?
It's a beautiful question asked. 2-3 things that we need to understand before I answer this. Am I audible?
Yeah, just
audible?
Hold it a bit close.
Is this better now? So I think it's a beautiful question asked. I look at it from 2 perspectives. One is every child is different. So there's no such one parameter to fit everybody in. And that's where perhaps at times the education system also tends to fail. And that's what we are trying to correct. Through previous discussions also people have brought that to the fore. And there's no point being guilt-ridden all the time as parents, because we are now living in challenging times, and these challenging times are going to grow further. So it's not just we who are parenting our children, it's also the media that parents. Many a times peers also do a parenting role more than what parents are doing these days. So it's an added challenge, and it's a never-ending challenge. Now, every child is different. Every child is born with certain set of capacity, certain set of intellect, certain aptitude, and certain interests. So as parents, I think it's very important for us to form a bond from day one, wherein we make ourselves available to understand our child's true potential. So if we are able to understand our child before counseling or suggesting or advising, as Dr. Sen just pointed out, then we develop those listening skills and the curiosity as a parent to learn alongside. I was listening to the previous set of panelists, and they were talking about excellence. And some of them were talking about empathy, and they were talking about moral values. I think today's age, it's very, very challenging to bring in those values together with the modern science that we are living in. Gadgets are very good. They are wonderful means of communication and also wonderful means of information and knowledge. But how to balance that with our basic fabric becomes very, very important. And when I'm talking about value system, I'm trying to redefine me. When we are talking about me, it's not just about satisfaction of my instinctual drives. So when we are seeing patients in the clinic, I'm also associated with certain school mental health programs. So when we go there, a very common issue is that no matter what you do, whatever you provide to your children, they are still not very satisfied. There's a heightened expression of emotions these days. The ability to tolerate stress has gone down. So their reactions are much more severe. There's a lack of purpose and existential crisis which is there. So no matter whatever is being done, there's lack of gratitude. Now those kind of things come with basic value system of inculcating gratitude, inculcating moral ethics, wherein your me is not just restricted to gratification of your instinctual drives there and then, but also includes a sense of purpose, not only towards yourself, but also towards your immediate family and the society at large. And I think that's where perhaps you can divert and channelize this energy of a child into something which is constructive and for holistic good for the society at large. So when we are seeing children these days, they are coming to us with self-harming tendencies, which was not there, say, 3 decades ago when I was studying psychiatry. It wasn't there as much as when I see it now. We thought it was a problem of the West. I see it quite often now. Right. I often see those patients telling me, when I ask them this question, what do you want to do in your life? We don't know what we need to do. And they're not happy. They are sad. So we are seeing a lot of depression. We are seeing a lot of anxiety. We are seeing a lot of interpersonal conflict. We are seeing a lot of self-harm despite over-provision by the family. So I think availability from the side of the parent, understanding, and understanding the ability of the child and trying to provide that milieu where the child is not feeling threatened, yet is able to devise a sense of purpose.
Now, you're also a psychiatrist, and I wonder if you could very quickly address the M word, which is medication. Very often, you know, the minute we hear antidepressants, people don't want to go to a counselor or a therapist as a fear of it. Can you address some of the myths that antidepressants rewire your brain, or they're addictive, or they're just not needed? It's just another way for counselors to, you know.
I'm very glad that you asked this question, because this is something very common. It's a myth that antidepressants are going to make you dependent. Right? They are not dependence producing medications. Number two, it's a myth that psychiatrists would prescribe antidepressant at the drop of the hat, because there are proper guidelines available, which are both national guidelines and international guidelines. And until and unless the person fulfills the criteria for a particular diagnostic entity, we do not start medication that quick. Yeah. The third is they are not steroids. So many times, you know, people ask this question, oh, we don't want steroidal medication. Once we are on an antidepressant, you know, we'll have to be on it for life. Yeah. Depends what is the diagnosis. So one has to be very clear in terms of establishing a diagnosis. We should not be over the board. Many times children come to us and they come with a diagnostic label. So they would say, I would say, what's your problem? So they would say, no, it's OCD. Or doc, I think it's you know, major depression. Or at times they'll say, I think it's ADHD. So that's the buzzword. And if you look into any psychiatric diagnostic criteria, attention deficit is one of the part and parcel of almost every stressed individual. Forget about a diagnostic criteria also. So we should not overdiagnose, and we don't, as per the guidelines. We obviously, as a part of our training, we try to place ourselves in the shoes of the patient and then see what best can be given to help the person out of it. But if the child is suffering from biological depression, wherein we say there are biological symptoms of depression, which means sustained lack of interest, and there is lethargy, and there is this psychomotor agitation, or there is a lot of psychomotor slowness in the child, or if there is significant sleep and appetite disturbance that we are seeing, then we should not sit on top of it. And we should not push it under the car. Right.
You know, before we even get to the therapist, we first have to speak out about our problems. And one of the greatest fears that a lot of young people have is that of being labeled, you know, being that person with mental health issues. Dr. Sen, you once talked to me about the trauma of othering a person. How do we create an environment in schools where differences are accepted, and where we don't bat an eyelid when it comes to realizing that we're not all carbon copies of one another? We all respond very differently to different situations.
This reminds me of my second book, where it's called Imagine No Child Left Invisible, right? And for me, that's very important, that how do we, because I remember this idea came to me from a child who said that I'm like a ghost in school. Everybody looks through me. I'm invisible, right? And this is a kid who's grown up in that school. So it's not a new child. And those words stayed with me for so long, and I was thinking how many children we have who feel invisible, who are othered, who are discriminated against, who are rejected, who are seen as, many times in schools you go to, and we have 25 plus 2 children in our class. I always wonder, what is 25 plus 2? So I asked a teacher, I said, 2 children who are autistic. So I said, but why didn't you say 27, right? So this othering of children is so damaging. It's so damaging for the child who's experiencing, and also damaging for the other children, because they start seeing that there's only one kind of way to be in this world, right? If you study well, if you do well in sports, if you're very popular, you're okay. Otherwise, you are damaged goods. So, a mantra we carry in Children First is each child is wired and inspired differently. And for us, that's really, really very important, because they're children, yes, children who, like the whole neurodiversity movement is becoming very, very strong now, and I think it's coming to India. In fact, it's not psychologists or psychiatrists or therapists or teachers or other people who are talking about it, it's the young people who are talking about it. So neurodivergence, that it's okay to be different, is important, and neurodivergence in itself is not a problem. ADHD in itself is not a problem. Autism in itself is not a problem. It is these problem-saturated narratives, the way these children are othered or excluded, that actually has a huge impact on them, right? So what we are looking for is a world where we believe in diversity in action, where we believe that each and every child is valuable, is important. You know, the message I like to say to teachers and parents is, every child needs a wow. That you are, wow stands as an acronym. You're worthy, you're original, and you're welcome. If every child gets that message, we'll have a much better world.
You know, we've been giving advice about how to help students manage stress, but a lot of us are trying very hard to do so. A lot of teachers, a lot of parents are giving it their very best. I thought, can we talk a little bit about self-care and therapeutic options for the caregivers of those who are stressed? How important is that, Mr. Soni?
I want to first share that, just adding to from what Shelja had said about neurodiverse children, I think each one of us has a different way of thinking, different behavior, and different learning style. A 25 plus 2 happens because somewhere, you know, any which way teenagers find it difficult to fit in, right? And if neurodiversity comes in, there is a complete push. I was working with one of the children who was diagnosed with Asperger's when he was 4 and now he was 15. And the first time I met him, I was helping him reflect on various areas of his life. I asked him to evaluate his areas of life, how he sees his relationship with his parents and everything. When he came to the area of career, he said that my dad wants me to be a doctor. And once I become a doctor, I will leave. He basically wanted to give up on his life because he had borne so much rejection. Not only from school, where he would land up in the principal's room without any fault of his, things were kept in his bag. He would be the scapegoat. At home, his own grandparents would say, "Munda te changa hai par bolda hi nahi hai." You know, it's that acceptance that we are looking at when it comes to that. And that child, you know, when he was brought to that situation by various, whether it's family, whether it's school, whether it's everywhere. So when we talk about school, it's always a whole school approach that we need to adopt. It is, there are so many stakeholders involved in that. It is the teachers, it is the admin staff, the way they are talking to the children. It is educating them also on the mental awareness aspects. Coming to caregivers, whether the caregivers are parents, whether they are guardians, whether they are foster parents, whatever it is in this case, as I said in the beginning, it's about unjudging yourself. So it's about working on yourself in helping you first structure your thought process. Understanding what is in my control, what is not in my control. Taking care of yourself. Having those affirmations for yourself that, you know, this can happen. Whenever I say I can't do it, I write the reverse of it, I can do it. So having a kind of a daily ritual for a caregiver where when they are up in the morning, they're doing some kind of a, whether it's a meditation or whatever they connect with, and then they are writing down, okay, these are the thoughts in my mind today, these are in my control, these are not in my control, this is what I can do about it, these are the action steps I can take in that direction, and then move ahead with interacting with the caregiver.
Dr. Sen, you work a lot with schools. Do you sometimes see that teachers are getting stressed about students getting stressed? Is that something we should also talk about?
Yeah, I think teachers I like to believe teaching is the most important profession in this world. Nothing can come close to that. A person can come to me for a number of sessions, but one teacher can make such a difference when the teacher connects, that teacher gives that message of wow, teacher starts including the child. I've seen teachers do such amazing magic. So yes, teachers can get impacted. For them, it is a lot, right? It's a lot because they have to, the work, the syllabus, the curriculum, the mental health of the children, making sure they are reaching whatever their learning outcomes are and all that they have to do. So I think everybody, every parent, every teacher, every adult is trying to do the best they can with the resources and skills we have. And I think one major change would be if we spent more focus, resources, energy, mindfulness, thought into teacher training. And really thoughtful, not because teacher training on it, just random teacher training is not going to help. Really asking them what they want and then, then customizing it to their needs.
Fantastic. Do we have any questions for our panelists? Oh, there's somebody there.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So my question is not a question exactly, but it is a contribution. I have worked with Dr. Shailaja Sen and Amit Sen. I'm Anju, used to work with Shriram Genesis. I was heading the department for inclusive education. And now I'm with Prometheus IB School. So when you look at IB philosophy and when you look at new NEP 2020, it's saying quite similar, like, in our school, what we have done and the way we have evolved, or evolved, I'll say, not in that manner, we have our well-being curriculum framework in place, not from grade 6 or 7, right from kindergarten. How we work on this, we are not only looking at well-being, social, emotional, but we are also looking at academic, physical, other part of well-being also. So we are giving a chance to children to self-express, to understand emotions, to express emotions, to make a bond with others, peer interaction, social perception, and then moving on like emotional regulation, and then peer learning and team building and critical thinking and problem solving, and then team building and leadership skills. So if you, as new schools and as looking at our new education policy, if other schools and colleges, like they have disability cell now in place, but I don't know how much, to what capacity, no comments on that. Because I'm working as a master trainer for the government and for private organizations also in inclusiveness, inclusive education. So that's what we all need to now evolve with. So our well-being for our children, for other stakeholders like teachers, bhaiyas, didis, compassionate classrooms, positivity in our classrooms, not only yoga and mindfulness otherwise, but including these skills also become very important on a regular basis along with child safety program. So we have combined this kind of a program and it is in place and we have been implementing this for last 2-3 years. So this is really working well and benefiting the students. So in managing the stress.
Other questions? Okay, I think there's somebody there.
Good evening to all present here. I have one question come solution on this topic. Actually, I am working in a government school as a Punjabi teacher. So I am facing number of students, they are facing number of problems due to broken home or due to poverty and so on. They are economically weak basically, so they are facing many problems, and as a teacher on site, I generally try to solve those problems. I want to share one incident recent came to me. The girl, can I be bilingual? I think I can impart easily. The girl who was very overprotective. I think the one reason can be overprotection and underprotection. अगर हम अपने बच्चे को ओवर प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं, ये नहीं करना वो नहीं करना, उससे हम इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं होने देते, तो ये प्रॉब्लम कॉज होती है. हम बच्चे को बोलते हैं डोंट डू दिस, कम टू मी, आई विल हेल्प यू, तो हम लोग बच्चे को इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं होने देते। ऐसा ही केस मेरे एक स्टूडेंट के साथ हुआ है। पापा हैं, पापा बहुत बच्चे से प्यार करते हैं, बेटी है, बेटी इतनी अटैच है पापा से, तो पापा हर डिमांड पूरी कर रहे हैं, बट साथ में बोल रहे हैं बेटा थोड़ा संभल जाओ, बड़े हो रहे हो, ये करो, टाइमली करो, डिसिप्लिन बनो, लेकिन बच्चा ओवर प्रोटेक्टेड है, मम्मा का लाडला है, तो ऑल ऑफ सडन उनके पापा की डेथ हो जाती है, बिल्कुल अनएक्सपेक्टेड, एंड शी इज टोटली साइलेंट, बिल्कुल नहीं बोल रही, एंड शी इज डूइंग कि पापा, एंड शी इज राइटिंग मैसेज, पापा आई फाउंड यू एज माई बेस्ट फ्रेंड, मुझे आप हर घर में नजर आ रहे हो, मैं हर काम अपना टाइम पे कर रही हूँ। शी गेव मी दिस टाइप ऑफ नोट। अब वो बहुत पंक्चुअल हो गई है, बहुत डिसिप्लिन हो गई है, बस द थिंग इज उसने हंसना छोड़ दिया है। तो एट दिस टाइम आई जस्ट काउंसल हर एंड suggested her some activities. I have worked on teacher self-efficacy and spiritual intelligence, and that method worked on that child too. So self-efficacy with spiritual intelligence, I think we can tackle these problems. Thank you so much.
Is that something that can help students deal with trauma? Dr. Sen?
It's such a complex topic. It will be very, I think I don't want to come in and say anything which would not be fair to this child, but great work you're doing. Thank you so much.
I think our time is up, so I'm just going to close the session with a quick reminder, which is from the world of social media again. This is something a lot of kids are talking about online, and it's called Take Me Seriously. They say that when we come to you with our problems, we know you don't mean to be dismissive, but you're too busy to take me seriously. And yet we know if a young person comes to us with a broken hand or high fever, we'll drop everything and respond right away. The thing about stress is that very often we forget that it is indirectly and sometimes directly linked to practically every non-communicable disease that exists today. So if we're really invested in the well-being and the future of our children, I think we should take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonali. Thank you to all of our panelists. Can I just request you to stay on stage as Mr. Manoj Sharma will come up and hand over a token of our appreciation, please. A big round of applause for our last panel, and a very important one at that. And apologies that we couldn't take all of your questions. We've unfortunately run out of time. Thank you very much, Dr. Sen, Mr. Rajat Soni, and Dr. Malhotra. Thank you, Manoj, for coming up on the stage. With that, we wrap up yet another successful edition of the India Today Education Conclave. Thank you all very much for taking the time out and joining us here for this evening. I hope you enjoyed all of our sessions. We hope to see you back next year at the India Today Education Conclave. As we bid you all a good night, just a reminder that you can go ahead and also have dinner right at the back of the hall. I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank our sponsor, Satyabama University, and our international school partner, SSBM Institutions, Coimbatore. Good night, everyone. Thank you again.